in technology so that they can build a better customer experience. They're really going to get around tech. And I like it in retail. 1979, it was Kmart.
Right.
In 2024, it's Amazon.
Yeah.
And so these students are going to take us from a Kmart world in retail to an Amazon world.
Absolutely. So that's a great point that you bring up. How can then we be more supportive or interactive? Because understanding there is a shift. There is a shift that is coming, that's currently happening, and we're seeing that transition. What can we do to be more supportive?
Well, the industry can, one, get around their local high schools. They can get around their local camps. And you can find the Full Tank Camp at Northwood University, powered by General Motors. You can find that on the website, and you can get behind that, support that. But we are going to be the caretakers of our industry when we take what we do and put it in front of the future generation. So in those high school career days, some of those should happen at our local dealerships. We ought to see that finance manager, we ought to see that service manager, that sales manager, and students ought to see that in 8th and 9th grade.
Yeah, I think you're right, because you think about some of the professions when you do have a career day, and the concept of it is one thing, but like you said, the being in the live environment really helps set it apart. So let me ask you this, because Northwood University, obviously you guys have been here year after year. What has helped you consistently stay and be kind of the automotive hub, if you will, in that educational space?
Because 200 students find this small university in Midland, Michigan, and say, I want to study to be the best in this great industry. Yeah. And that's what keeps us relevant, that's what keeps us alive. And as these students find Northwood University, the industry professionals that make up the culture and the decision making, they come and they help educate. They step into the classroom, they are our books. So the students on any day might see a CEO or a CMO or a CTO. We learn about artificial intelligence and machine learning in the retail industry live. We're not waiting for you to write the book and 5 years from now a professor adopts it.
Yes.
We bring somebody in and they talk to them live.
Wow, that's amazing. Now, what if we have dealers out there or other individuals out there and they want to be involved or find out more information? How can we be more involved in the Northwood experience?
It's Bright E at northwood.edu. You find LG Bright and you get a hold of me, and you're going to have some amazing, amazing people that are going to contact you. I look out into the audience, I see Jen Patton over there and Jen Briggs, and I know Jenna Smith. Somebody is going to get back with you and say, how can you help us? Here are the ways. 1, 2, 3, and they're gonna give you a plan to either come on campus or to come in remotely, but you will be in front of the future leaders of the retail automotive industry.
Yeah, and I think that's very imperative, because one of the things that we talked about earlier is the need for people, right? And that right now, when you look at the current, let's say, pool, it's very difficult. So I think one of the things that happens, we talk a lot about with our youth, right? Entry-level jobs, and that being a thing. And traditionally, we all talked about, the fast food industry, all the things that entry-level jobs kind of entail. How do we then get comfortable with bridging the gap, with having an institution like Northwood University who's taking the time to train up, the future generation? How do I then have the confidence as a dealer to say, yes, I know you might have youth on your side, but I can still be confident in your skill set?
I think one of the points of entry is, how do you feel about sales? If you're running away from sales, this may not be the career for you. But if you look at those students and many other students, they want to be in sales. They realize that your presentation skills, your communication skills, your management, your financial, all of that is sales.
Yeah.
You're telling a story. You're telling a story to the customer. You're telling a story to your accounting staff. You're telling a story to your manufacturer. Sales and influencing and persuading people is something that we start with from their very first intro class. And I think that if we get that right, then we know that we'll have a pool of candidates that if someone comes to a career fair, they want to be in your business. And I heard several of the dealers say, I would hire every one of them.
Yes.
And for me, that is That's the outcome, is when an employer says, I'll hire those students.
Yeah, and I think you said a key word that especially that generation is so big on, and that's influence, right? I think we are in the day and age, anyone on social media knows about influencers, and how that works and how important that role is, because an influencer literally just does that, gives you insight that makes you want to participate or be involved with whatever they're trying to influence you on. So when someone comes in, because I know one of the contestants was first year, freshman, how does that happen? Where somebody to come in first year, just getting to Northwood University, and then now is afforded an opportunity like this?
Sawyer Jordan came to our camp, and he was exposed to the industry through his family, but the exuberance, the excitement, the engagement that you saw, I mean, he did that from day one, and he felt comfortable. He felt supported. He felt like, I've already got the A, and now all I have to do is shoot for the outcomes.
Nice.
I need to, practice my craft the same as athletes do.
Right.
And I watch these young men and young women as they look at videos, as they interact with professors, with their peers, and I think he's a perfect example of that. And that's from year one. So you can imagine in year 2, 3, and 4,
absolutely.
He's going to be the superstar. So when you're coming from California, Texas, or Florida, or you're in the Great Lakes states, when he comes by your career fair table, you're ready to hire, to make that job offer. And that is the partnership that we have at Northwood University with the industry. The outcome is employment.
Yes.
And this is the product.
And how do you, because that's a great point, because again, the goal and the bridge is to start here in the educational sector, but ultimately end up in the professional sector. How are you helping the students transition and bridge that gap? Because one of the things that we heard and talked about earlier was the hiring process. Everybody being kind of in this hurry up, fast paced environment where if I do find the position or find the right person, I know that they're looking for other positions. How do you guys cultivate that to where they can make that bridge from education to profession?
A differentiator for us, and we call it the Northwood Idea, but is personal responsibility, that you are responsible for your outcomes, and that what you put into it, you're going to get out of it. So if you're doing industry news, if you're engaging with the speakers that come on campus, if you're taking these experiential, that you're personally responsible for your career. We're here to support you. But that's a big tenet for us. And being responsible in athletics is wanted. Being responsible in your educational pursuits is wanted.
That makes sense.
That's how we bridge that gap. The Northwood Ideal is something that we believe in free markets. We believe in democratic capitalism. We believe that if you don't have regulation in front of the dealer, not over-regulation, that they'll hire more people, that they'll expand, that they'll bring in more salespeople, more service people. They'll give a better customer experience. And when the students get around that, really they become influential in the community.
Yeah.
And that's how we bridge that gap. We think that they're different from, there's some great students, there's some great universities, but when our students have that from day one,
yes,
by the time it's day 4, I'm responsible for my career. And that's the gap that we bridge.
That makes sense. Now, another thing that might come out of this, especially when we talk about the automotive industry or even, kind of relating it to sports, sometimes we think of that being a family business, right? My father played sports, and so I'm going to follow in that footsteps. My father's a dealer principal, so I'm going to follow in those footsteps. How do you, if there's people out there that maybe they aren't in that principal position, but they maybe have a child or someone that's interested in the automotive space, how does that work? How do they then get involved or get a better understanding of, hey, this is a path you can take regardless of your lineage?
It's interesting, Errol, that I see students that come from family dealerships that end up going to a corporate route, maybe for a big automotive technology company or vendor, and maybe they'll make their way back to the family dealership. I also see students that come from family dealerships go back to the family dealership. So then another segment, they're not from a family.
Yes.
And yet they seek out and they see this wonderful career in retail automotive, they see these wonderful family entrepreneurial businesses, and they take that opportunity. So now all of a sudden they are in a family business.
Right.
And then the fourth leg of that table is they're not from a family business, and yet they take a corporate route. So maybe for one of the OEMs, the manufacturers, or they go to a technology company. So whether you come from a family business, go back or don't, or not from a family business, go to a family business or to a corporation, they figure it out.
Nice.
It's personal responsibility, and also those people that support and say, hey, we're looking for you.
Yes.
Just like we compared it to athletics, just like they do in athletics, and say, we're looking for you.
Yeah, and what's great is all of our competitors kind of boosted up and added to their highlight reel, so to speak. So that's great to see. Well, LG, I want to thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. And I know you mentioned your email earlier, but I know that if people are interested, they can find you and have more if they have more questions. But I think what Northwood University is doing is fantastic, and I'm certainly excited to see it.
Thank you. Thank you to the NADA. Thank you to all those men and women that are in this great business. God bless the automotive industry.
I agree. Amen. All right. Thank you. And we're not going anywhere. We've got a couple videos that we're going to show, so feel free to continue to remain comfortable in the NADA live stage living room, and we'll be back very shortly, all right?
Must-see events and all the insider tips to conquer the NADA show like a pro. And speaking of pro tips, here's Bobby Sight's guide to winning in Las Vegas. Pro tip number 1, pace yourself. This is a marathon, not a sprint. You don't want to waste all your energy, and you definitely don't want to be this guy. Next up, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. We're in the desert, people, and water is your best friend. And if you didn't get your badge last night, you can pick it up at several of the satellite hotels or here at the convention center. Don't forget to download the NADA Show app. That's your personal guide to everything NADA Show. Expo, education, workshops, you don't want to miss a beat. Today is jam-packed with action, kicking off with the Women Driving Auto Retail event, which is back and bigger than ever before. And don't forget about the NADA Live Stage, featuring industry experts, special guests, and maybe a few surprises. It's the perfect spot to connect, charge up, and rest your legs. And at noon, dive into our workshops and exchange sessions. And for the grand finale, join us for the NADA Show opening reception, A Night Under the Sphere, featuring Postcard from Earth by Oscar-nominated director Darren Aronofsky. This will be the moment that everybody talks about, and you want to be part of it. So dress your best, come for gourmet food and networking. This will be the best party in town. This will be the best party in any town. Follow along the full schedule at nadashow.org. Stay tuned, stay excited, and let's make this NADA show the best one yet.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for two primary reasons. Number one, to educate, and number two, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA live stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to, wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey, boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope. Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. There was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful.
I'm always excited to see all the vendors that I know. I'm always excited to see everybody in the industry.
We really like the expo. We learn a lot every year. It's an opportunity to take classes if you want to talk to experts.
NADA helps providing everything that you need for a dealer under one roof so you can see it all, compare it side by side. It's great.
Every year, there's new things. Whatever is new is here.
Well, my name is Jonathan Beck.
All right, so as always, we are going to continue moving the program forward. I hope you all are having a great time enjoying the NADA living room and the live stage. I'm excited for tonight, excited for the welcome event, but also make sure that you download the app because you don't want to miss anything, and it's a great way to navigate around the show. Next up, we are going to talk about digital analytics and how it's informing market strategies. And so what I'd like to do at this time is welcome up Jim Dodd. He's going to be our moderator for this next segment. So as always, let's give Jim a big round of applause.
It is. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good? Great. So Dan Moore and Rich are going to talk to us a little bit about marketing, digital technology, and what we're doing here. So, you know, with all the things, the challenges that are facing dealers today, especially in technology, what should they be looking for?
Well, first of all, it's around the customer experience. I mean, being able to extend profitability in today's market, absolutely critical. What we've seen the last several years with dealers and the profitability where they've been at, and then now these new market forces are at play, being able to take that profitability line and extend that forward is critical. I think technology plays an absolutely critical role in that. AI specifically is a new emerging technology. It's everywhere. You see it everywhere you go. You experience it in all aspects of life. And in fact, you know, what we're seeing is a rapid adoption rate of that AI technology to help extend the profitability, but doing it around a customer experience is key. Customer comes first, and again, this is a people business, always has been, always will be, and what AI is doing is enabling and elevating those human-to-human interactions.
Dan, it seems like AI has taken off really fast. I mean, it's a rapid evolution. How do you feel dealers are adapting to that? How quickly can they adapt to that?
I think it depends on the product and what you're trying to do with AI. Number one, I mean, AI has been around for a while, so it's not necessarily new. We're just starting to embrace it at a more rapid rate because it's advancing and there's a lot of capabilities to streamline efficiencies in the dealership, which many of you know, at the end of the day, efficiency is really what you're facing when you look at people and process. So this is where AI can plug in, whether you take it all the way or bring it in nice and easy and bring it in gradual phases. You can see some of those efficiencies pick up to where you're taking some of the mundane tasks off your team and they're able to focus on the more important things. So there really is that kind of balance of where you can gain operational efficiencies using AI.
So with that in mind, what are the biggest opportunities you think dealers have going forward?
I think the big one is to be able to drive that customer experience and intercept them on the way inbound to their dealership. Right now, the overall experience on phones is not great, let's just be honest, and be able to transform that experience into a positive, modern experience from a consumer standpoint and be able to create that loyalty and retention at the rooftop level. First ring answer, branded experience, very efficient call routings, direct service booking, real-time updates. Those are important to consumers, and being able to have a relationship, which we refer to as like a dialogue. It's a conversation that never ends. It's an ongoing relationship between consumer and dealer.
Sure, but you got to look at the engagement rate. It's going to go up, right? It should go up, right? But how are you going to then blend it in with what's being done at a dealership by human beings?
Well, I think where that comes in is you guys think about long-term follow-up and how great we're not at it. AI can jump in and carry the customer the longer distance and stay on top of them, whether it's the point of trying to get them in to buy a car or even after the sale, getting them in for that, first oil change, that, increasing your CSI. This is where AI can come in because, again, we're depending on our people and sometimes just based on our staffing, how many people we have, the number of volume of opportunities that may be coming in or not coming in. This is where I think AI can kind of bridge that gap and it becomes a hand-to-hand, not just a full takeover.
Okay, with all the channels of communication that they have available to them, which ones do you think are going to be the most engaging for consumers?
Right now, it's pretty clear. If we went around this room, everybody, if I said email is the most important, you guys would laugh, and I would agree. It's really phone and text are the primaries, and we're still trying to push down this email chain. So I think by changing that lens and creating more opportunity for the consumer to connect the way they want to, you'll enhance and elevate your opportunities and the customer experience, to Rich's point.
Yeah, I think a balanced approach is right. We see over 90% on the phone, being able to have that intimate relationship through a real-time conversation, not a machine-based or an IVR-based conversation, but a conversation that's based upon where the customer wants to take the topic and what the task is that they're after. Email, you're right. This is we're pushing things into email, but the consumers are responding through text and primarily through phone.
Okay, so give me some examples of how you see those communications being managed, those opportunities.
Well, the first part, just think about all of you guys. So before you guys came here, how many emails did you get from all of the vendors telling about their game-changing things that they have for you? How many of you marked that red and moved on with life? But how many of you took the phone call from those vendor partners that you like and you engage with and you said, hey, what's going on? Oh, we're going to NADA. We got something we want to show you. Great, I'll be by, right? It's that engagement. It's that relationship business. And yet, again, this is where I think email misses the boat. And by adding the phone and a really good phone process, as well as texting and some of the other means of communication, because again, messaging, there's so many different ways we can explore. It's meeting the customer where we're at, and we're still kind of fighting with that. And if we kind of embrace where the customer wants to go, the return is higher.
Yeah, we also have to be able to move between channels, and that's one of the big parts of an full omni-channel experience is being able to move seamlessly from a phone to a text to a chat back to a phone, but not starting the conversation over again. And that's where AI really plays a powerful point, because now you have an efficient and meaningful relationship with the customer, where they are, how they want to interact with your dealership, and like Dan said, we're the whole point of this is to drive that engagement level, that retention level, so that you're creating a loyal customer base.
So there are multiple facets of marketing that you have to employ, right? AI is just one of those facets. It's not going to change everything, revolutionize everything, but it's going to certainly revolutionize the conversation between consumer and the dealer.
Well, I think the biggest thing that we think is we sign up for something, we get the latest buzzword, whatever it is, and we're done. It's not. AI takes prompting. It takes a human to point it in the right direction. It takes learning. It takes time. It's sometimes ready out of the box, but it still has to understand your customer, your dynamics, how you engage with the customer, and it starts learning and evolving over time. That's why kind of bring it in a bridged approach, not just like full turn on the faucet, but turn it on nice and slow and let it gain ground and learn how you communicate, how your customers communicate. Then it starts to basically pick up those points. And again, I think to the point too, it's omni-channel. So when you start looking at AI, humans, we kind of scan over content, right? I mean, how many of you guys, that work leads go all the way through the customer record and know everything about the customer? It takes a long time. AI, click, it already knows. So the ability to respond more informed, AI does a fantastic job of that.
Yeah, and part of that is being able to recognize the customer when they call. I mean, this being able to have that real-time AI knowledge base around who you are, the experience with the dealership. I mean, if you're a dealer out there and you're wondering, should I try this AI out or not, this is where your customers want to engage. There's we've seen studies that around 37% of your customer base wants to engage with an AI agent because they have been conditioned for real-time, instantaneous feedback to accomplish desired tasks. The AI agent can do that in a very careful way. It's important to note, though, that the way I view the world is through 4 quadrants. In the upper right quadrant is where we promote and enhance and elevate these human-to-human interactions. But the bottom left quadrant, that's where AI agent is perfectly situated to take on the repetitive tasks day to day that the consumer isn't excited about, but your employee base may not be excited about as well. I mean, we just came from a different conference, and the overwhelming point was trying to staff a BDC or staff service advisor. That's a difficult job to staff and retain. You got to train and maintain that relationship with your employee. Now you're able to promote and elevate that employee experience so that they're having more meaningful conversations with your customers right there in front of you in the service lane, but also, again, through phone, text, and multiple channels.
So do you see AI as being an opportunity to reduce expenses?
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, right out of the gate, you're going to be able to, again, never miss a call. So how much is one service call worth? How much is, $1,000 a month? And we've seen stats that, I was at a specific dealer that had 43% of all calls were missed. That means a call was missed, not answered, went to voicemail, or the customer abandoned the call. What's that worth, number one? 2, for very, very low cost, you have a branded experience that you can control at the rooftop level that will enhance your brand and then control the dialogue flow of how you want to engage with your customers at a very fair price, 24/7, 365, never takes a bathroom break or a lunch break, and is always in a good mood.
Well, and the other part there, because you use the word reduce, I think the reality of what the word should be is scale. Sometimes we get a little trigger happy and we just want I can clear out my staff. I think the reality to it is scale. What we're looking for is the ability to scale, and this is where it comes in, because you can bridge that ability of what your current team structure is, get them focused on the right things, and like I said earlier, just taking some of the mundane tasks off the plate so they're doing the more intentional work. Because again, most people, and many of you in the room, do what? More than one thing, right? The biggest thing you always want is more time. This is where that balancing act starts to come in. And again, with the marketing spends and where people are making adjustments, you need to be able to make sure that you're handling those opportunities to the best of the ability, because again, the biggest challenge with most marketing spend is operational inefficiencies. We're just compensating.
Real quick, so one of the most important things too, I come from a world where if you can't manage it if you can't measure it. So putting in a really powerful performance management platform where you were able to see all calls, transcribe all calls so you can see what was said, and then be able to qualify those calls as, for example, positive, negative sentiment, and be able to route those calls to a human as needed is very powerful. And then you can put stats against that and then start to do the attribution around who called your dealership and where did they come from and why, and then what's the cadence.
So this sounds really all great and easy, but you talked about earlier people and processes, right? So if you're a dealer contemplating AI and the use of AI, how do you engage in AI and envelop it into your process if you have a cradle to grave or if you have a BDC? What examples would you give there?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's evaluating what products do you have, right? I mean, you think about the multiple products that you have and some of the duplication you have. First, it's starting there and going, what do we have? What are the holes in our process and what are we trying to solve for? Because it could be, is it something from lead follow-up? Is it something from service? Where is the problems that you're trying to solve, and then what can fill those gaps? Because in some cases, there's products that can solve all. There's some that are going to be very focused on a certain problem. So I think it really comes back to evaluating. Don't just go sign up for everything. Be diligent. Understand what your real needs are.
Yes, but you've got to have the customer's experience as well as the salesperson or BDC's experience. Because they're going to be engaging with the AI at different points and different intervals.
Correct.
Right? So how do you get your staff to adopt it?
The biggest part of adoption, at least what we've done, is we've rolled out AI slowly. So it's we'll put it like after hours and long-term follow-up. And what that does is it gets them to see how it responds. It builds trust between the product and the salespeople or the people using it. And then you start to just turn it on a little bit more and a little bit more, and then it starts to really take off because A, it's gotten better because it's learned what's going on in your business. And then B, your people have not just, yes, we're going all in, this is what we're doing, and they're like fighting it. They're more apt to receive it because you're giving it in bits and pieces. That's been the success model that we've seen on our side.
Yeah, some of our best performing dealers have fully embraced the AI agent, and they encourage their customers at the point of vehicle delivery. Hey, guess what? We've got a great AI agent, Stella. She's here for you 24/7. She knows who you are. Let's do a test call so you're familiar with how to interact, and it creates a completely different experience. While you're doing that, you're also training your employee base to say, this is how Stella's helping us become more efficient, be able to achieve better metrics across the board. Again, some of our top performing groups are seeing real-time metrics come through every day, every week, month, where they are seeing quantifiable difference between pre-AI and post-AI as a result of the efficiencies that they're putting in place.
We had this come up in our 20 group, our digital group last week, where they employed AI, and there was a lot of pushback until they realized that it was actually assisting them and not threatening their jobs.
Well, that's the biggest problem because you led with the question that would threaten someone's job. What can it replace? If we're talking about scale, like we are trying to scale the business, then that is a fundamental different approach. And that's why I say majority of the problems that we face in automotive is people and process. Because we don't go in with the right strategy to execute. We go in a couple different points or we let the cat out of the bag, I'm trying to save money. When in reality, you will save money long run. The point is just going, do we have the right people? Do we have the right process? And then do we have the right tech to carry us the rest of the way to scale? Because scale is a much different word than I'm just trying to basically cut to the race to the bottom of profit.
True, but as a dealer, I'm looking at ROI. Okay, so I'm certainly going to be looking at the expense, and then I'm going to be looking at how do I measure the return on that expense? What do I measure?
First of all, you've got the real-time metrics where you can see every call that came in from the AI agent. Again, that's a fixed cost. You're getting 24/7, 365 service bookings, appointments, sales, reception, all elements of the business where you can see what is being done without having to involve your human staff. And now you can redeploy your human staff to go do additional incremental revenue, net incremental revenue generating activities, whether that's, again, dealing with customers in the showroom, in the service lane, or making outbound engagement calls.
And simply put, too, I mean, we can metric to death, and I think at the end of the day, there's one common thing we got to get back to. Are we selling and servicing more cars, period? Are you moving the needle? Yes or no? Because if you're deploying it right, your CSI should be up. You should be servicing more vehicles and selling more vehicles, whether it's marketing, whatever it is you're using, something has to lead to the ultimate outcome that you're looking for. And if it's not, then you got to go work backwards. Hey, we're still not moving the needle. Is it us, the people? Is it the process, or is the product? I mean, it's just not, we overcomplicate everything, and we're looking for the silver bullet. And the sad part about it is no matter what you deploy, it takes work. And if your team's not bought into putting in the work, then the result is going to be what you don't want.
So again, all of this technology needs prompting. It needs to learn. So what are the questions, if a dealer is actually looking to get into AI, what are the questions they need to ask?
I think they should be asking what is the desired outcome that they're looking to achieve, and then using this AI agent as a tool to achieve that desired outcome. One of the most important things of using an AI agent is be able to, with an unlimited aspect, ingest data. So you can start to look to turn off different software systems and platforms and costs and use the AI agent to ingest all that data and act upon it in a proactive way to achieve measured results. The other wonderful thing about AI is the way we've designed it is it's very, very configurable at the rooftop level. So you can constantly improve and modify the process flow and the information that's being exchanged with your customer. And that goes both ways because the consumer is having a two-way, real-time, active conversation with your rooftop to drive that, to achieve that metric that you're looking for.
Dan, what other marketing tactics would you engage with to drive more traffic, especially with AI being used?
Well, I mean, when you're talking about AI being used, that's more on the receiving end. So it's, if I have opportunities coming in, it's do I have enough people to manage it? This is the bridge of that. The tactics to get more at-bats, I think it depends. You know, we get too focused on what the next person's doing, and we don't get focused on what we're doing. Because every dealership is uniquely different inventory levels, different people, different processes. So the reality to that piece is it could come from a lot of different ways. There's cases where, hey, third-party lead providers are giving me what I need and I'm having success. Other places, paid search or social media, whatever the case might be, it's looking at the information going, what's bringing me my largest at-bat? And quite frankly, am I measuring it in a way that makes sense? Meaning, am I getting enough phone calls? Am I getting enough conversions, text, chat, so on? Those are the indicators that you're moving down the right path. Then the next piece is the AI engaging and my team engaging to get me to the actual point of sale?
Right. But when we look at the way we've typically done marketing, we put information out there and we wait for the customer to engage with us. Will AI give us the opportunity to engage the customer and start the conversation?
Well, it depends. I mean, so if you're using, like, for example, text blasting. So if I'm going outward, which, by the way, I mean, for most people in here, if you look at your database of sold customers, and you look at for the last couple of years, and you go, hey, who did we sell? And of those people who never did business with us, who's never been in contact with us, then I would tell you that, yes, there is that point of I could go and message my people with backed by AI to launch messaging and engage. So like I said earlier, you could do something like at the point of sale, I first send an execute AI. It says, hey, thank you. It checks in on the CSI. How was the experience? Then it moves later downstream into setting that first service appointment. And it kind of becomes that what we've all been looking for is how do I keep that life cycle management going? And I think more importantly, that is the key of where we're missing the boat is we're so focused on getting new opportunities or at-bats, but we're really not paying attention to the fact that it's not as big of a margin as we think when we look at our own database and some of the things that we could be doing.
To answer specifically, absolutely. This is where the breakthrough moment is. AI is now able to read right into the DMS CRM schedulers, able to see the cadence of the customer's purchase and service history, make the intercept, make the proactive communication with the customer when they opt in to be contacted. But what's really powerful is now you can control the cadence and you can control the relationship. AI is a friend of the dealership and a friend of the customer, so it's a relationship based on all aspects of dealership interaction, vehicle ownership, service, etc. And so that you're constantly interacting with that customer at the pace that they want, so it's not too much, not too little, the medium they want, so it's all channels, all time, based around the customer experience.
So to kind of wrap things up, what do you hope to see a year from now?
I can answer that real easy. I think what you're going to see is AI is driving dealer profitability, bottom line results, very measurable. It's going to happen right now because we're seeing it already today in our customer base. You're going to see customers demanding more specific interaction with AI components and then balancing that with the human interaction where it makes sense. But for all practical purposes, this technology is here. It's in the industry. Dealers, it's measurable, it's manageable. It's not something to be afraid of or scared of. It's here to assist your bottom line results. And again, we're seeing that activity happen through this ongoing conversational relationship with our customers.
Yeah, to bring it home, I think it just brings back to the fact of what I look for to see is we're being more intentional, because at the end of the day, if we are better with our process and our efficiencies, then we'll have reduced expense in our marketing budgets and across the board because we're being more intentional about our deployment and how we're engaging with the consumer, which will allow us to be a lot more efficient across the board.
Great. Thank you, guys. Anybody have any questions from the audience? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Hey, thanks, Jim. Appreciate
everybody.
it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, wonderful, great information, and we're going to continue in that same way, and we're going to talk about the benefits of joining a NADA 20 group. You might have been here and have heard us talk about 20 groups and some of the different 20 groups that exist, but now we're going to specifically get into the benefits of being a part of a 20 group. So if you've been interested or if you're currently in a 20 group and you want to know about all the benefits for other 20 groups, you're in the right spot. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome up Tim Fortune. He's going to go ahead and lead off and kick us off about the benefits of joining a 20 group. Tim, are you ready? Should be on.
Test.
There you are.
All right, maybe it is.
Enjoy.
Yes, sir. Come on up, guys. Oh. Should I have my notes out already, shouldn't I? All right. So I want to welcome you guys. I appreciate you taking some time out of your day. This is
for having us.
This is actually going to be the most comfortable 20 minutes of the NADA show for you because you get to sit down, right? And this place wears me out. But what I'd like to do is have you guys to introduce yourselves and tell us not just your name, but your dealership name, where it's located, and what you do there at the store. And then if you want to make a shameless plug for your 20 group, you can do that as well, okay?
Go ahead, Jay.
How you doing? My name's Jay Schwartz. I am from Schwartz Mazda. It's a 105-year-old family business based in Shrewsbury, New Jersey. So flew out here very early this morning, so work with me. I'm a little tired. And I am currently in MZ01, which is my Mazda group, and working on getting into HN1820 group, which is a Hino 20 group.
And my name is Mark Rask. I'm with Kelly Buick GMC. I'm the marketing director as well as the BDC director there at the store. We're in Central Florida, in a city called Bartow. It's halfway between Tampa and Orlando. And I'm in a digital marketing 20 group. It's a DM01. Jim Dodd's the moderator. So.
Fantastic. So, let me talk to you for just a moment, Jay. I got to be with you at your very first MZ01 meeting. I don't know if that was your first 20 group meeting, but it was your first MZ01 meeting. And, I'm sure before you went, there was a lot of apprehension of why do I need to join a 20 group? So there's a lot of people that are sitting out here that are saying, isn't that just a social event? Is it just something that, the dealers get together and go on really nice vacations, really great places? Tell us a little bit about what you would say to those naysayers regarding that.
We do go to some nice places. I've been in 220 groups. This is actually my MZ01. I was told I had to get to a 4.0 net to sales, which we got to 3.91, and then Joe Shaker let us in. And the amount of accountability in the group is what really drives it. I would say these guys have helped me grow, gain confidence. When we came into that group, I was on the bottom of the page, and I've climbed to the top of the page. What that means is we look at D page, which is your absorption, your fixed and used absorption, and then we look at our net to sales, which we've grown all the way from 3.5 when we got in up to 7.5, over 7.5. So very excited about that.
I want to emphasize what he just said. So he got into this group in 2019 with a 3.45%, I believe it was, net to sale, and today 7.45%. That is a heck of a return on investment. Good job. Mark, what about you? What would you say to people that are like, I don't think I need to join one?
Well, they definitely need to try it and take a look at what we really do. It is definitely a think tank for several days for us on the marketing side. My group consists mainly of marketing managers, mainly from the digital world. We hold each other accountable for metrics that are revolved around marketing, which directly influences sales in both service and the sales side as well. The amount of things that I bring back, I have to always just pick 2 or 3 things to implement out of 20 that I want to, just because there's just so much to do. Now, this is the second marketing group that I've been in. I was at one in a different one called INT3 for quite some time with a different dealership. But when I came on board here, they were nice enough to let me join this, and it's paid off tremendously. And if you think it's there are some social times with it, but it's definitely, you'll leave there just burn out.
Like drinking information through a fire hydrant, right?
Through a fire hose. Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. So I'm glad you mentioned digital marketing groups because actually I have one. I have INT1. And as an older guy, I don't like to say an old guy, but an older guy in the car business, they keep me invigorated with information. They're so energetic. Are you guys involved either one of you involved in other 20 groups? I know you mentioned trying to get into Hino. Is your store, I guess, involved in any other 20
groups? This is the only one that our store is involved with at this point. We're looking at service possibly. Actually, how many different 20 groups are there, and what types are there?
Well, at least you're not asking me to name them because I'm not that smart, but there are over 220 groups, and we have 20 groups for everything. From dealer principal only groups to GM groups to fixed operation managers, controllers, HR department, digital marketing and internet, collision centers, which I know Kelly was up here speaking a little while ago about the collision center groups. And so, I mean, we have a plethora of groups, and I certainly couldn't name them all. So, Mark, actually, I was going to say Jay, but I was trying to figure out what my note was. I'm not a great note taker. But, Jay, you know, I have seen a lot of growth out of you, and we were talking about your net to sell earlier. But can you name anything specific that came out of a 20 group and attach a value to it?
So we use the composite. That looks at every single number, drilled down, really granular. And honestly, like I said before, it's the accountability, knowing that I'm going to go sit in front of 20 other dealers, and if my numbers aren't good, they're going to call me out. They're going to rip me apart. They're going to hold me accountable. And if I don't have a reason, I don't know. You know, I had to fight to get into the 20 group. I don't want to be thrown out for not participating, but I can pick up the phone and call any of these guys with 19, 20 dealerships. They're busy guys. They pick up the phone. And I, like you said, drinking water through a fire hose, I get so many things. And in my last 20 group, my dad was actually in this 20 group 20 years ago. He didn't implement anything. I bring back 10 to 15 pages of notes, and I pick what's really important to implement.
Sure. I can attest to what he's saying. Like, this guy is a note taker and eager. Like, he's always eager to take something back. You know, I chuckle whenever you say that, you know, they're going to rip you a new one for not knowing your numbers. But, you know, specifically, what are some of the things that, like, maybe they've given you direction on along the way, and you've said, you know what, my pride tells me that's not the right way to do it, but I'm going to take it back, and then, you know, how did it change?
I mean, our service department was one of the biggest things that grew over this past year, but they really, my group looks at the D page, which is that absorption, and we were in the 60s when we got in, finished at 96% this year, and really just looking at my used cars, because that drives the profitability of the entire store. So I think that we're a very used car driven store, and I finished 39th in the country for certified pre-owned vehicles out of all Mazda dealers last year.
Good job.
Do you mind sharing with the audience what kind of, I'm not talking about dollars of profit, but what kind of growth we've seen from whenever you joined the 20 group till now, as far as percentage of increase?
Thank you. It's 729%.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that, all right? If you have a dealership, and I'm not saying 100% of that came out of your 20 group, but there is not a doubt in my mind that a lot of that came out of your 20 group. Sure. But if you have a dealership, and let's just say you made $1 million this past year, would you not want to make $5 million, $6 million? I mean, is there a reason why, you know, I've got enough, I don't need it? What about you, like in digital marketing, what can you say that is something that's come out of 20 group, and how did it affect you and your store?
Well, there's actually several things. The accountability that we have amongst ourselves as far as tracking ROI for our vendors and so forth. It helps us hold our vendors accountable. It helps us make sure that the advertising dollars that we're spending are really worth spending, that they're making their maximum profit. It's really saved me lots of time in the past. I'm the chairperson of the group, and I can reach out to my group if there's a new vendor that comes in with a new product, and I can say, hey, has anybody tried this? And I may get 3 answers saying, yeah, I've tried it, don't do it, or do it, you know. But so it saves a lot of time there, a lot of trial and error, that type of thing. And just to be honest, the camaraderie of and the networking that you get with that. I mean, it's just a good group. I will stress, though, that you only get out of it what you put in. You know, you have to participate. That's for sure.
That is a resounding theme up here, because you just said the same thing. You know, your dad was in one, didn't take anything back, didn't apply it, but you do, and you've seen the growth and so forth. I'm glad you mentioned camaraderie, because absolutely, to me, you know, whenever I was in a 20 group, whenever I had my dealership, before I ever went to work for NADA, you know, to me, that was the education. Sure. And it gave me the Cliff Notes version of the School of Hard Knocks, is what I always tell people. You know, why do I want to go bang my head against the wall to figure it out on my own if somebody else has already done it? But the reason is you don't know who to reach out to. But if you're in a 20 group, you know exactly who to reach out to, because you can look in the composite and say, you know, right here, he's kicking butt. I'm going to call him or her, and we're going to find out exactly what it is that they did. You know, what value would you put on that camaraderie? You mentioned it.
It's priceless. I mean, the time it saves. We all know time is just a valuable commodity as well. That maybe these people have made mistakes that I can avoid making in the past, or they've had successes that I should try. I will stress that my group is a managers group, so it's a little different than an owners group. So we try to stress to our members that they bring the owner one time a year to a managers group. To our managers meetings. We usually pick one throughout the year and say, okay, this particular one's going to be an owners meeting. Try to bring your owner, even if they only come for one day. But that way they can see that we're actually not just at a country club or something. We're actually working and doing our jobs and saving them money, which is what it's all about, and making them more money.
And certainly saving money and making money are important, but what about the tools? Like you mentioned the composite earlier, but do you see any value in the other tools that we offer?
Yeah, so NADA gives us the expense structures that we should. That's kind of where I started when I first got into the group. I said I want my D page to look good, that absorption. Well, if my expenses are out of line, I could fix that. You have all your KPIs for all the other stores. It gives you best in class for not only your 20 group, but the top 25 of all your franchises, dealers that are in NADA. And then you have which you probably use a lot, the NADA Analytics, which goes into all of your websites, looks at all of your leads. There's tons and tons of tools. I have many more.
Listen, there's all kinds of them. So we have the 20 group live where you get to compare your data, live real-time data to other markets or other people in your markets. You get not individuals, obviously, that it's anonymized, but we've got the dealership workforce study, that really helps you whenever you got employees that are, looking maybe for a raise, or maybe you've got somebody that's grossly underpaid, and you need to know, hey, am I going to be able to retain this person? But without that tool, I just don't know how dealers do it, right? The tools are just robust; they're unbelievable, and obviously, I'm singing the praises of the group. But let's end on this. We've only got a couple minutes left, so why don't each of you give us? It can be a humorous story, it can be a heartfelt story, but tell us something, and Mark, I'm going to let you start, but tell us something that a story from your time in 20 Group.
You want me to start? I do. This is actually when I was with another dealership in INT3. I don't know if any of you guys know Mario Clementini or not, but he was my moderator at the time. And we were at the Aria having a meeting there, and the back wall, it was breakfast time, and we were having a working meeting during breakfast, and the back wall actually caught on fire in the middle of the meeting. It was pretty comical, and of course Mario decided to throw water on a grease fire, but
nobody accused him of being smart.
Yeah, it all ended up well. We did all run out of the room with our laptops.
What about you, Jay?
So mine is personal. My favorite place on the planet's Vietnam. I had a 14-day motorcycle trip planned. I was going to go from the north to the south, my dad, my cousins, everything. I go to my first 20 group meeting, this new MZ01, shaking and terrified. I go up to the chair at the end and I go, hey, I got this really big trip planned. I'm going to Vietnam. He goes, oh my God, wow, that sounds absolutely incredible. I can't believe that you're going to miss that to be at our next 20 group meeting. And I cut it short. I came to that meeting and I haven't missed a single meeting ever since, and I don't plan on it.
Yeah, I love it when people come up and they've got this really good excuse. We only meet 3 times a year, and 3 half days, or sometimes some of the groups, managers groups in particular, a day and a half. But you don't realize what the group misses when you're not there.
Sure. And
so therefore, that's why they do really hold you accountable. They're like, hey, we planned this 2 years in advance. You know the dates. We're sorry that you scheduled a vacation for that time. We wouldn't advise you to take it. So.
Yeah. As a chairperson of our group, I make sure that we track the attendance and so forth, and from an accountability standpoint, people leaving early, that's kind of a no-no. And then when we get prospects, we make sure we really vet them from a digital standpoint, digital marketing, all the way down to the point where I'll sit an experienced person at dinner on either side of a prospect and try to figure out what they really know. So.
I'm glad you mentioned dinners. What I've found, anyway, in my experience in 20 Group, both moderating and participating, is that I got just as much out of the dinners as I did out of the meetings themselves, or the social activities. Like, some of the guys will go, do a golf trip or whatever, and somebody will come back with what I call $1 million idea, and I'm like, how'd that come up? I don't remember it happening in the meeting. Oh no, that was when we were on the golf course, you know. So a lot of great things. If anyone out there is really interested in growing your business and creating lifelong camaraderie and friendships with fellow members, fellow dealers, come talk to us. There are several of the moderators here right now. But I'm Tim Fortune, and I appreciate your gentlemen's time.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, guys.
For having us.
All right. Well, we are going to continue to have fun here at the NADA Live stage. Is everybody having a great time so far? Yeah, you are. I heard somebody in the back. I appreciate that. There you go. I like that. So one of the things that we always love to do at NADA is talk about new things, right? Who doesn't love to talk about new things, especially in our industry? It's very rare and unique when you have truly new things that come to the market. And so I want to definitely keep with that, and we're going to sit down and have a conversation, and we're going to talk about the ENEOS Grenadier. And some of you are looking like, what is that? Well, that's why we're going to tell you a little bit more about it. And so to help me with that and to join me, I have Greg. Greg, are you ready? Come on up. Where's the round of applause? You guys forgot there you go. They forgot the rules of the living room. It's every now and again you have to remind them. It's okay. Please, have a seat.
Thank you.
So first off, before we get started, tell everyone a little bit about yourself, and then let's talk about this cool picture that's up there.
The ENEOS Grenadier. Yeah, absolutely. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Greg Clark. I'm the Executive Vice President for the Americas for ENEOS Automotive. Thank you for having me up here. It's going to be a pleasure to talk about this. Typically, the way that we start off is explaining what is ENEOS. It's kind of the biggest brand you've never heard of.
Right.
ENEOS is the second largest chemical company in the world. Most consumers would not have heard of ENEOS because most consumers are not buying massive quantities of petrochemicals. We're privately held, and being the largest or second largest chemical company in the world, our owners have the sufficient capital to be able to say, right, we see gaps in the market in different places. We're starting to move into B2C businesses rather than just B2B. What that particularly gave us the opportunity, or our primary stakeholder the opportunity to do, is to say, I see a gap in the market for an extraordinarily rugged, very hard-working 4x4 vehicle. And over the course of the last 5 years, that has become the ENEOS Grenadier, which we launched 60 days ago now. Just around Thanksgiving of 2023, we've launched the Grenadier. We now have just over 1,000 units in operation. We've delivered about 1,400 to our dealers, and the response has been phenomenal so far.
That's great. That's a pretty good stocking stuffer, right around the holiday time for the launch, so that makes it nice, right? So
it's been a long time coming. I think we've had a lot of patient customers who've been with us on this journey for 3 or 4 years, really waiting for the Grenadier. A little bit about the vehicle itself, for those of you that may not have come across the vehicle yet.
Yes.
Internal combustion engine, so we're not an EV competitor. Of course, everybody is on a journey to electrification in one form or another. As a chemical company, we started out in 2017 really saying, well, what does a chemical company know about the construction and creation of an automobile? Not much. So the principle and the strategy from that point was to really partner with people that knew everything about creating an automobile. So Magnus Steyr, who is the producer of the Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon, been involved since the G-Wagon's birth, effectively, are our principal engineering partner. BMW is our engine and powertrain strategic partner and provider. And we've partnered with a roster of really excellent Tier 1 suppliers to bring this vehicle onto the market today. And yeah, the powertrain is phenomenal. It's BMW, which makes it pretty darn good. And that has been a really key selling point for many of our Grenadier customers.
Now, with a lot of other brands launching in some untraditional ways, you guys have seemed to take a more traditional approach with launch and kind of getting out into the U.S. market. What was the strategy behind taking that more, conventional approach?
Yeah, I think it was very intentional. I think particularly for the U.S. and the Canadian market, hyper-competitive markets, very, very challenging, lots of excellent competitors. Primarily, we have chosen the dealer franchise model because speed to market, but also because I think OEMs generally, and this is a generalization, but I think OEMs generally underestimate the heavy lifting that it takes to actually serve the customer, not just at the point of sale, but over the course of the lifetime of the vehicle. And so that partnership between OEM and dealers is perfectly logical for us. As a brand new entrant, and as I spoke about a minute ago, a brand that is unknown, is a name that is not a household name by any stretch of the imagination. The equity and the support that our dealer partners bring to this is not to be underestimated. These are very well-known names in each of their communities. We've had the luxury of being able to go out and technically, hand-pick each of our franchise partners across the US and Canada. We have a complement of launch dealers of 21 at the moment, and we're going to grow gradually, steadily, as we make sure that we've proven out all of our systems, processes, and we have the production capacity to be able to feed these dealers.
That's great. So I know you specifically mentioned earlier that you chose to not come out and go with a traditional EV platform or model. What was the strategy or what was the reasoning behind that of going non-EV? Because of course, as you know, our industry is kind of leading in that direction, or that's kind of been a big thing. Was there something specifically why you guys chose to say, hey, this is where we're going to start and kind of go that route?
Absolutely. In principle, and first and foremost, it is the purpose of the vehicle is meant to be an off-road vehicle.
Okay.
It's very, very capable on-road, but it's supposed to be very, very capable off-road first and foremost. And for those people that do use it in off-road situations, being tethered literally and figuratively to a charging network is not really commensurate with what the vehicle is supposed to be. So it's an adventure vehicle. It's for people that like to go off weekends, weeks, months long, and really get off the grid, literally get off the grid. And so internal combustion engine was the logical choice for us, and clearly it's the most reliable choice, whether it's altitude, temperatures, distance. And so we will have a path in the future to go towards electrification, but it won't be replacing internal combustion, it will be complementing.
That makes sense. And how do you continue to move that needle forward, so to speak? Because like you said, you're 60 days in right now with the launch in the U.S., and not yet a household name. But where do you see it in, let's say, the next 2 to 3 years? How do you make that transition to become that household name, just like some other manufacturers that we might know?
Yeah, when you're in launch phase, 2 to 3 years seems a lifetime away. So we're very much sort of in the 2 to 3 weeks phase because we want to focus on taking fast feedback from our dealers, from our customers.
Okay.
I have to say all of which, of course, I would say this because I'm biased, but I would say it's been exceptionally positive so far. We've been very validated and gratified by the response that we've had from customers and from dealers. But there's work to do.
Yes.
There will be continuing work to do. At the moment, the focus is making sure that we have stability in processes, that we're listening to both customers and dealers to improve those processes, to introduce the Grenadier to more and more people. We have an order bank of about 9,000 at the moment, which is basically a pent-up order bank that we've built over 2 or 3 years that is going to take the best part of a year to deliver. We are the largest region in the world already, which we are largest in terms of total industry volume, so naturally we would be largest, but the focus is on very much making sure that we are delivering to those customers that have been waiting. After that, if we look further ahead, which is difficult for us to do, we have a pickup derivative of the Grenadier coming. That's coming within calendar year 24.
Okay.
And then we're working on the second and then third model lines because INEOS, we are quite long-term, quite strategic in the way that the company approaches things. So we have a 10, 15, 20-year horizon where we're bringing further vehicles to the market.
Fantastic. And then what about, because of course, the dealer infrastructure and support. I know you mentioned that you were able to kind of go through and hand select some of your dealer franchises. What does the experience look like for, these purchasers that have been waiting, they've now taken delivery? Are they able to get the full dealership experience as far as service and all of the other aspects that we talked about elemental-wise of the dealership?
Absolutely, and that was critical for us when we were working with each of our partners. We spoke, I think, to maybe 150 or about 150 different groups in terms of interest in the INEOS franchise. What was really critical for us is that we actually had that level of service. And these are mature, often multi-franchise dealer partners that have had experience across many different franchises, whether they're imported, domestic, or otherwise. So making sure that the INEOS experience is a dedicated experience from a sales and service perspective is very important. It's important for us as it's important for other brands to make sure that they have really focus from their dealer partners on those franchises. So every one of our dealerships across the country and into Canada offer independent sales and service. We have a separate team that is trained both on the sales and service side to be able to support just the Grenadier. Now, oftentimes there is shared services from a back-of-house perspective, but nevertheless, we've taken the time to make sure that we have partners that have really the bandwidth to be able to dedicate to a new startup. Because working together with them, we're doing something that a friend of mine equated to actually launching a rocket. There's a huge amount of energy getting the rocket actually off the ground and into orbit.
Yes.
And then there's a lesser amount of energy fine-tuning to make sure that it stays in a positive orbit. We're still in that getting it out of the atmosphere stage. Launch has been huge. It's been really successful. And as I said, it's resulted in more than 1,000 units in customers' hands in the last 60 days. We'll continue to do that, and we'll aim to probably get between 8,000 and 10,000 more out in calendar year 24.
Okay, good. And how do you see yourself with the launch and everything being successful? Do you see that's going to impact in the competitive space? Because there, of course, right now are other brands or vehicles that market that off-road, kind of rugged lifestyle. What's some of the things that you can see that is going to set the Grenadier apart once it's been, like you kind of mentioned, tested and tried and all of that?
It's a vehicle that is kind of touched on the zeitgeist at the moment, and whether this is sort of post-pandemic pragmatism, people want to get off-road, off the grid. There are some wonderful products out there. I mean, certainly if you look at what's happening right now with Wrangler, Bronco, and now Land Cruiser coming into a territory in the 50s and 60s, that's a punch-up. That's a bit of a slugfest with a high volume. That's not us.
Right.
We are very niche, very focused. We are very small volume, as I've said. We are for that customer that wants something that's especially rugged, that sits above that mass market. Our starting price is $71,500. But with that BMW powertrain, all of the capability of the Grenadier, 21st century technology where it's appropriate.
Yes.
But definitely some of the analog nostalgia from the 20th century, switches, things that are immediately accessible, not buried 3 levels down in an infotainment system.
Nice.
So that's kind of what we appeal to, customers that have a bit of nostalgia for that.
Okay.
And want something which is a very purposeful off-road tool.
Yeah.
Very specialist tool, but is actually something that you can comfortably do 6 or 7 hours in on a highway.
That's great. And so I think that's a big thing that you mentioned is really having the specific focus of being able to drill down and say, I'm using this vehicle for this, but I also have the ability to use it for other things. So with that being the kind of differentiating factor, when you talk about launching here in the U.S. and then ultimately growth, how do you see with involving more dealers, or if maybe you have some dealer principals out there that are interested or learning more, how does that growth process look, or how can people get more involved in INEOS and that process?
Yeah, and that process takes time.
Yeah.
And when we were looking at the right partners, we took a lot of time. We wanted to make sure they were very, very intentional choices from both sides. That process takes time. It will evolve through 24 and into 25. Our focus is squarely at the moment on the launch partners that we have at the moment and working together with them to make sure that we've bedded in processes, that we're addressing anything that comes up that wasn't expected. So our commitment is firmly to them and to the customers that are waiting. And I mentioned we got 9,000 of them just waiting out there who have been very patient, that we're looking forward to delivering the Grenadier to. But the process of expanding the network has to come eventually.
Right.
It has to be sustainable. It's got to be organic. It's got to be supported by our production capacity because they are hungry mouths to feed. And hopefully they will continue to be hungry as we generate more and more awareness and demand for the Grenadier.
Nice. And you mentioned hand selecting and picking those partners. What were some of the things that went into that selection process? Because, of course, we're here, there's tons of dealers, right? And so how did you guys go out and specifically pick those dealers? And was it you going to the dealer, or was there an interest that was created by the dealer and them coming to you? How did that process work?
It's a little of both. I mean, there were definitely dealers that were very aware of us from the very, very beginning and were hand raisers early on. I couldn't say exactly what the mix was of those that were aware and came to us versus those that we went out and actively solicited. The commonality is that they have a huge amount of interest in the Grenadier, that they see the market opportunity, that they have an outstanding reputation for customer service, because this is a customer that's going to go out, that will use the Grenadier in anger, that's going to break things, and so the ownership experience has to be really positive, supported by top quality service, after-sales support, parts and accessories care. Geographically, yes, they had to be in the right places. So we had hand raisers certainly that were from places that were interesting, but interesting for us in the future.
Okay.
And so there are geographies where we really captured reservations from to begin with, who were our original customer hand raisers. And we gravitated towards those places because we wanted to be able to serve those customers first. But we had to find the right partners that existed in those places. And there were some geographies where we chose not to go. We wanted to go, but we chose not to go because we just couldn't find the right partner for us at that time.
Makes sense.
We'll address that over the course of time, probably into 24 and into 25. But yeah, the process was probably the most intentional and the most important one that we will have made, or decisions that we will have made, because they are the face of our brand at customer level, and we want to make sure that they are as supportive of us as they are the customers, and that really symbiosis is up to us to support, and it's a great responsibility to be able to have to support that dealer network as well. So we take that very seriously.
Absolutely. And so you mentioned 60 days in, right? Is there any personal testimonies that you've heard from, those that have taken delivery and had the opportunity to get the vehicle out in its element and really enjoy it? Anything that you want to share that you maybe a little anecdotal story that you heard or anything?
Well, yeah, it's we've spent a lot of time in direct conversation with our end customer.
Okay.
And I just 2 nights ago we did a webinar. This is a great forum. Basically, there's a community of customers that have already grown that were doing meetups before they'd ever taken delivery of their Grenadiers, which is great.
Yes.
There's a lot of enthusiasm and passion out there. What they've told us, I think, is capability-wise and substance of the Grenadier has exceeded their expectations. They saw it, they drove it on some of our familiarization events, but actually getting out there into the desert, into wherever they go with it, and using the vehicle for what it's intended to, they've just had a massive amount of pleasure from that. Not only themselves in the driver's seat, but with their families along for the ride as well. Camping, overlanding, whatever they've gone out to do. So I think that's the purchase, the intention of this is not the Grenadier sitting in the driveway, it's what the Grenadier actually enables them to go out and do.
Nice. Now, I know one of the big off-road outdoor things that just recently happened was King of the Hammers. Were you guys able to have a presence there or any interactions there?
Not this time, but it's on the radar. Yeah, it's of interest, and there's so many different things that we'd love to go out and do. There is something, again, coming back to that principle of being quite intentional about what we do.
Yes.
The focus is on those folks that have been with us on this journey.
Okay.
Going out there and then banging the drum and effectively rolling up and generating more demand is something for us to do later in 2024.
Okay.
We're very conscious that we have to continue that journey of generating awareness, filling the top of the sales funnel, and making sure that there are more and more customers familiar with the Grenadier. But that's not now. That's a little bit later. We've got to focus very much on our dealers and our customers first.
And so what I hear you saying, the biggest takeaway, one of the advantages of INEOS and the Grenadier is that it's specifically built for specific customers that have a focus and a desire that they want to fulfill but ultimately it is a very versatile overall concept and vehicle.
You're right. Yeah, absolutely right. The principle of this vehicle was it was built on purpose to be very, very off-road capable. We recognized that has to be pragmatic. You've got to be actually appropriate for everyday life. There are some folks that use this as a daily driver, and it's very, very capable at doing exactly that. But on the weekends, or whether you take it away for a month or so, it's exceptionally capable off-road.
Fantastic. Well, Greg, thank you so much for your time. We
Well,
definitely
thank you.
appreciate it. And I'm excited. I mean, the picture looks great. And at least now when I see it on the road, I'll know, I know what that is.
We get asked that a lot. Hey, what is that thing? So it's a pleasure to be able to tell that story, and it's a pleasure to be able to share that with you and everybody here today. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for two primary reasons. Number one, to educate, and number two, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
Learn and grow, right? It's a great opportunity, and that's exactly what NADA is all about. It's about getting the information that you need and having that opportunity to take something back home with you. And so we want to continue in that vein, and we also want to look ahead. So we're going to talk about the dealership of tomorrow and how that looks. And to help me do that, I'd like to invite Glenn Mercer up. Glenn, are you ready? All right, stage is yours. Let's give him a big round of applause.
We're on. Okay, good. I'm giving the movie version of this presentation takes about 2 hours. The TV adaptation is at 4 o'clock today in 45 minutes. Consider this the trailer version. We won't even touch on the inside the store topics today, but just the outside of the store and the challenges facing it. So let's just get right into it. Introduction. This is my, the disclaimer up front. This is my own work. None of this should be construed as the official opinions of NADA. NADA retained me in late 2016 to do the first version of this. We thought it would be a one-off for the 2017 show, but by popular demand, it comes back every year. So we're going to look back in this presentation a little bit 7 years because history is important, and then also ahead sort of kind of 7 years. For those international guests here, this is relevant only to the United States. All marketing, all retailing is local at some point, and so I'm not going to say any of this applies to, say, Europe. And we don't even have 45 minutes, so we'll just keep going. I'll leave out all the social and political stuff, and we're just going to focus on automotive retail. And if you're a glutton for punishment, I have a Substack you can read. I find it very useful if you have trouble falling asleep. I'll be up to one joke per trend. But no more. The acknowledgments, as always, is I don't do primary research. I don't do surveys myself, et cetera, et cetera. For those of you who are photographing this, by the way, there's a version of it available to download from the NADA app. I steal stuff from other analysts who do real work, and I would ask you to go to them and read their stuff, the primary stuff. It's how they earn their living. Any mistakes in interpretation are my own. I'll skip that, and we'll just move ahead. The first thing I'll say, I have 5 themes. The first one is change is always with us, always has been. I reject completely and possibly heretically the idea that we're engaging in or living in a world of more rapid change now from an automotive retailing perspective than we have in the past. I don't think so. It's been like this every single year. Every NADA convention I've come to has had an existential crisis going on, whether Auto Vitel would disintermediate every dealer in America, or whether the public dealership chains would wipe out family ownership, et cetera, et cetera. It just goes on, and every year we learn something from it, and every year we, meaning the dealer body and the affiliated industries, adapt, absorb the threat, and move on and thrive. So just looking in the 1980s, the transplants were built all around America. We had a southern drift in population and manufacturing. We decided to get into M&A. Let's go buy Volvo. Let's go buy Jaguar and Land Rover. Let's sign up with Isuzu and Suzuki. By the 1990s, the Korean import wave had appeared. All of America woke up one day and decided they wanted a pickup truck. Daimler Chrysler was formed, taking the best part of 2 companies, the Dime from Daimler and the Lure from Chrysler. That's a small joke. 9/11, of course, was a big challenge for us, and the Great Recession. 2 out of our 3 national champions went bankrupt. Isn't that enough change for you? And on and on. And of course, we skip right now to the present. It's EV, 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 and now China. So just repeating again that I think, as you hear from any media outlet at this point in time, don't worry, no mainstream anti-media rant here, to put things in perspective in terms of our ability to adapt to change. And it has been a rotating cast of changes and threats and opportunities, as you can see from this slide, and we'll go through some of them today. That's my second point, is each year it's something different. But the past ones are still with us, and they mutate as well. Point 3 is some of them have receded. The threat, the existential threat, as it were, of autonomous vehicles has receded. The existential threat of mobility services, such as Uber and Lyft, has receded. I'll spend more time on these. Some of the opportunities have become murkier, I would say. Connected car, which we thought of as mostly an upside opportunity a few years ago, is now looking a little more complicated. And then, of course, there are electric vehicles, which have moved from an interesting niche to broad-based, and that is a mixture of threat and opportunity. And then the 5th point is some new ones have emerged. Channel changes, shifts attempted by OEMs relative to the relationship with the dealer channel. And of course, if you are from overseas, you know that a lot of this has been going on in Europe, much less so here. And then of course, the rise of China in terms of at least 3 dimensions, which I'll get into. Okay, off we go. Hot topics. We'll skip that. Okay, mobility services, ride-hail mostly. I'm not talking here about scooters and things, though we keep an eye on so-called micro-mobility. But yesterday, here was the threat. Uber CEO Travis Kalanick says car ownership is passé. Millennials aren't buying cars. They do not want to drive. They do not want to own cars. 2017 Newsweek. Today, Uber has reached the mighty goal of being less than 0.5% of all personal car trips in the United States from their own statistics. So I think we've absorbed this one. They're a useful part of the choices you have for mobility services, but the challenge to personal ownership has receded. The reason for the cross out there is somewhere along the line, I must have missed the memo, we stopped calling it transportation and started calling it mobility, which apparently adds to the valuation multiple somehow. But anyway, it's one more mobility service. Rental cars, Hertz was founded in 1918. I'm sure in 1918, car companies were worried that rental cars would destroy personal ownership, et cetera, et cetera. And to prove this point, as opposed to just being my opinion thrown at you, this chart has not been updated yet because the census data for 2022 is not out. But after more than a decade of ride-hail services in these major metropolitan areas in the United States, ownership of vehicles, this is cars per household, personally owned cars per household, has gone up rather than down. So you'd think if you were in ground zero in San Francisco, ground zero for mobility services, where in 2010 the average household had 1.7 cars. After 15 years of scooters, e-bikes, Lyft, and Uber, this number would have gone down. It has gone up. And then as far as the millennials, I'll skip the millennial part. The next thing is micromobility. We're keeping an eye on this. This is for, in the future, not quite yet here in the United States, where we're getting mixed messages on small mobility as an option relative to large vehicles. Of course, in Europe, it has really taken off, so we're keeping a close eye there. But again, mixed messages in the United States, where we're seeing a surge in the purchase and usage of bicycles, but actually a decline in the usage of bicycles for commuting. And then, of course, subscriptions, which sort of rise and fall over time. They were big a few years ago, decline, sort of coming back again. Again, Europe leads the way in subscriptions. We do not see this yet here as a major challenge for us. Appears to be mostly an ultra-short lease. And we haven't really seen much of this catch on, but still looking at it. I would point you to Augustin Friedel on LinkedIn, who covers both micromobility and subscriptions, especially in Europe, very, very well. Apparently, to run a subscription service, you must have a very strange name. So that may be why we haven't done more of it here. We're running out of strange names. Net on the mobility services, neutral to car ownership and sales in the United States, moderate upside, moderate downside. Autonomous vehicles, another challenge. Yesterday, 2012, Sergey Brin, who is a smart person, co-founder of Google, you may have heard of them, said you'll ride in robot cars within 5 years. No, you will not. This hasn't happened, but is still moving along, and we'll go into detail. Today, we have the interesting sort of dichotomy of Waymo's technology works, but doesn't make any money. Tesla's technology doesn't work, but they make a lot of money selling it to customers for its eventual working in the future. By my calculations, which are not sanctioned by anyone else, Waymo had 700,000 rides this year, which went off without a hitch, and lost $4,000 on each ride because they have an annual burn rate of $3 billion. That will have to come down a bit before this business model works. Tomorrow, what do we see for autonomous vehicles? High functionality, I won't get into the SAE levels, but high functionality, truly autonomous vehicles, robotaxis gaining ground versus taxis and a ride-hail, but at what cost? Remember, the competition for a robotaxi is a minimum wage driver and an 8-year-old Hyundai, and it's very, very hard to invest in all the technology that goes into a robotaxi and meet that competitive challenge. And then further, against the personal car, where the key point in economics I'll make there is that the owner of the personal car does a lot of the work for free, drives the car for free, cleans the car or not for free, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a hard nut to crack. Medium functionality AVs, Super Cruise and things like that become options for premium personal ownership. We're already seeing that. Why would I share a robo-taxi with some smelly former rider? Why not own one myself? And then, of course, low functionality ADAS is completely ubiquitous. To show the dichotomy we're facing in autonomous vehicles, I encourage you to look at Rodney Brooks's blogs at MIT. Rodney has been studying robotics since literally the 1950s, and in 2017 he had the foresight to collect forecasts for autonomous vehicles that various people had made, like Ford CEO said fully autonomous vehicles for mobility services companies would be on the road from Ford in 2021. So we see all these different predictions in 23. All of them have failed. Every single one that had a date before 2024 have failed. The one in arrows are the predictor pushed it out a few years, and the ones in blue, which you can't really see, we haven't gotten there yet. So if you look at this and you say, this is dismal, it turned out to be really, really, really hard to do autonomous vehicles. As the old joke goes, and autonomous vehicles are around long enough that we actually have old jokes about them, after you get the first 95% of AV right, you only have 95% to go, because it's all edge cases after that, as we've seen in San Francisco. On the other hand, we have made real progress. To be fair, public robotaxi services in the United States have proliferated. Unfortunately, this slide was locked down late last year, and Cruise is currently on pause. And Motional and mobility use safety drivers, so really can only count Waymo as a success here, but moving along, it's just at an incredible burn rate. So, onward. How hard can it be, anyway, to drive autonomously? I watched this video a lot. Apparently an orangutan can do it, but we haven't yet figured out how to do it with a computer. Connected car. So those are the first two where I think we can say, not in terms of how they will succeed in terms of a technology or a business model. Obviously, Uber has figured out how to do ride hail. Obviously, Waymo has figured out the technology of autonomous vehicles. But as challenges or threats to the event going on in this building, we'd say they've receded. Other ones have become sort of murkier. Connected car is the first one I'll mention here. Yesterday, for those of you who are as old as I am, this is called telematics. And it was launched as early as 2000 or so, were the first telematics initiatives. You may remember an old Goldman Sachs report from that year that Marianne Keller, the late great Marianne Keller, had flagged because it said that OnStar was worth more than all the rest of General Motors. It's great how these things come back over and over again, because a few years ago we were saying Cruise was worth more than the rest of General Motors too. Anyway, at the time, the first time around, the immature technology didn't quite work. Connectivity was a problem, et cetera. Software was unreliable. And then as the technology matured, this is where the car companies kind of fell asleep at the wheel. And this is a bad situation that occurred. I'm not knocking them. They all missed this. But the tech firms on the left coast seized all three major connected car revenue streams. The phone, the cell phone, the smartphone took over communications in the car. I used to own an Acura NSX with an actual installed car phone branded by Acura. Those are long gone. It's just given me a Bluetooth connection to the phone. All that revenue left the car. Music, which used to generate revenue for car companies. I'll say an AM radio, an AM FM radio, a cassette radio, a CD, et cetera, et cetera. Now it is again just give me a Bluetooth connection. That went off to Spotify and Apple iTunes, et cetera, et cetera. And the navigation moved from folding maps and maybe some CDs in a trunk-mounted changer to personal navigation devices, Garmin's and TomToms and bead mags up on the dashboard. And now again, it is just let me connect Waze or whatever to my Android Auto. Our current OEMs have said, we missed all three of these huge revenue streams. We will not let it happen again. We shall see. Today, connectivity is ubiquitous and the apps are mature, so we're kind of ready for the return of connected car. Where do we see it going? Well, the OEMs push connected car features very aggressively, seeking enormous recurring revenues, hoping customers will pay and that they themselves will not compete away all the profits. The question here, and this is why this gets murkier for people in this building, is will OEMs fairly share connected car revenue with dealers on the front line? As in, we want the dealer to help teach the customer and how the different features work, and if one of them breaks, then the dealer will fix it. But on the other hand, we prefer that the revenue stream flow only to Stuttgart or Nagoya. That's where we're getting a little edgy. So charts like this from Eagle Juliuson here, for example, this is where the car companies start racking up all these dollars. They dream of recurring revenue because they'd rather make money a little bit every week like Netflix does than sell you something for $60,000 once every 7 years. So we see all these projections, some of them working very well, such as usage-based insurance, others not so well. But then we get statements like this from the OEM saying this is going to be a huge amount of our income going forward. So that's the happy hope and expectation. The battle really is If you're an optimist, you say customers are familiar with paying for subscriptions of all kinds, Netflix or whatever, also relying on the fact that the average American is up to something like 6 subscriptions, only 3 of which they remember paying for, and the other 3 are draining their bank account while they sleep. So can we do that? Or the pessimistic view is no, customers will only pay for above and beyond. They don't want Ford's version of Spotify. They want something better and different, and they'll pay for that, such as in-car Wi-Fi. And will the OEMs just give it away? Because the easiest way for Mercedes to sell a few more cars than BMW without discounting the price of the car is to give away the software suite. We shall see. Okay, this is my winning app for a connected car, Pay to Exit. You get somewhere, you turn off the car, and it will not let you out until you pay $5 on your credit card. I think this is a real future, but so far no one has returned my calls. Next up, we're not talking about it today, but the next up in this area is the software-defined vehicle. No comment on it today, but we're trying to keep track on it. The source is kind of important here. This is what happened when I asked ChatGPT what a software-defined vehicle was. Very good work by ChatGPT, which maybe tells you where we're headed. Thank you, Robot Overlord. And again, Augustine Friedel has good coverage on this. I think a crucial thing with a software-defined vehicle is to remember that it's not necessarily all customer-facing. Okay, electric vehicles. You've probably heard about this topic. You've probably heard about this topic so much, I think it's kind of the pundit, analyst, and consultants full employment act for 2024. So just for fun, guess what? I don't think we should talk about it. You're going to hear so much about it here today, you know, that maybe we can skip one more lecture. Oh, I can't resist. Why not? Okay. Yesterday, it was really 2 small niches in the United States, the incumbent OEMs at low-cost, short-range urban runabouts like Leaf. And then, of course, the new guys on the block, Tesla, saying no, instead of coming in from the low end of the price range, which, by the way, is the classical definition of disruption, will come in at the high end with long-range premium vehicles. But today now, as things have emerged and changed, we have a struggle between supply push and demand pull. We'll go into that in a little bit of detail. As far as the future goes, everybody has an opinion on electric vehicles, but my opinion would be that the trajectory is still up. There is a world of difference between the rate of growth slowing and growth stopping or reversing. That is not what is happening here, though the press seems to kind of somehow read slower growth as growth reversing. Not the case. Government push is long-term pro-EV, short-term dependent on politics. At a part of the conference this morning, we heard people from Cox and others said that if a certain president gets elected, we'll probably flatline EV penetration for the next few years, but still looking possibly at 30% by 2030. If a different president gets elected, maybe we're at 12, 14% over the next few years. So a lot of it depends on politics. I will not attempt to predict that. The customer base is evolving from premium male techie buyers to mass market, family-oriented drivers and passengers or shoppers. There's a difference between buyers, as in I'm going to line up and buy your car, to I'm going to shop around and maybe you can sell me one. And of course, the chasm we try to get across right now, and this is EV specialized area here, talking about this, is the gap, the chasm between the profitable ICE and the unprofitable, for now, mostly EV. So, electric vehicles, growing share? Yes, no, both. Up to you which one you want to use. This is BEV share only. If you look at the left-hand side of the chart, you say it's growing. You look at the right-hand side, you say we have paused. I'll let you figure out which one you want to believe in. The reasons cited for slower growth, you do not need to hear more and more about price, range, charging, politics, etc. So never mind. My view, though, is, as always, it's the product. For many, BEVs have been the wrong product. I think it was Jonathan Smoke said this morning, nobody has a problem with their gasoline car, that they're thinking, how can I fix the problem with this gasoline car? If there was something out there to fix that problem. We don't have a problem. We have an environmental, social, society level problem, but at the level of the personal owner, there's no problem that an EV solves for someone who owns gasoline. So we have to change this if we're going to go forward. So BEVs have evolved from vehicles people buy to vehicles we must sell. And as J.D. Power has pointed out, Tesla cut its average transaction price $27,000 in 1 year and barely moved their market share. So that tells me it's the product. If the price can come down that far, and that's, so for the average American car, they'll be cutting its price in half and not seeing demand really move much. And those of you who just saw the California Car Dealers Association report just come out that in the fourth quarter of 2023, Tesla in California sold fewer cars than it did in the fourth quarter of 2022. Again, telling you there's a product problem. It's not a broad enough product line in this case. I owned a 3, I bought a Y, where do I go to next? We'll leave Cybertruck aside. And remember, if those of you who think it's slowing, the United States is on track to buy about 1.5 million EVs in 2023, the same as 2016 through 2021 combined. Okay, my take is the rest of the world leads, U.S. must follow. We are used to being ahead of the game in the United States. That has now changed. It used to be, well, I got to design my car to sell in America or I really won't be able to hit my volume targets. Well, now I can hit my volume targets in China and Europe and not have to worry so much about the United States, where the only thing that's designed really for here now is either giant SUVs or pickup trucks. So with OEMs competing globally, if they're designing for the world, they will not necessarily give up on designing EVs for the United States. I'll skip that. Impact on dealers, I'm just going to flip through the big issue here is that we go into some depth later on today is what does this mean for fixed operations? I think this is one thing that's turned more green from red as we realize the impact on service ops is likely to be much more modest than we expected it to be. There were too many people a few years ago saying, well, the electric motor only has one moving part, and so therefore service revenue will vaporize, has not turned out to be the case. If you heard Group 1's recent earnings call, when they announced fourth quarter earnings, they are still registering higher repair order counts, dollars per repair order for EV than for ICE. So, but I'll just flip through it. You can come back for 4 o'clock, you want all this detail. For instance, from one dealer group, I asked them for their data. In each case, the first bar is ICE customer pay, and then the red bar is EV customer pay. Then we have ICE warranty, dark blue, EV warranty, light blue. Then we have the sum of the two, ICE dark black and EV gray. GM comparing Cruise and Volt, which is not necessarily a fair comparison. Nissan, Sentra, and Leaf, and Toyota, which shouldn't have an EV in the fight at the time, Corolla and Prius. In every single case, the electrified vehicle showing more dollars per RO to get fixed so far. And this is entirely contradictory to everything we believe, but Cox does good data, and that the EVs are coming in for more service visits per year than ICE. Why is that? Probably a lot of it is debugging, and it'll get better, and this number will change, but right now, the reality is this. And then we talked to the Norwegians, because of course they are loaded with EVs, and I'll skip that. What happens if we do not address it is the aftermarket will fill the gap. The share of total repair and maintenance that American dealers have had peaked in 1960 at about 45%. It's been on a long, slow slide down to 30%. It will drop further if we let the aftermarket come after EVs. And the aftermarket is incredibly inventive. I will only flag this one thing here. You didn't think that your EV needed fluid changes? Well, Castrol would beg to differ. We have EV transmission fluid specialty from Castrol. And if they can market it, they'll try to sell it. Okay. Okay, now slow it down just a little bit to finish up. Channel change. This is the one of the last things here. Yesterday, mostly a non-issue. In the United States, when we looked at the channels that vehicles were sold in, the incumbents were all dealer-enabled, and there was one outlier, Tesla, direct-to-customer. Today, the USA is stable in this regard. The world is changing rapidly with agency all over Europe, of course, and Australia and elsewhere, usually described as agency, cited motives to lower cost, to set prices, to connect to customers. Germany has almost twice as many BMW dealers as America has, but it has 1/4 of the population. Thus, intra-brand competition is intense, and agency allows control of price and makes sense in that marketplace. Tomorrow, we'll see how it is implemented around the world, but in the United States, the urge to implement agency has receded as inventories have started building. You've seen all the media coverage that VinFast back here has decided to sign up dealers, and so is Fisker, because when you've got a few 100,000 cars on boats that you're on your books, your view on dealers changes. We'll skip agency. We surveyed people. At DeBoer, Brian DeBoer at Lithia, in the middle here says, thinks 5 to 10% of volume via agency 2035 is possible. Roger Penske, who also knows what he's talking about, says it will not happen at all. You get to pick. Really quickly, we'll skip this one. Stay tuned for more announcement on that. We'll skip Hyundai Amazon, except how you return the car is a little harder with Amazon than with regular stuff. Artificial intelligence will skip. Told you this is the trailer version, and we'll just go to China. Of course, we know China is a challenge to the world in terms of control of battery materials processing. And now is a challenge to the world in terms of exporting, just like Japan did at one point and Korea did at the next point. By the way, a lot of this growth is ICE volume. This is not all EVs, and a lot of it is to Russia, because nobody wants to sell cars in Russia anymore after they invaded Ukraine, but China seems to have no problem. So I would say the line is up faster than we might have expected, but it is still growing, of course. It's not like we weren't warned. The Chinese announced they were going to do this about a decade ago. Enormous cost advantages. And crucially, I'll skip this and go to a summary of this, because I have less than a minute to go. Changing the base of competition. What I mean by that is 900-volt cars. Cars with 10 screens in them. Cars with a screen on the headliner, so it's above you. The BYD car, which can launch a drone from its roof. Other cars with refrigerators on board, and the BYD innovation I thought was really cool. You put Grand Theft Auto on the screen in the car, you park the car, it shifts into game mode, and now the pedals and the wheel are no longer connected to the car, but they're connected to the screen, and you can play life-size GTA in your car from your driver's seat. I have no idea if this will work or if it'll sell, but boy, it is creative and is changing the base of competition. To summarize where we are, if you are watching those little traffic lights in the corner all the way along, all the lights were yellow. Many threats have receded. We don't have any red lights blinking. Some opportunities have turned murky. We don't have any green lights either. And other trends' impacts depend on external factors not yet clear. You predict how AI is going to go. You predict how politics are going to go, for example. Receded threats were these two, murkier threats these, and these are still unclear. But to end right now, because I'm at negative time, which is always a great concept, I went on eBay and I bought the Automotive News Almanac from 1958. I'm going back to where I started this talk 28 minutes ago. These are headlines from 65 years ago, again, to reassure you that almost everything we see in this industry, we've seen some version of before. We can learn from the past how to deal with it this time around. Experts say car safety regulation may be on the horizon. Could be. DeSoto introduces See and Drive pop-up shops at shopping centers. I thought pop-up shops were a new idea. Okay, 65 years ago we had temporary stores at shopping centers from DeSoto. Of course, didn't work out for DeSoto. General Motors is in court over fairness of dealer termination. Sorry, I couldn't avoid one cheap shot. Imported car volumes surging, though to only 3% of sales. And then Chrysler introduced, available in this model year, an automatic accelerator, sort of a primitive cruise control for highway use called. Thank you.
All right, once again, let's give Glenn a round of applause. Great information. Looking into the insight of the dealership of tomorrow. We're going to continue to kind of move the conversation forward, and specifically, we want to talk and give you the opportunity to learn more about multi-franchise dealer groups. It's a very unique and very fun dealer group to discuss, and to help me do that, I'd like to welcome up Joel Dabo. Joel, are you ready? No, you're not ready? Okay, that's cool. I'll wait for you. Don't worry. If you need me to wait, I'll wait. Come on up, Joel. Let's give him a round of applause. They didn't hear they didn't hear. I thought I said I'm not ready. Right, yeah, they heard you say you're not ready. That's okay. It's all right. Well, welcome back. We're back again. Again. Yes. So before we get, I know who you are, but maybe not everyone else knows who you are. So take time, introduce yourself, and talk about your role with NADA.
Okay. All right. My name is Joel Dalabo, as you said, and I am a 20 group moderator, dealer consultant is what the official title is, management consultant. And I've been with NADA for 8 years in the automobile field for, I'm not going to tell you, long time. And so the main thing I'm here to talk about is 20 groups, because that's what I do, and multi-franchise 20 groups.
Absolutely. So tell us, just right off the bat, what separates a multi-franchise 20 group versus maybe just a traditional 20 group?
Excellent question. All right, so we all know or maybe some of you out there are in a traditional 20 group, which is generally the same brand. So you may be a Honda or a Buick GMC or another brand, and the same dealers in that group, all in non-competing markets, and it's peer-to-peer learning where they help each other get better over years. If you're not performing, I would ask why you're not performing, and if you give me the answers, then I will ask Jero, you're really doing really well, what do you say? That's traditional. What multi-franchise, to be in a multi-franchise group, you have to have 3 or more rooftops. You have to be a C-level manager or higher, so COO, CFO, owner. You cannot be a general manager or a single store within that group manager, because the meetings would have no meaning to you. We don't drill down to what's happening in your parts department of your one Nissan store on the other side of town. That's not what multi-franchise does.
So what do they specifically do? Because that's a great point, and that sounds like we're having higher level conversations. Mm-hmm. So what are some of the things that you're seeing, come out of even the end of 23 or as we anticipate 24? Mm-hmm. What do those conversations look like?
Well, the conversations are more, like you just said, high level from running the entire group. It may be in this year especially, how to manage, what does your structure look like, your management structure? As expenses and inflation pops in, what managers do you need to keep in your structure? Maybe you need a platform manager, but over how many stores? So if you own, say, 10 or 12 stores, do you need one platform manager for 5 and one for the other 5, or do you need one over 10? And those are the discussions that we have in the meetings at very high level, which is completely, again, different from regular 20 group.
Absolutely. And so some of the things that we've heard just throughout the day today is when we're talking about the dealership environment as a whole, creating that culture, right? When you have a multi-franchise 20 group, how then does the culture vary, or how do you address the culture over those multi-franchises? Because as you can imagine, one franchise is going to look a lot different from a consumer base than the other. How does that something that's navigated, and is that discussed?
Yes, that is a very common discussion on a regular basis. So one of the things we'll use as an agenda item would be, what's the dealership vision, right? Do you have a vision statement? Do you even know what you want your dealer group to be? It has to start from the owner. And then to develop that culture, everyone has to be on the same page. It's no different than when you're looking at running a football team or managing a football team, with this week being at the Super Bowl. They're looking at the whole team and how to structure the team, or how to manage the culture of that team. Is it a winning culture? What do you do to make sure you're performing at the highest level? And that's what most of the discussions turn out to be.
That's great. And so what about those dealers that are transitioning, going from conventional to maybe I want to be multi-franchise? Maybe I'm looking at, I have 2 right now, and I'm looking to acquire that 3rd. How then do you prepare them to make that transition?
Well, excellent question, because that is I think one of the biggest values of being in multi-franchise, whether you're at 2 and you want to get to 3. So the hardest thing I think everyone knows is running one car dealership. If anyone here thinks it's easy, raise your hand, because it's not. Not one.
Looking for hands.
No hands.
No hands,
anybody?
okay.
Nobody. All right, so when you start going to 2, troubles double. Sorry, they do. And then you say, well, we want to expand. We start looking at another store somewhere. Now you have to make a decision. Is it within a certain distance? Is it in your market? Or do you want to go to another state? Well, if you want to go to another state, you think it different now. How do you manage across state lines, different state laws? everything is further away. You have to change everything you think. So right away, those are the things that you have to think about when you want to expand. And it's always discussed in our groups.
Absolutely. And what about dealers? Do you ever see dealers that are maybe in the group that have considered scaling back? Like maybe they have 10, like you mentioned, and they're looking to go back from 10 to 8, or is there opportunity for both ways, both growth and maybe kind of taking the foot off the pedal a little bit?
Yeah, I have. Good question, because I have one particular dealer I think of who's in what we call Super Group 2. And this particular gentleman, he had grown to like 12 or 13 stores, and someone came with the opportunity to buy 11 of them, and he did, and went back to 1, and he got bored, and now he's back to 6. So I do see it. Sometimes people want to step back and get smaller because it is, again, a lot different. But most of the members in my multi-franchise groups are all on the growth pattern. For instance, this is 24, so for 22, huge growth in most of my groups. A lot of acquisitions, and then 23 is a little bit of a pause, but now 24 right back on it again because the numbers are starting to level out and they can easily make a decision. But the whole acquisition strategy, that's huge topics on every single meeting. Because you have to determine, and that's what we will do. We go around the room. We don't go into details if you have something working, but you may say, do you have any? Yes, we have 2 in the process. We just added 2. So when you add 2 stores, what do you think the challenges are? Those who have done it before know there's lots of challenges, right? When you add 2 stores at a time, or even 1 store at a time, when do you go in to tell the people that you're going to be the next owner? You want to go in early, because if you wait too long, they're gone when you get there, and then you have an empty store. So there's a lot of different process discussions of how do you handle to get there to make sure it's the most. And a lot of the dealers in our groups have struggled when they're 2 or 3 to get to 5 or 6 just because of that. But once they get to 10 or 11, they kind of got it down pat, and now they can figure it out.
And what about, with everything that's going on? So, because again, like you said, troubles double, and sometimes they quadruple, right? But how does that impact with regulatory issues, with, let's say, climate issues, buying climate, things of that nature? When I'm in this multi-franchise group, how am I impacted by some of those external factors that maybe I'm not necessarily in control with? And then what do I do?
Well, good question. It is always brought up as a topic. How do we handle all the new regulations that are always presented? And obviously, if you have to implement it in 1 store, when you want to implement it in 5 stores, it's an entirely different program. And we do discuss that quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And so overall, what would you say, because I know we talked about there's a difference in the level of conversation. What have you seen for some of your dealer groups that have been existing in the group for a while? What is their biggest takeaway? What is their biggest benefit from being involved in the group versus trying to do it on their own?
Without a doubt, the one thing each one will tell you is knowing you're with a group of people that are dealing with the same challenges you are. And we all know there's no book on how to run 1. There's definitely no book on how to run 4 or 5. And if you don't get outside of your bubble of your world and talk to other people about how things should be, you're probably not going to have a good result. And I'll give you an example. Later today, I have a workshop that I'm following with this, and I have a meeting set up after that workshop with a person that's in one of the multi-franchise groups who called me and said, I hired a new COO, and he has, I think, 18 stores. He said, do you have someone else who's already been a COO of a large group that's going to be at NADA? Can we sit down and set up a time for just to connect, have a 40, 45-minute conversation, and then use that they can know each other for going forward? That's a benefit that is available within each of the multiple groups, and we currently have 3, so that would give people, a chance to do that, and it's really popular.
Absolutely, and that is great. And being able to network, but not only network, have the experience to be able to specifically address maybe some of the concerns that new COO might be presented with, you know. Now, you mentioned that there's 3 multi-franchise groups right now. Do you foresee that growing, or where's the growth pace to make it 4, 5, 6, you know, all that?
Yes, currently we have 3, we call them again, they're multi-franchise groups, nicknamed Supergroup because the first 2 letters are SG. We have SGO 1, 2, and 3. SGO 1 is the larger sized multi-franchise group, anywhere from 800 million in revenue and up. That group is looking at maybe 1 or 2 more members. SGO 2 is completely full, with some people waiting to get in. SGO 3 has openings for a few members, and we are going to be starting SGO 4 this week because there'll be conflicts. So people will be coming to the booth asking about, can I join a multi-franchise group? And you can't, as you may or may not know, be in the same town as a competitor. So there will be expanding into 4 and then futures to go beyond that because, you know, the single points are still doing very, very well, by the way. And if you look long term, there's no issues. If you look back, it's not what everyone thinks. But there's plenty in the middle that there's a lot of growth in the 5 to 20 space, and there's still plenty there. Whereas a lot of people I get phone calls from that just aren't ready to go to the next step if they want to be in BEVs, or they're ready to retire, and those are the ones that are helping the regular groups expand. And as they expand, they're looking for help, and that's what we're here for.
That's great. That's great. So give us some insight, because you mentioned about the logistics of, you know, not being in the same town and having that space and distance. How are the meetings normally conducted to be beneficial for those, especially from a logistics and geographical standpoint?
Yeah. So again, to be in a group, if you're in the group, you cannot be a competitor. In most of my groups, in the multi-franchise groups, spread out pretty much all around the country. And then the meetings obviously happen in different locations, but wherever the group happens to be, there's no one going to be given anything that's a conflict.
That's great. That's great. And then what about with, you know, if someone, like you said, wants to be a part of SGO4, where can they find you? Where can they find out more information about getting signed up for SGO4 and saying, hey, you know what, this is great. I'm in that growth trajectory, and this is something I need to have on my radar.
Yep. So here's a couple of good things. So we're all here at NADA. You know, we have a booth that opens tomorrow at the NADA Pavilion. I recommend you find some time to come to the pavilion. We will all be there. We have all of our moderators there. But the big thing is, I have a lot of multi-franchise dealers that are here. I see some in the crowd today. What we usually do, especially if you're here, if you're interested, come to the booth, and then I usually reach out to one of my members and set up a meeting. One of my moderators who moderates the SGO1 has a meeting this afternoon with a interested member, and he's meeting with 3 members of the group to see, is this what I want to do, and what's, you know, from peer to peer, because I could tell you it's a great thing, but we always refer to peer, so you can hear from someone that has been in the group to see this is what we like.
I think that's a great point, because again, it's one thing when you are watching the game, it's another thing when you're playing in the game. And so being able to have that peer-to-peer and that influence of knowing, like, oh, I understand what that's like. I've dealt with that myself. I think that does make a big difference when it comes to that group. And so what about with the supergroup moderators? Do the moderators rotate, or is it the same moderator that kind of carries out for maybe a calendar year, or how does that kind of normally play out?
Generally, the moderators stay with the groups. Supergroup 2 is the group that I have. I had Supergroup 1, and then we brought another moderator in because I had a conflict with the group I had to take. But generally, the moderator stays. We don't rotate between groups, but we do communicate with each other. And then one other thing I always like to bring up, so we have multi-franchise groups, but the multi-franchise groups have spun off 2 groups. They've spun off a fixed group for the fixed directors of the multi-franchise group. So to be in that group, you have to be a fixed director in either 1, 2, or 3. And then we've also spun off a digital marketing group. To be in that group, you have to be a digital marketing manager for a multi-franchise group in 1, 2, or 3. And that's been very, very successful, because what happens is the owners have agreements that the managers go to the those group meetings, but then one owner will go to each one to give feedback to see if it's valuable. And so far, in over a year they've been doing it, it's been very, very spectacular.
Yeah, that's amazing when you really think about, and I think it speaks to the importance of being able to collaborate with others that are on the same journey that you're in. You know, having, like you said, the SGO groups, now they've broken out to say, hey, there's a need that we see in digital marketing and a need that we see in fixed management, and now we're going to create those subgroups based on that. So I think that's awesome to be able to, again, have that experience, but also to be able to identify that need.
Yeah, and right now we're also in discussion of starting a CFO spinoff. So there'll be the controllers or the CFOs with their controllers in a group. We have controller groups also for traditional, but this would be a multi-franchise controller/CFO groups that spin off within the multi-franchise.
Yeah, and it's support. I mean, that's the biggest thing that's needed, and especially like you said, with having the multiple franchises, having multiple things that you have to deal with, the more support, the better. And then what about as far as with overall in the group, if there does become a conflict, right? Because sometimes that does happen if I'm looking to acquire or make an acquisition and now it presents a conflict, how is that typically handled?
Another excellent question. I luckily, I've been running these groups for 3 years. I've only had a couple, and they were able to work out amongst themselves. One part I didn't add in there, so with the traditional 20 group, we build a composite. Those in the 20 group know you have a composite, financial composite, that's used in the meetings to compare. It's usually 8 of the 12 hours that you're together is financial composite review. With multi-franchise, we do build you a composite, completely different, because think about it, if you have 10 stores, what do we do then? So what we do is we give you the ability to have your 10 stores in a subgroup, so you'll get a full financial composite for your dealer group, for your 10 stores, and then we compile all those 10 stores of data into one number that goes into a SGO2, for example, composite. Then you can look at the high level of your total sales in the used, your total revenue or gross in parts, and compare and say, together looking at it. Now, in a regular 20 group, there's, like I said, a lot of time spent on the composite. In multi-franchise groups, the composite is only about 5 hours, not even, sometimes 3. The discussions in those groups are much more structured discussions, high-level discussions, management discussions, benefit discussions, marketing discussions, growth discussions, acquisitions, challenges of people, legal challenges, regulations, how you handle different regulations. Do you have someone, do you have an HR department as you've gotten bigger, right? You don't need an HR department with one store, but you certainly do with 10 or 15. So that part on the composite side is much different.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would imagine that it has to be, right? Because like you said, anytime you're compounding different brands, but then also different people, different groups, different areas, geographically, all of those things are things that you now have to prepare for. And so it sounds like what I hear you saying is that one of the biggest benefits of the multi-franchise 20 group is, especially at this level, it's high level about what's taking place in the day-to-day and how you can go ahead and move the needle forward efficiently, and learning from others and your peers that may have stumbled or made the wrong choice, or kind of figured out like, oh, I could have done that better, right? How transparent, because I think you mentioned with the financial composite, and it's also, I think a lot of times when we talk about non-competing, at some point there's always competition, right? It's like, oh, how many groups do how many stores do you have? How many employees? How many 5 stars? We always compare and compete some way. How transparent are the groups able to get to really be able to help one another?
Well, every group that I have, including multi-franchise, very transparent. Everyone knows that you're not a direct competitor. You're not in the same exact market, but you have the same challenges. And when you're in those groups, you want to help each other. That's why you're there. and and it never becomes an issue. Very rarely do you see someone who just sits and doesn't want to give. It's usually give and take. And then one thing also, back to the subgroup composite, one of the biggest benefits of being in a multi-franchise group is the ability to have a composite for just your 10 stores. Has the best of class in there for each brand. It has the group's average, and those composites are online and in books, and you could use it for meetings, so you can have your own dealer meetings. We have people that are in our multi-franchise groups that also will bring in one of our moderators to run a 20 group for their dealer group. And using the online composite, it's the exact same setup. So a lot of power in numbers and a lot of power in the tool.
Yeah, and it sounds like the tools that are there are going to help take the pressure off. It's going to help me not only have better insight with being able to have everything composited in one convenient area, but then also to be able to identify maybe some areas where I can improve or get better. So that way when I do have my dealer group meeting, I can go back to my certain stores and say, hey, you guys are doing this great, but you guys can improve on this element or aspect. We talked a lot about the dealership as a whole. How are you seeing in the 20 groups, is there any common conversation regarding whether it be sales or service or collision or specific parts of the dealership that the franchises are noticing, like, hey, we're running up against this more and more recently?
Well, I think everyone here knows the entire market has changed. We went through the 3 biggest years in the history of our business.
Yes.
No one in March of 2020 knew and predicted that you're going to make more money in the next 3 years than you ever made in your life. That didn't happen. And now we're switching back to a much more competitive market. So the competition, inventory is coming back, interest rates, all those challenges. This is what is great about being in any 20 group, much less multi-franchise, is how do you address it and what are you doing? So in the multi-franchise side, there's a lot of discussions on what are you doing with training? Who manages? Do you have a trainer, depending on your size? Who is your training? Do you have a training person? And that person is in charge. What is their responsibility? What is their pay plan? What is your expectations? Well, how do you hold them accountable? Oh, that big word again, accountability.
Accountability.
If you don't have that word in your business, much less any business, so how do you hold that training person accountable to get performance and to train people to handle these newer challenges this year? We discussed this in all of our groups. Salespeople forgot how to sell because they didn't have to. You're lucky I have it. It's right there. This is the price. That went away. Now we got to go back to selling again. It got harder again. So a lot of the multi-franchises, when you're big and you have 15, 20, I have some people as many as 30 stores. If you weren't prepared this year with a good training director and someone who knew how to set up formal training, and whether it was using NADA for training or internal training or bringing people on site, all of which we offer, who did it, who coordinated with it?
Right.
And one of the biggest training pieces we have is the education subscription, which NADA offers, where if you pay one monthly fee per store, and they can use a lot of our training offers that we have outside of Academy. And to get more information, we'll give it to that if you stop by the booth. But most of my multi-franchise are all signed up on that program because they can train all their advisors, they can train their office managers, they can train their salespeople, and make sure that everybody has and the training directors of the multi-franchise coordinate that through NADA and get a lot of assistance with that.
Absolutely. So 2 things before we've got about 2 minutes left. So 2 things I want you to speak to. First thing I want you to speak to is if you are out in the audience and you are on that growth trajectory and you say, I do want to get to that multi-franchise level, what are some things they need to do to get prepared for that? So that's the first thing I want you to speak to. And then the second thing is maybe they're a multi-franchise owner already, but they're not involved in the 20 group. What do they need to do to take those next steps?
So the answer is, your first question is, to even begin to become multi-franchise, that you need to obviously be thinking and looking for ways to acquire another dealership. And the best recommendation that comes from all our meetings is word of mouth, not a broker. You need to know who's who in your market, You know who owns dealerships, you know their age, you know their families, and if you have people in your markets that are getting up in age and they don't have any family, I can't tell you how many I know. You need to be starting knocking on their doors and saying, hey, you know, I just want you to know when you're ready, we're ready, let's start the discussion. I can't tell you how many people in my multi-franchise groups, most of their acquisitions were that way. And then the second question to answer, and be the last one, would be, if you're interested, again, our pavilion will be open tomorrow starting at 10. We'll be there all weekend. Just come on in. We can show you more of what I just talked about. But the big thing is come see me, and I'll coordinate a setup where you could meet with, I have quite a few people from multi-franchise that are on site. They'd be glad to talk to you one-on-one and tell you that they're glad they did it. They're staying in the groups. They've expanded from 3 to 7, from 7 to 10, and making a lot of money and would never miss having that peer-to-peer education chance.
That's great, Joel. Thank you so much for your time. I know you've got someplace else to be, so I want to thank you, and you've got time to make it there. And again, as he mentioned, tomorrow the NADA Pavilion opens on the actual show floor, so get excited for that. And if you do have questions that you've gathered from today, the NADA Pavilion is going to be a great place to get those questions answered. So, Joel, again, thank you for the time. It's good to see you. Absolutely.
See you next year.
Yes, see you next year.
Welcome to the new era of entertainment, powered by a community of over 1 billion people globally, engaging with an entire movie's worth of content every single day. That's 1 billion people with the opportunity to go from FOMO to showing the world who they really are. TikTok is where real makes its way onto red carpets and runways. Here, everyday people are creating and sharing the moments that drive culture. This is a global community of creators redefining, reimagining, and remixing entertaining content as we know it, only on TikTok.
All right, so great conversations being had this afternoon about 2020 groups and all the things that you can really take away from NADA and all of the educational resources tool, but more importantly, the peer-to-peer aspects that it offers. So next up, we're going to talk about an international perspective on auto retail, both looking at Canada and Australia. And so to moderate that, I'd like to welcome up Albert Gegels. Come on up, Albert. You're welcome. Stage is yours. Enjoy. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Okay. So, gentlemen, if I could ask you to join us, Tim Royce with the Canadian Dealer Association, and then James Wootman with the Australian Dealer Association. So it's CADA of Canada and AADA of Australia. So what we're going to do... Look at this man, talented.
It was not on purpose, man.
Gentlemen, welcome and thank you for being here. Let me just make a couple of introductions about what international means to NADA. We have over 33 countries that are represented here at the convention, at the NADA show. We have almost 2,500 international attendees. There's a large contingent that comes from Canada, from Australia, and there's a big group from Brazil, Spain, and Italy. Those are probably our biggest groups that are here this year. So any of you that are audience, thank you for being here. Thanks for being part of the NADA show. We're going to kick it off with a short presentation by each of these gentlemen, and then we'll go to Q&A. So Tim?
Perfect. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Albert and NADA, thank you so much for the invitation once again to NADA. It's always a pleasure to come here. For us, it's to come down here. It is a long trek, not as long as a trek as James has to get here, but it's always a fun time that we have here, so thank you very much. Good afternoon from my side, and it's actually you that go first.
Shall I go?
Yeah, sure, go.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As Tim said, it is a long way from Australia, but every year we see quite a lot of Australians make the trek, and that's because we get a lot of value from this event, and just like to thank Albert and the NADA for having us. So, look, I'll quickly buzz through an overview of the Australian market and some of the themes that I thought would be worth sharing with our international audience. So to give you a bit of context, we're a market that does not manufacture vehicles. We used to make cars, but we stopped doing so about 6 years ago. So that really does change the dynamic of our market, which makes us a bit different to the US and Canada. We sell about 1.2 million cars every year, and there's intense competition with more than 50 brands competing for that market share. We're also right-hand drive, which means, when OEMs are looking at our market, they think slightly differently and plan their products slightly differently. But where we are similar to Canada, the US, is that our consumers love utes, which are what we call pickup trucks. 1 in 4 of every vehicle sold in Australia is a ute, and there's been a sort of a transformation in recent years to those vehicles and SUVs. And then, like the rest of the world, we're increasingly embracing electrification, and we just had a record year in 2023 of 8%. So I will touch on that drive to electrification. I'll also talk about the emergence of the agency model, which is something I'm sure a lot of internationals are very interested in. We've seen a couple of brands make that transition in Australia, and I'll talk to that. And then another phenomenon occurring in Australia, more so than Tim would have seen, is the rise of Chinese brands in Australia. So if we talk about electrification, as I said, you can see there we've grown off a very low base. We're at 8.1% for 2023, which I think is pretty standard and close to the United States. There's still a lot of challenges around cost, around the convenience and charging, but also around choice. So we don't have those larger SUVs and utes available at an affordable price point. Residual values are something that we're discovering are becoming an issue for those consumers and for dealers. And we also have not had the generous purchase incentives. We'd love to have the $7,500 US credit that the consumers over here have, but we don't. So we are really punching above our weight with that 8.1% number, because we also don't have any CAFE standards. The government's currently working on those, but we don't have them. So that's the picture in terms of EV. Probably of most interest to everyone here is the agency model. Now, for those of you who don't know what the agency model is, it's a new concept of retailing vehicles that some manufacturers have developed. It's kind of a direct-to-customer approach, but where they use dealers to facilitate deliveries of those vehicles. The vehicle is sold at a fixed price, and it's always owned by the manufacturer. It never goes onto the dealer's balance sheet. As I said, there's only a delivery fee. And we've seen Mercedes-Benz and Honda in our markets move to that. Both of those cases were fairly controversial. I would say that Honda did a better job of the transition than Mercedes-Benz, which ended up in a costly lawsuit with its dealers. However, in operation, what we've seen is that agency has led to higher prices. This is for consumers. We've also seen a reduction of choice, and we've also seen a bit of slower process. The OEM, as we know, doesn't really have those skills of retailing that the dealers have, and that's definitely influenced the model. And what it's looked like for dealers, and this is especially the case in the Mercedes-Benz, the Honda experience has been slightly different compared to whether you're a regional or metro dealer. But in the case of Benz, we've seen a significant reduction in profit and a reduction in volume to the extent that they have lost their mantle as the top-selling luxury car in Australia for the first time in over a decade. We've also heard reports that a lot of the best sales staff are leaving those manufacturers because their earning potential is reduced. On the flip side, there has been some reduction in cost base. The manufacturer under the agency model wears the cost of the floor plan and the marketing expenses. So in theory, that has been one of the plus points, but probably not as much as was sold to those dealers at the start. And then it's also triggered a bit of regulatory uncertainty around who's responsible for your consumer law and cyber security and those kinds of things. I'll finally just touch on the emergence of Chinese made vehicles in Australia, and this has been a pretty phenomenal story over the past 5 years. If you go back to pre-pandemic, around 1.7% of our volume came from China, and that has just shot up and increased to 16% at the end of this calendar year. So they have come, and they have, we're starting to see those cars on our roads, and there are a number of reasons. They're very well priced, and again, that comes down to our status as a non-manufacturing country. We don't have a 25% tariff on the vehicles like the one they do here in the US, so they're very well priced, and they have good warranties, generally 7-year warranties that they're selling with these cars. They're the leader in EV production in Australia. 80% of our electric product is coming from China, including the Tesla-made vehicles. And the other reason is dealers have embraced them, and they've embraced them for a number of reasons, including some of the turmoil we've seen with franchises doing things like changing to agency models, withdrawing from the country. Taking on Chinese brands gives you another egg in that basket, and it gives dealers options. So that's some of the main reasons. So that's all from me.
Thanks, James. And right there already you can see, Albert, I think one of the great things of inviting us here is how we get to exchange informal information on what's happening in each market, and it makes us be better as well in our jobs as associations on behalf of dealers. Manufacturers act globally, and so must we act globally, right? Not on everything, but on the main topic. So from our side, in Canada, a brief overview for the Canadian market. It might seem like it's very close and always very similar to the U.S., where your neighbors, unarmed neighbors with a healthcare plan, some people sometimes say, but there are some market differences. So Canada is a vast country, but however, the total market last year was 1.65 million vehicles. So you see right there about 10% of what the U.S. market is. In a very, very large area. So you see the population is spread out, and therefore also our dealers. We have 3,400 dealerships in Canada. On average, the dealerships have a revenue of $57 million, right? I think if you compare that to the US, you're going to see that on average dealerships are much, much smaller in Canada. You see also that, however, from the business aspect, it's very healthy distribution, with the grosses being made up of 37% on new vehicles, used vehicles 22%, service and parts at 20 and 14% respectively. So a healthy distribution of the business. Now, to some of the points that James was alluding to before, in Canada we currently have 47 brands that operate under a traditional franchise model. We have 4 brands in market that operate direct to consumers without dealers. And we already have 2 brands in Canada that operate under an agency model. You see agency here under sort of quotation marks, because quite frankly, the agency model that we have in Canada is more of a hybrid, because the dealer is still on the hook for the investment. In a true agency model, the investment should be carried by the manufacturer, right? So, and again, as James was alluding to, the biggest difference on the agency is the dealer is no longer buying and holding the inventory before selling it. So what are some of the challenges that we're facing in Canada similar to Australia? The first one is what we call evolving business models. So that means some manufacturers are trying to change the way they do business with dealers in our market. Some of the Canadian dealers in the room know exactly what I'm talking about. However, different OEMs are moving at different pace and at different depths. We do have, it ranges from one, maybe two brands actively thinking about a transition to an agency model, so established brands in the market. But on the other end of the spectrum, it's also just encroachment on dealers' profitability. And that obviously is the erosion of their equity long term as well. The second piece, and this is probably a commonality around the world that we have, is the EV transition. We in Canada are saying we're battling this on three fronts. Our Canadian government is a lot more aggressive than other governments. They just recently passed what's an EV mandate. They called it an EV Availability Act, just for PR purposes, but basically it means in 2035, 100% of vehicles have to be zero-emission vehicles, 60% in 2030. And it's a mandate, not a goal to achieve, but a mandate, meaning manufacturers that don't achieve that goal will have to pay a penalty per vehicle, up to $20,000 per vehicle. Not only that, we have two provinces, you would say states in the US, that are gone even further than that, with British Columbia and Quebec saying 90% and 85% respectively by 2030. So we're battling that on the one end. We're also battling with some manufacturers who have somewhat unrealistic investment expectations from the dealers in Canada. And that mainly is a lot of times derived from not taking into account our Canadian reality, which is very different. As you saw before, not that many dealers, vast expansive country, a lot of rural area and remote areas. Average driving distances are very different in Canada. So asking a dealer to invest almost $1 million on an EV infrastructure, and they might see only one or two a year, is really not what we're looking for. So that discussion. And the third one is also making sure that we're not shoved into a corner as seen as part of the dinosaurs that oppose change. No, dealers can actually and will actually be a vibrant and important part of the transition on that. So the next one is a right to repair. It is a uniquely Canadian, not uniquely Canadian thing. You also have some similar things here. What we're seeing in our country is the independent workshops, so the Midas and Mufflers of the world, they're using the consumer electronic right to repair and electronic appliances that are being passed to sort of slip in behind and say that should also apply to us, which is a bit disingenuous because in Canada we actually have a voluntary agreement in place since 2009 between the manufacturers and the independents called CASES that actually works. Where any independent can get the tools and information they need to accurately service any vehicle. With the caveat of safety and security it's outside of that boundary. But now, unfortunately, this is now getting into a house-to-house battle, if you will. And one of our provinces, the first battle, unfortunately, we lost, so to speak, in Quebec. There was a specific bill passed that is going to have tremendous repercussions on our members there. I know there's a contingent of Quebec dealers also here somewhere in the room, so. And then across what we have, and this is something that James and I have been exchanging notes on a regular basis over the last years, is our dealer council engagement. How can we make sure that dealers serving on dealer councils understand that they're the first line of defense or the tip of the spear in the discussion with the OEM? And so we've embarked on a process where we try to give the dealer serving on dealer councils as much knowledge, insight, and tools as necessary and support them so that they can do a better job on behalf of their dealers. So those are the things that keeps us busy and employed.
Those are the things that keep you up at night, huh? There's always going to be something that keeps you up at night. Let's stick to this notion of the EV and this transition, right? We're struggling here over the U.S. We don't think it's going to happen as quickly as the government would like us to do it. But from a consumer's perspective, where are the challenges for the consumer? I mean, what are their challenges? Why are they not purchasing? What would make them purchase an electric vehicle?
Look, it's definitely, we call it the 3 C's at the AADA, so cost. You're still seeing a significant price difference between an electric vehicle and a petrol and diesel equivalent. So that's the first hurdle. Now, in other markets, they've bridged that gap with incentives. Now, we've got incentives for leasing. fringe benefit tax exemptions, which have been brought in recently, but that's only available to certain people. State governments have started withdrawing the small incentives they already had in place. So cost is number one. The second one, which I call convenience, which is around charging, I think that's slowly starting to resolve itself. People are realizing in a country like Australia, you can often charge at home. But we do still see occasions when people do venture out of their immediate neighborhoods and need to use public charging, that's still unreliable and scarce. And then I think the major one, which will continue to affect the US, Canada, and Australia for a while, all countries that have embraced trucks or utes or large SUVs, those vehicles are difficult to electrify and they're difficult to make affordable. So we're going to need a step change in the battery technology. There are people much cleverer than me that are working on that, and I think it will emerge, but to your point, Albert, it's not going to happen as quickly as people have said.
So in Canada, we have a couple of pockets around the country where electrification is proceeding quite well, actually. So in British Columbia, and especially downtown Vancouver, EVs already make up over 20% of sales. So they've progressed in that direction. The province of Quebec as well is up there with almost 12%. Now, what sets them apart from other provinces is a lot of local incentives on the price side to bring the price down. Now, we do have some unique challenges in Canada, and this is what I was referring to earlier when I said, OEMs are not taking that into account, our Canadian reality, when they just transfer whatever their standard is from, be it the US, Germany, or Japan, or Korea, over into Canada, is our vast country, remote areas, a very cold climate. Winnipeg had minus 40 for a couple of weeks already, and that was 2 weeks ago. And people drive long distances. For them to have an electric vehicle, it's life and death situation to be able to have the certainty that they can charge the vehicle on where they want to go in the middle of winter. And that is just not happening. The second challenge that we have is that 80% of Canada's population lives in multi-family settings, condos, buildings with various family homes, etc. And there is currently very little thought being given to how can you actually get a charging infrastructure into those existing buildings. Some governments, locally in BC, for example, started a couple of years ago, intelligently enough, updating their building codes, saying if you build a building above a certain density, thou shall put in at least the wiring, right, for an EV. But we have hundreds of thousands of people in Canada living in condos in large downtown areas, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, etc., that if they can't get a charging station into their family home, they will not make that switch, regardless of how much we tell them you have to.
So Tim, one question for you, and this happened in Chicago. I'm sure you know about this. It got really cold in early January, and the lines at the Tesla to charge were impossible. They weren't taking the charge. Do the regulators in Canada understand that there's a degradation of the battery when you get minus 40? And how does that play for a consumer?
Yeah, by the way, minus 40 is Celsius, okay? That's what we use over there. So, by the way, Chicago was minus 20 when they had all those problems. Just saying. And you ask whether, the regulators understand that. I'm not sure whether they do or not, but they just blatantly ignore it. I'm sorry to say, there's no other way to say that. They're just blatantly ignoring the realities of the market. They have a populist a green agenda that they're following, especially our environmental minister, ex-Greenpeace activist, by the way, look it up. He got arrested climbing the CN Tower to unfurl a banner many years ago. So we have tried to explain as much as we can all of these topics, and by us I mean not just us representing the dealers, but all the manufacturers as well, to make them understand that we have a different reality in our market. But so far, we have not succeeded in changing minds in the current government. However, we don't only engage with politicians currently in power, we also engage with the opposition parties. And the opposition party in Canada came up publicly a couple of weeks ago when the Availability Act of EVs was announced, saying when we come into power, which it looks like they will, within hopefully the next 2 years, we're going to get rid of it.
So kind of a wrap-up question on EVs. If you look at 2030 and 2035 in your respective markets, what's your guess of the penetration of EVs in those two time periods? James, I'll let you kick it off.
Yeah, look, it's really difficult to know what that number is going to be, but my suspicion is that we tend to only look at the battery electric numbers. We don't look at the plug-in hybrid numbers. We don't look at the hybrid numbers, and that's a really good story we haven't been telling in our industry. Is I think if you combine all of those in Australia, we're close to 20% and growing. So I think there will be a high proportion of battery electric. If I have to hazard a guess, in Australia, I'd say between 30 and 40%, but then with a much higher proportion of plug-in, hybrid, and hybrid, which will hopefully be available in those utes and those difficult to electrify models. I'm ambitious though, and we are lucky in that we don't have a government that has mandated certain numbers.
Yeah, so on the plug-in hybrid side, we were successful as they were thinking about this with this mandate to at least get them to consider plug-in hybrids, and so they've included in the plan up to 20% of the quota that they have to meet. A manufacturer can be plug-in hybrids if they have a minimum of 80 kilometers on battery alone, right? So that will help with some of the more remote areas that we have, but it's not going to be the end solution. So we're actively trying to get that percentage to be higher. But straight up to your question, we see from a normal uptake of the market with currently what we know and is on the table, we don't foresee for the whole country that we're able to get above 20-25% by 2030. And again, there's going to be pockets that are going to be higher, right? But
so James, you talked about the Chinese makers that have come into Australia. How many of them are selling just electric? And is it all the Chinese brands are all electric, or are they hodgepodge?
No, I think the only electric-only Chinese brand is BYD, which is now the biggest EV manufacturer in the world. But many of the others, MG, MG, who would have thought, Chinese brand, they're doing very well with their electric sales. Not a lot of people know that Volvo's now a Chinese-owned company. They've started to sell more EVs, and we know that a number of those Chinese brands which are playing in the EV space are looking at entering Australia very soon. So look, I expect that if we were to curtail Chinese imports the same way that they are in the US, we would really struggle to hit our EV targets.
yeah, so let's just clarify. Are we talking about Chinese-owned brands or vehicles produced in China, right?
Let's go with Chinese brands that are
owned. Okay, because Volvo is fairly successful in Canada as well.
GM sells Chinese vehicles.
GM, Tesla. By the way, most of the Teslas coming into Canada are coming out of China, not out of the U.S. For the very simple reason, all of the production in the U.S. is destined for the U.S. due to the tie-in intelligently the U.S. government has done between EV policy and industrial policy, which our government has failed to do. So we have a lot of Teslas coming from China into Canada. What we do see from our side, we do estimate that within the next 2 years, we're going to see one, if not two, Chinese brands come into the marketplace. I think you just have to look down south from here, so not down south from us, but from here to the Mexican market to see what's happening and what might be on the horizon.
So a factoid for the audience. I've done a couple of presentations yesterday and today. Mexico is sitting with 20 Chinese brands right now. They're not all EV makers, but they are Chinese-based, they're Chinese-owned. And the good news, at least in Mexico, is that they're using dealers. All of them are using dealers. So that's a positive that they've looked at that. I think the fear for the two of us, North America, is when the Chinese come into Mexico and start building plants and exporting vehicles. So that's probably the next challenge that we'll see. That's a little far out, but we're going to see it. So do you have any comment on that? I mean, is that what's your theory of the case?
Yeah, I think it's already starting to happen behind the scenes more than the public might realize. Looking at some of the tie-ins that some of the existing manufacturers have with some of the Chinese component manufacturers ramping up. So far, and to your point, it seems that most manufacturers are working with dealers in all the conversations we've had, including now, well, at least last week it was still the case of VinFast up there. The advertising in Canada now announced that they're back to now working with dealers. They've flip-flopped a little bit the last couple of months. So at least from that perspective, it's a positive for dealers. But yeah, it is something that is definitely on the horizon. They are coming.
Yeah, and same in Australia. The majority of the Chinese brands have no interest in agency. The exception, it's not an agency model, but BYD's formed an exclusive relationship with one retailer. But you know, by and large, I think these are manufacturers interested and with significant volume ambitions, and they realize that the best way to satisfy those ambitions are through dealers.
So you guys both said this kind of in your presentation, but if you had to tick off the top 3 things that you're going to be working on in 2024, what are they? And what are the key issues on behalf of your dealer members that you'll be working on?
You go, Tim, while I think.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned it, you know, evolving business models. We are gearing up for battle, fight, war, call it what you will, with a few manufacturers on that end. And the middle one, EV, has been on our radar for the last 2 years, will remain this year as well. And right to repair, we're going to start addressing with our provincial associations throughout the year. And dealer council engagement, let's not forget about that always.
Yeah, franchising will be number 1. We strive to have US-style protections. We've made major progress, but we've got a long way to go before we get what they have in the US. Second will be vehicle emissions. There's CAFE standards coming to Australia. I fear that we might be in a situation where some states start, you know, issuing bans and mandates. We've already had one territory do that in Australia, so emissions and the quest for rebates. And then third, you know, a real issue for us in our industry is labour. You know, and that's one that I keep hearing from my members, you know, is more costly. They're more difficult to find technicians. The solution's going to have to be a combination of us trying to sell our industry better, but also working with our government to facilitate better training outcomes.
So Tim and James, we're at the end of our time, but thank you again for the partnership. You know, we work closely together. We're in constant contact, and that's helpful. Thank you guys for being here, for the many dealers that are here. One last question for James. Interestingly enough, an Aussie is interested in the NFL. So who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Look, you don't want to bet against Patrick Mahomes, okay. But I'm going to. I've got San Francisco by 6.
All right. You heard it here first from the Aussie. Thank you again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA Live Stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
All right. Well, you know, I have to be honest. I'm super excited for tonight and the welcome reception. Is everybody excited for tonight? Yes, going to the Spear. I mean, the Spear is the newest, hottest thing in town, right? There's also, I don't know if you guys heard, there's also a new restaurant in town. It's called Karma. Now, the great thing about this restaurant is there's no menu. You get what you deserve. You guys will get that later. You like that one? Yeah, it's 18 years of being a dad. All right, so we're going to continue to have fun, and we're going to talk about dealer innovation, specifically from Ford Direct. So we're going to talk about Ford Direct driving dealer innovation. And to help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Mike Gingell. So Mike, come on up. You're welcome.
All right, hello everybody. How you doing today? Enjoying the show so far? It's awesome. Well, I have a couple colleagues with me that I want to bring up to stage, and I'm going to be the moderator today. But I'll start with Tom Thomas, and then also Beth Hill. So Tom is our VP of Analytics and Business Intelligence, and Beth is our Chief Legal Counsel. But Tom and Beth, maybe why don't you take a minute, just give a little background about yourself so the crowd knows who we have on the panel today.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, Tom here. Been at Ford Direct for 10 years and have basically managed all the data from all of our products and services at Ford Direct, our customers, and build solutions that help empower our product partners solutions for our dealers, and we measure basically the performance of the company across the board as well.
Beth Hill, Ford Direct, also been with the company for 10 years, and I am the Chief Legal Counsel, but I also do other things, and in the last year or so, I've had the opportunity to help work on some of our operational products, and I'm very excited to share some of that with you today.
Yes, that's great, Beth. And she does have some pretty exciting things to share today that we're going to get to in just a minute. My name is Mike Gingell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Ford Direct, and I've been in the information business going on 30 years. So been at a few different companies, and I have to say what Ford Direct is doing is really the coming to fruition of a lot of the things that the companies in the past in the data business has talked about. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Ford Direct, I'd like to just take a minute so you can understand our structure. Ford Direct is really unique. There's not another OEM in the business that has something like what we do. We are a joint venture between Ford Motor Company and Ford and Lincoln dealers. Our mission is to be indispensable to Ford and Lincoln dealers and to set them apart in the market and help them win at retail. And so when you think about having a very solo focus on just a very specific type of customer, it really gets you up every day thinking about what can we do to help Ford dealers and Lincoln retailers sell and service more vehicle and drive customer loyalty. So what you're going to hear today is some of the innovations that we've been working on and that we'll be bringing to market soon, and in many cases have just recently brought to market, that are really going to help our Ford and Lincoln dealers win at retail in a way that no other OEM will be able to support them. So when we talk about innovation and we talk about data, everybody's probably hearing about CDPs, right? You need to get all the customer data in one place, and then you need to put analytics on top of it, drive insights so that you can do things and engage with your customers in ways previously not possible. Well, at Ford Direct, we're operationalizing that. And I'm going to start with Tom so he can share a little bit around how we're using data, analytics, and innovations to help Ford dealers and Lincoln retailers sell and service more vehicles.
Yeah, so I mean, Ford Direct's always striving to help dealers communicate more effectively and efficiently with our customers, and primarily through Ford Direct products and our partnership services. But in order to do that, we're really trying to solve a problem that the dealers have today, and that is having a more a better view and understanding of the customer journey from a shop, buy, and ownership standpoint. So that entails, understanding what the customer has been doing recently and comparing that to other customers like them to interpret, like, what does that behavior mean? And once we understand what that means, what might be able to predict as far as what the customer is going to do next, and then what should we empower the Ford dealer and Lincoln retailer to do about it to meet their needs. Now, to solve for that, we have to solve an even tougher problem, and that's the age-old fragmentation of customer data, or fragmented access to that data that dealers have been facing for years. And that's primarily due to the cross-channel or multi-channel and cross-tier data silos that have existed for years, because essentially agencies and companies and technologies have really been the ones responsible for all these channels inside the dealer's own marketing ecosystem. And those businesses really aren't incentivized to share those customer signals with each other. So the burden's really on the dealer to put all that together, establish meaning behind it, and that's a really costly and complex endeavor. And then you add to the fact the fragmented access to the cross-tier signals of the customer, because there's large portions of the customer journey that are essentially trapped in the OEM and Tier 2 channels that are largely invisible to the dealer. So best example of that is you have a customer data that's actually available that the dealers can't see, where they could actually track their customer changing their vehicle of interest, they're changing their mind as they go day to day or hour by hour as they're, let's say, on Ford.com, Lincoln.com, or the Buy Ford Now site on Tier 2, or any one or more than one of the 3,300 Ford and Lincoln dealer websites.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. And you talked about aggregating all the fragmented data so that it actually becomes meaningful. And one of the things that we've been doing at Ford Direct, you can see it on the screen, is really our customer journey platform, our RCDP. And Tom, why don't you talk a little bit about, I think it was in maybe the first part of 2020, there were a number of us that were working around a whiteboard and we drew out this customer journey. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we could track Sally or John as they went to this website and they did this? And we went from that drawing to what's really an operationalized data mart, for better reasons, in essentially 3 years, which in some regards people say, wow, 3 years, taken forever. For those of you that built large data stores, you know going from nothing to operational large data mart in 3 years is pretty fast. But why don't you talk a little bit about how we went from point A to point B and just the contents and size of the customer journey platform?
Yeah, I mean, we'd struggled with this fragmented data from a data and analytics perspective, and we made a really critical decision several years ago to essentially require an integration to the back end of our partners' data systems so that we could start to collect those customer signals. And as our product portfolio grew over the years at Ford Direct, the variety of our customer signals also grew. And so we've been able to do is establish a really strong sort of channel-centric customer data platform over about a 10 to 15 year period. And like Mike said, we made a strategic decision and investment about 3 years ago to really reposition that platform to be more customer centric. So we essentially unleashed all those customer signals across the channels, started to put them all together, associate them to the same customer, and so that we could be able to see that cross-tier and cross-channel. So what we have is essentially one customer record with all those signals in it now for every single customer, essentially what we call our customer journey platform, which is a little bit more than your traditional CDP, which is a lot of times more focused on the traits of a customer, their service and sales transactions. And what we're also collecting is all those leading indicators up to those transactions and everything in between, whether they're a shopper or an owner. So how the CJP works, as you can see on the screen, you take a single customer and you collect all the signals that we have about them. So their behavior on Ford.com, Lincoln.com, Buy Ford Now, or any one of the thousands of dealers' websites, along with all the leads that we capture with that. We're also able to bring in the Tier 1, 2, and 3 advertising response, the Tier 1, 2, and 3 marketing and communication response and what's going out to the customer. We're also able to capture those in-store signals when the customer's at the dealership, as well as the communication between the dealer and the customer from our CRM feeds. We have the sales attribution for new and used vehicles and the service attribution that we're pulling from the DMS systems. And then lastly, we're processing roughly 600,000 to 700,000 phone call and chat transactions. All that transcription data is coming through, and we're looking at the meaning and intent of all that. So that's a lot. We ID map all those signals to the same customer. And we've got now about 91 million unique customer journeys in the CJP right now that we can identify with a name, phone number, email address, and we've got about 2.8 billion unknown journeys in the CJP now that we're continuously trying to ID map. So every one of those signals or records, might have like 1,000 signals to each of them. So to make sense of all that, we're continuously running those records through our machine learning and AI platform to essentially make sense out of those and build these customer profiles with them, which are basically summaries of what matters about these journeys. So we've got whether they visited the lot, are they a current owner, what is their current vehicle of interest, to more advanced analytics like their propensity to purchase and the timing of that, their propensity to service, their customer lifetime value, are they interested in accessories. So we take those profiles and then we basically use those for what we call our next best action strategies. And we take those, build solutions and signals bundles around those, and we feed those to our partners to enhance their product offering. So ultimately we can help them communicate to our dealers' customers more effectively and efficiently.
Yeah, so we started out the conversation saying that Ford Direct's really unique, right? There's not another joint venture between a manufacturer and a number of their dealer groups. And when we sit in between the dealer and Ford Motor Company, it allows us to aggregate this data that you're hearing Tom talk about, not only from the dealer side, but also from the OEM side with Ford Motor Company. And part of our ability to do that is because the dealers and the dealer bodies trust us, and Ford Motor Company trusts us. And I introduced Beth as our Chief Legal Officer, but she's also our Chief Privacy Officer. So Beth, maybe you could just take a minute and talk about trust and how we've built that in a manner in which dealers know we're not commingling data, we're not doing anything that is outside good governance and good data use and policy.
Thanks, Mike. You could see I'm sitting in between two of the best data guys in the business, and they could talk all day about this stuff. And it's amazing what we're able to do. But there's a whole lot that goes on behind the scenes that makes sure our dealers and Ford Motor Company trust us. And everything that happens out front here with this data, with this very sensitive in some cases, or personal data, has a very strong foundation. Foundational elements in privacy, in cybersecurity, in data governance, in data ethics, that we have been building over a very, very long period, over 10 years. We've invested time, money, resources, people, process, technology to make sure we have all the foundational elements to do all of the cool things that Tom and Mike are talking about with data, but do it the right way. So I'm just going to say that as a public service announcement. That is part of the magic of Ford Direct. Our joint venture status, we're a joint venture that has lasted for 24 years between Ford Motor Company and the Ford and Lincoln dealers, and that gives us a charter to make sure that we're doing things the right way. So, yes, thank you.
Super important. Thank you, Beth. So, Tom, let's talk about 2024, right? I know that we're all involved and we've been to different conferences, and I have to say, you know, Brian Pash and his team, they've done a great job bringing up CDPs and how important they are for dealers to get all the data in one place. And then you hear a lot about artificial intelligence, AI, ranging from, you know, ChatGPT to generative AI. Where do you see Ford Direct and our customer journey platform going in 2024?
Well, I think before I answer that, I just want to talk a little bit about what it's actually doing now for dealers. And probably the best example of that is we're automatically building customized audiences out of the CJP and delivering those in an automated fashion to any one of our 6 agency partners on our Advantage advertising program today. And so those audiences happen to be performing very well against non-Ford Direct audiences. So we're seeing 3.5 times the close rate for the leads that come from those, 1.8 times more sales per dealer, and about a 42% reduction in cost per lead. Now, when we think about going forward into the future in 2024, we're really starting to look at combining the power of the CJP with the advent of the generative AI, or artificial intelligence, that's out there that really can help put Ford Direct into a position to innovate much faster than we would have thought of, let's say, a year ago. And so in 24, we're going to be launching and announcing Ford Direct AI, which is a new suite of solutions that we're in development with certain partners that really uses the CJP data that we have and use that to train those large language models on the Gen AI space to create these new solutions. And they fall into a few different categories. One is, automated BDC capabilities, where the CJP is driving more accurate generative responses to those customers interested in sales and service when dealership personnel either aren't available or it is inefficient for them to do it themselves. Another category is more advanced business intelligence and analytics for the dealers that looks at those journeys across the tiers, across the channels, and is able to generate recommendations around media mix, what the next best approach is for those customers. And then lastly, we are in the process of developing a dealer co-pilot, which is essentially like a personal assistant, again, using the CJP and generative AI capabilities. And those personal assistants help those roles inside the dealership work through problems, challenges, identify opportunities based on like inventory status, sales and service activity, customer shopping activity, conversations between the customer and the dealership, and even conversations amongst the consumers themselves outside the dealership. So we're really excited because we think this puts us in a unique position again to really supercharge our partners' product offerings, and being able to do that better than anybody else due to the wide variety and volume that we have in that cross-tier and cross-channel data. Do we have a question? Good question. Do you want to take that, Mike? Or?
Sure, I can start. Others can add in. For those that didn't hear the question, it was really, what are you doing about the salespeople in the store, and how are you making sure that they remain one of the most important assets within a dealership? Because they are. And I guess my perspective is that what we're doing is we're building an enabling technology that's meant to complement those sales individuals, that's meant to give them more efficiency. And it's meant to really help them be more successful. And for instance, think about the day where we could provide salespeople, based on the leads that they might have in their morning ups, we could provide intelligence to say, hey, for Beth, right, we know that the last vehicle she was really looking at was a red Ford Bronco, and we know that she's been looking at these types of accessories, and we know that if you do X, Y, and Z, you might be 90% more likely to close the deal with her. And it's starting to really arm those salespeople to be more effective for themselves and for the store. Now, it also means that when you think about in-store behaviors and processes and the way things work today, those are probably going to have to change. And so it's going to take a little bit of complementing what happens today and making the salespeople more effective, and also being open-minded to say what processes, what procedures, what actions are we taking in the store today that we can change and do differently because we're now more enabled by this data.
Yeah, and yeah, and I would say, in speaking to the co-pilots, as the dealership processes and the amount of information that salespeople have to understand and deal with, it's all about taking those dashboard solutions, or it's the co-pilot solution, and trying to simplify that for them and distill it down to just an answer that they need at the time that they need it, right? And being able to combine that with whatever the topic is that they're trying to work through. Is it an inventory management situation? Is it service related? Is it sales related? So all those different pieces of information from something like the CJP, along with something that can describe to the role inside the dealership to suggest to them what they should do next, is ultimately what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, great question. Super important piece of the puzzle. So, so with that, Tom, what would you want to leave people with? Those that are watching and been listening to your conversation about data and CJP, what are the key nuggets that you want them to walk away with?
I think for dealers, just to realize that we can provide a single view of the customer journey across channels and still enable choice for the dealers across multiple channel partners for their marketing and advertising needs. For partners, essentially allowing them to leverage what we feel is an unprecedented variety of signals to enhance their product offerings and to be able to launch those more economically through a single integration versus multiple for multi-channel and cross-tier customer data.
Thank you. So when you listen around the CJP and the things that Tom's talked about, at least in my time in the industry, it's pretty innovative stuff. It's pretty cool. It has a lot of potential. And that's not all that we're doing at Ford Direct that is pretty cool and has a lot of potential. Beth's been leading an effort that we call The Shop. And Beth, maybe take a couple minutes and let's share what you're doing and share what it means to Ford and Lincoln dealers. And I know it's only been a couple weeks, so it's relatively new, but you're making a lot of progress.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. So Ford Direct, our mission, as Mike said earlier, is to be indispensable to dealers. And we feel really, really grateful that's the mission that we have, because we do that and it's infused in everything we offer to dealers. So we have not just this cool data platform that's doing new and innovative things with the latest technology to help dealers, but also an amazing product portfolio that's built up over time to help dealers do a lot of things, and Mike will share a little more about that, but everything from websites to social media to digital advertising, everything to help them with their presence and to build that loyalty for the dealership. But we noticed over time a little bit of a gap, and we started to sit around as a team and think about what are some other ways that we could help dealers with their process, with their technology, with their ways of operating when they're selling cars and trucks. And we came up with this idea that is actually not a new and novel idea. It's a marketplace. It's a preferred vendor program. You've all seen it with AAA or USAA or Costco. We said, what if we did this for our Ford and Lincoln dealers? And what if we curated some of the best vendors and some new vendors and vendors that are out there on this very floor, many of them. There's so many for dealers to sift through. How do you figure out who are the best vendors? What are the things that you need? And one thing that Ford Direct has always done throughout the years is kind of vet the market, see who's out there, apply our processes to see which vendors help dealers with either cost savings, process efficiencies, and ways of operating that make their customers happy. So we created what I'm calling Etsy for dealers, that we've all started using that terminology. And that was my goal, because while I've never actually sold a vehicle, I am an expert online shopper. So we talked to a lot of different dealers who said, yeah, this could be a good idea if you had a place where we could go and see what are the offerings in there. There's not a lot of dealer-focused platforms out there with different offerings. So we created the shop. It launched on January 16th. The QR code's right there, so scan it and go visit. And you can see we have 10 vendors and 19 products currently in it, but we're going to grow over time into different categories. And we offer some very interesting products and services for the dealers, including things like warranty processing. Something that's very manual and something that's very laborious over time, and warranty processing is a boom area. More and more warranties, 20% growth this year alone. Compliance and cybersecurity. We have a couple of companies. One is Comply Auto. I know many people know about Comply Auto, but they offer some technology to help dealers with the very many challenging regulations that all of the dealers are required to comply with. So they have some different products in cybersecurity. They have different products with OSHA, an on-demand OSHA platform. And then you have companies like Volley, which is a BDC, and Stella AI, which is a digital assistant powered by AI, and more from there. AccuTrade does vehicle appraisals, and I encourage you to go to it. But we felt this was a way to help our dealers with new technologies, with innovative technologies in a way that we've never done before. And so far, our dealers have been very interested in some of the offerings.
It's very cool. So as you're getting started with the shop and making great progress, where do you see the shop going? Like, what's the long-term view?
So we have big dreams, and we hope to grow and grow and grow and expand into different areas that are not part of our core product portfolio, and help dealers with all aspects of their business. Everything that doesn't touch on the areas that we do today. Help dealers with everything from, everything from all different IT needs, different process efficiencies, ways for them to save money. And as we've gone around kind of on a listening tour to talk to dealers throughout the country, they even said, well, can you help us with our, some of our TV advertising, or security on the lots. Auto News just had an article that said, the thieves are coming to dealership lots, so maybe there's some, security company that could help secure the dealership. So the sky's the limit, Mike. We're going to look into lots of different categories and see where we go, but we will be growing over the next couple of years for sure.
So the shop's just getting started, but more to come.
Yes.
Anything else you want to add to the shop as we move to the close?
www.theshop.com. Oh no, /FordDirect, sorry. Scan the QR code.
Yeah, we're tracking with you. Scan the QR code. Well, we appreciate the opportunity to be here, and we want to thank NADA for giving us some time on the main stage. On behalf of Tom and Beth and myself, and we have a number of our FordDirect colleagues here, including Dean Stoneley, our CEO. Dean, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and talk about our story. And if you're a Ford dealer or a Lincoln retailer, please make sure you come by the Ford booth. We are inside the Ford booth, but we want to talk to you about our core products, how we can help you engage customers better, convert customers better, and ultimately keep them throughout their life cycle so that you can maintain them as a customer and grow your customer base. And then, to Beth's point, talk to us about those items that aren't in our core product portfolio, things that you see on the screen today relative to the shop. They're areas that we believe we can help you. Ultimately, just continuing to focus on being indispensable to our Ford and Lincoln dealers and helping them run at retail by the advantages that we can bring to them that they can't get from any other OEM. So on behalf of the panel, I'd like to thank all of you for your time, and again, thank NADA for having us.
Some fantastic information there being delivered. Now, if you're having fun at NADA and you want to share that fun, make sure you check us out on social. Make sure you're following the NADA page on social media and utilizing our hashtags, which are NADA Show and Driving the Future. So again, hashtag NADA Show, and hashtag driving the future. Make sure you're utilizing those hashtags and checking them out. You'll find some pretty cool content about some things that are going on in and around NADA this weekend. Okay, so we're going to continue forward, and next up, we're going to take a look at the economic forecast of NADA. And so to help us do that, I would like to welcome up Patrick Manzi, who is the NADA Chief Economist. Hello, wait, they forgot the rules to the living room. They've been sitting here and they forgot the rules. What are the rules of the living room? When someone comes up, we give them a there they go. Now they got it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, hello, everybody. Good to see you. Good to be back in Vegas. Today, we're just going to go through what happened last year in the light vehicle market and our outlook for 2024. So let's start with taking a look at the monthly SAR. We actually saw the SAR up year over year for 16 straight months. So sales increased as inventory availability improved throughout the year. We did see a few hiccups around when the UAW was on strike, but in general, sales were great throughout most of the year. And a lot of the growth came from fleet deliveries. So fleet sales in the first half of the year averaged between 18 and 20%. That is pretty much back to where we were before the pandemic. In any given year, fleet sales are about 18 to 20%. We saw a dip again around the UAW strikes as some of the OEMs built for the retail customer in anticipation of the strike. But you can see by the end of the year, we're back to 18%. This is good news because I'm tired of driving around in those old rental cars. I'm sure you are too. And finally, those rental cars are going to be able to rental fleets are going to be able to turn over their cars. Now, here is how the pie was divvied up among the various OEMs. GM took the crown. Once again, not Toyota. Toyota only got it in 21. Other notable things, Tesla's about 4% of the market now. Hyundai came in and I believe displaced Stellantis. And Hyundai includes Kia, Hyundai, and Genesis there. And then when you take a look at the top sellers, a few notable things here too. RAV4 displaced the Ram pickup. Ram pickup has been number 3 as long as I've been doing this, and the best-selling crossover in the country finally was able to bump them down a peg. Additionally, the Model Y came in number 5, so that does show you that there are buyers out there for BEVs. Whether or not that's going to be 62% like the government wants it to be in 2030, that's another discussion. But still, the other notable thing I would note on here is one sedan on the whole top 10 list, the Camry. And I mention that because we're now pretty much an 80-20 light truck to car market. It's the first time light trucks have represented 80% of all new vehicle sales. And this is probably where we're going to be going forward. There are still going to be car buyers out there. They make sense for a lot of people looking for that affordable entry point into a new vehicle, people who live in metro areas, ride share, stuff like that. But when you take a look at the light truck spread, we saw a lot more crossovers sold this year. 47.9% crossovers are marching towards half of the market. Pickup and SUV bled a little share into crossover. If you'll remember back in 22, the OEMs were really prioritizing builds of those higher margin vehicles, so pickups and SUVs. And as they had more available chips and other production inputs, we could build more CUVs and more affordable models. I'd expect as we look out into 24 that we're going to see more of those lower trim builds. We're going to see maybe a play for the consumer affordability because consumers are really hungry for that right now given the high interest rate environment. Now, powertrains. There's going to be a million sessions here about battery electric vehicles. Battery electric vehicles last year represented 7.2%, and all of these alternative fuel powertrains continue to chip away at the ICE vehicle market share. When you take a look under the hood, you can see that we topped 1.1 million battery electric vehicles, first time over 1 million units sold, and for battery electric vehicles, and franchise dealers just shy of 450,000 units sold. Franchise dealers currently control about 40% of the battery electric vehicle market, and they continue to chip away at the direct seller share of the market year after year. I think that's going to be a trend we're going to see for the rest of the decade. Here are some of the new BEVs coming out. I'm really excited to see how some of these products play with consumers. We've got a couple entrants in mass market crossover. Remember, that's almost 50% of the market. So this will be a great test to see if consumers are really ready to buy these things. Other notable things on here, the VW ID Buzz. I know I'm Personally, super excited to see a new minibus driving around. I remember when that was debuted at the Detroit Auto Show, which seems like a lifetime ago, but I'm very excited for that one personally. A lot of new cool product coming out in 2024. Now, inventory. This has just really been the story of the past few years, and it looks like we're finally starting to turn the corner here. 2.3 million vehicles on the ground and in transit at the end of 2023. So, I do think we're going to see inventory growth throughout 2024. We could get up anywhere 2.7, 2.8 million units, I think, by the end of the year if we continue to see this progress. And, we're talking about inventory, but the picture is different depending on which OEM you look at and in which segments you look at. So, we're 42 days supply out there for light vehicles. Those to the left, they're below average. They probably, you'll notice a lot of them are made up of some of the import brands, and to the right you see a lot of the domestic brands over there. You can probably make your own conclusions by looking at this, but one thing I'll say is you're likely going to see more incentive spend from those brands on the right, and we certainly do expect that incentives are going to continue to increase as inventory builds throughout 2024. Now, when we take a look at this by segment, you can ignore that large car. That's probably just a bit of a mathematical anomaly, 251 days supply. Not really that many large car buyers, but a lot of large cars out there. We'll probably see those end up in the rental fleets, I'd bet. But small car, CUV, both below the average of 42 days. Small cars are in high demand. We're not seeing a lot of incentive spend on that because, again, those consumers are hungry for affordability. There's a lot of demand for those small car products, and so the OEMs really don't have to discount them very much. Pickups, though, 59 days supply, so well above the industry average, probably returning towards an incentive spend level that looks a lot like it did back in 2019. Now, we're not there just yet, but I would expect we're going to see incentives continue to be high in that segment specifically. Just want to give a shout out to Cox Automotive for putting out this excellent data on EV day supply. We use it a lot when we go around and talk. We use it in our advocacy purposes. And one of the things we're hearing from our dealers is that EVs are sitting on dealer lots longer. They're taking longer time to turn. They're in general a little more expensive than their ICE counterparts. And it was an easy sell when interest rates were very low, but now when you have these higher interest rates out there, it's a little harder sell. So I just want to point out the divergence here. So we'll see how this trend continues, especially, as I mentioned, with those new entrants in the mass market crossover segment. But it is certainly something to think about. And I know I did just say 42 days supply, and this says 69. The only difference here is Cox uses a slightly different calculation than Wards to get their day supply metric. The takeaway here is the divergence in days supply here between EVs and ICE and hybrids. Now, transaction prices. This is data through November, but I do think that the year-end data is going to look very similar to this. Only about a $700 transaction price increase. Again, we saw rising incentives here. We did see some more discounting, fewer vehicles being sold over sticker. So coming in just under $47,000. And prices did fall throughout the year. They started well above $47,000 back earlier in the year and continued to fall as inventory improved and incentives grew. Same thing for the used vehicle side. We actually saw prices decline a little bit for the average vehicle sold at franchise dealerships. Now, one of the things that was driving that price decline, again, more new vehicle availability is really the biggest thing that led to that. So consumers' trade-in equities are also down when they come into the store to buy one of those new vehicles. I'm going to speak a little bit more on the used vehicle market here in just a few slides, but my main takeaway is, though, even though prices have come down, values have come down, I really do not expect that the bottom is going to fall out of this market at all. Payments. Payments are really growing given the high interest rate environment. Average new loan payment up to $732, $648 for a lease, and a used loan is now $555. So you'll look at that used loan stat, that's pretty much it's very close to what you could buy a new car for back in 2019. So there really has been a lot of inflation in a lot of these new vehicle products out there. All right, well, I think my clicker has died. So we'll move on to interest rates. So interest rates for the average new vehicle out there, just shy of 7%. Interest rates have grown throughout most of the year, and I think you're going to see this high interest rate environment continue throughout the year. Now, Chairman Powell, oh, there it goes. It did turn for me. Chairman Powell did pour cold water on a March cut yesterday, but I think we might start to see cuts in May, maybe even June. So we're looking at maybe 3 interest rate cuts, Fed funds rate cuts this year. So that could provide some relief, but in general, rates are going to be significantly higher than they were just a few years ago. So that's going to be, you could maybe call it a headwind or a tailwind depending on when you look at it during the year. But this is still going to keep some of those buyers out of the market just because it's too expensive. All right. I believe my next slide would show average incentive spending per unit. Here we go. So it did climb a lot, a big push at the end of the year, up to $2,600 a copy. That is very much looking like it used to look in December. You'd always see a big push. But we're a long way away from where we were back at the end of 2019 when incentives were almost $4,700 a copy. So I do think we're going to see growth here. We could probably even get over $3,000 at some point next year on average. But we're not really going to see those incentives return, at least in 2024. 2025, 2026, who knows? But next year, only slight incentive growth. Another notable thing, given the high interest rate environment, we have seen more and more buyers who are able to pay with cash. Now, this cash metric actually captures both direct financing and true cash sales, but anecdotally we're hearing that a lot of customers who can afford to pay cash are coming in and doing so. Another notable thing to take away from this chart is leasing has started to pick back up. It was about 30% of the market back in 2019, and it fell to the mid-teens in 2022, so very low leasing penetration last year. It has started to come back up, but what has been picking it up really, if you look under the hood, when you look at non-BEV products, they're still pretty low, 20%, not a lot of change. When you look at the battery electric vehicle products, we are seeing a significant jump up in leasing penetration. Mainly this is because the leasing companies can take advantage of the $7,500 tax credit, regardless of the battery requirements or the manufacturing requirements that typically would be put on a person who wanted to buy the car outright. So they're able to pass that $7,500 on to the consumer in the form of a lower lease payment. And then finally, used vehicle values. So here's where we are. You can see we've come down a good bit from the peak next year. So there are going to be several factors that are going to push these prices down. Mainly, more inventory, more new vehicle availability. That's going to be the biggest thing pushing these prices down. However, if you remember, we undersold the new vehicle market, probably 7-8 million cars over the past 3 years. So those are cars that just aren't going to come back. And remember, we used to lease 30% cars every year, and we were leasing in the mid-teens as of last year, too. So a lot of those vehicles that would typically come back are not going to be returning. By the second half of the year, that will be about the 3-year window from when we really saw inventory get tight. So there's going to be a lot fewer off-lease returns. That's going to put a lot of pressure on used vehicle supply, and that limited used vehicle supply is going to help prop these values up. So in general, I think we're going to see a return to normal seasonality in the used vehicle market. We're probably going to find a new floor sometime in 2024, but that new floor is going to be well above where we were before the pandemic. We're not going to see the bottom fall out of this market. Finally, fleet sales, I mentioned we did see a significant increase. Don't have final data on this until next month, but probably 2.5 to 2.7 million is a reasonable expectation for 2023. We're expecting continued growth into 2024 of fleet sales. In fact, that's where I'm expecting most of the growth in the overall total vehicle sales metric. And I'm forecasting 15.9 million new light vehicle sales for 2024. Again, primarily the growth here is coming from fleet, and I think retail could be up slightly. It could be up a little bit more given where interest rates go and how plentiful vehicle supplies actually become throughout 2024. If it's a good deal for the consumer, they might go and they might go out and buy a lot more cars. The consumer has really overperformed expectations the past few years, and I wouldn't put it past the American consumer to surprise us with some excess demand there. After 2024, we're getting back to a more normal market, mid-16 million units for 2025 and for 2026. So in general, we're looking, it's starting to look a lot like it did in back before the pandemic in 2019. We're not going to get back to 17 million units sold, but there's going to be a lot more vehicle availability. We're going to see, higher incentives from OEMs and probably some compression on margins out there across the industry. given all of the vehicle availability that's going to be coming back. So with that, I really would like to thank you all for your time. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a great NADA show, and I'll see you out there on the floor.
My name is Colin Morikawa.
Billy Horschel.
Alban Valenzuela.
Sahith Thigala.
As Zurich Golf Ambassadors, we put the focus on achieving a better tomorrow,
both on and off the course.
That's why we're proud to work with Zurich, a global insurer aspiring to be
one of the most responsible and impactful businesses in the world. Together with Zurich,
we're always building
towards a brighter future.
All right, pulse check. How's everyone doing? Everybody having a great time? Yeah, woo, I heard a one. Woo, what about there in the back? What about you, sir? Are you having a great time? Yes, you. I like that. That's perfect. All right, that's great. All right, so we're going to continue in that vein. If you have not done so already, it's time to get excited. We're having our welcome event this evening. Super excited about that, and glad that everyone is here having a great time. And because, like I said, we want to always talk about new, innovative things, we also want to let you guys see a sneak peek and a preview of a new docuseries that's coming out. And this docuseries just happens to be more than about cars. So, check it out.
There is a secret hiding in plain sight in car dealerships all across the country. We've known this truth for years, and we think it's time you know too. I'm Paul J. Daly, and I've been an automotive entrepreneur and creator for over 20 years.
And I'm Kyle Mountsier, and have held just about every position at a car dealership. Join us as we travel the nation to share inspiring, real-life stories of people that work in dealerships every day.
We'll go behind the scenes to talk to frontline workers and bring you the truth about the largest retail industry in the country.
This is More Than Cars.
All right, everybody. Hey, I see you in the back. Listen back there. Come on now.
There's something about this industry that gets people excited who really know about the industry. It's one of the reasons we wanted to make this docuseries, because it's absolute tragedy that people don't understand the heart and the leadership and the connection that happens in dealerships across the country every day. So that's a little taste. We're going to have a lot of fun stuff for you packed in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, we knew when starting this series that it was really going to be the calling card for the real heart of this industry. And so we want to go around all over the country telling stories about the dealerships, how they care for their employees, care for their customers, are changing the game in automotive, because we believe that the automotive industry historically has honestly done a bad job with its own PR. And so this is really not just our thing, it's actually our gift to you. More Than Cars is not about us, it's not about a SOTU or Automotive State of the Union, it's about the automotive industry and what it impacts in our communities every single day. We have a big goal of moving this to a mass media distribution, and that's going to take everyone included in here. But we wanted to give you a little sneak peek into a few of the episodes that we're going to be releasing. We'll give you some more information about where to find this, but I think the first thing we're going to do is show you a sneak peek of the story for episode 4 that we'll be releasing in March. The hero of this story is Mohawk Chevrolet, and one of the primary characters we'll be bringing on afterwards, the dealer principal and general manager, Andy Guelcher. He is also the chairman of the GM Dealer Council. So just a lot of impact in our industry, and they do an incredible work in their city. Anything else before we show that?
I want to ask, how many people who are here can hear me think that, oh, thank you, because they can hear us way in the back. How many people believe that there is so much goodness locked up in the auto industry that the general public just doesn't know? Show of hands.
That's right.
Right? Or you can make some noise. Right? How many people get to interact with the general public every day? Right? A lot of dealers, managers, frontline workers. And so we are just trying to provide a way that we can show the rest of the world those things. So we were talking about a lot of vendors, industry partners right now, telling everybody what it is we've been working on, right? That's what NADA Show is. We get to learn all this great technology. When people ask us, what have we been working on? We're like, look in a mirror. We're working on building all of you, right? That's our heart, that's our mission. So let's roll the trailer to episode 4, and then we'll bring Andy up.
Hold up, I'm trying to see something. Still in my own lane, they did not see me coming. If you know, you know, you know, it don't get much better than this. Just like your laundry, wait till you get a load of this.
One of the things that we like to tell people here is we stole a great quote from Jack Welch, is that we can't promise you lifetime employment, but we can promise you lifetime employability. So our job as leaders is to make them their favorite version of themselves.
Watch me do my thing. Watch me do my thing. Are you ready for this?
I wanted to go back so bad. I remember I told him, I was like, I'll be a salesperson. I'll do whatever. Like, I'll clean the floors. Like, just let me come back. And yeah, let me in there. And he wouldn't. And, you know, I was mad at him for a time.
And said, hey, you know, I'd like to come back. And I told her 1 year. You can call me in a year. I think you need to be out there and see what it's like.
And he said, you know, whatever role you're in, just star in it. And that stuck with me for a long time, enough that I still give that advice out today.
To the day she called me in a year, and has been the best thing that has ever happened to me in this organization, is having her in that spot.
All right, they're about to fire this thing up. You can't even drive this thing on the street. This is racetrack only.
Are you ready for this? Watch me do my thing. Watch me do my thing. Are you ready for this?
I played sports my whole career. I definitely bust on people, and they're allowed to.
Trash talk element to it.
Yes, but it's with love, so they're allowed to bust on me back.
Do you think you can beat us?
I think.
In what kind of game?
I don't know. Whatever game. Whatever causes the least amount of sweat.
Let's go. Incredible, I always got it going up like when the movie credits roll. I'm doing it big and better than ever. They gotta put me on a pedestal. I'm picking a better performance than I'm one of them.
If I make this, I win.
It's over. If you make it, it's over.
We have agreement.
Oh my God. Whoa!
You ready? Are you ready for this?
I feel that there's beauty in struggle. And that was one of the reasons why I had to come here to Washington Park to fulfill my mission.
I can't really understand, and maybe we're biased, but I can't understand why anyone would not see this industry as a place that they would want to be. I just can't.
And for the dealerships that do business like this, why everybody wouldn't absolutely love buying a car.
Well, that's why everybody should know about it.
There you go.
I'm hungry. Let's get a cheeseburger.
Let's get a cheeseburger.
Doing something next level, I'm incredible. I always got it going up like when the movie credits roll. I'm doing it big and better than ever. They gotta put me on a pedestal. I'm back in the better from 1 to 10. I am a 1 in a million. I'm telling the truth. That's just what I do. I'm getting to it. Yeah.
The best looking dealer in the room. Andy Gulcher.
Look at these pecs.
Wow.
This man can throw a serious baseball.
Wow.
So one of the fun things about the show is that we try to find what's really unique in every store, because stores are so different. And one of the unique things about your store is that you were almost a major league pitcher, so we had to get you out to the diamond in the morning to ruin your sneakers.
Yeah, thanks for that, by the way. Not the funnest part of my day, but it's still a lot of fun. I don't have it, for those of you that are asking. It's like a 30-mile-an-hour fastball. So,
one of the really unique,
speed ramped it.
The unique thing that we found and that people will see in this is that actually sports and the competitive nature and the way that your team actually interacts is really deeply rooted in how you do business and how you interact with your team. Talk a little bit about how that like core nature in you and some of your leaders comes out in the way that the store is run.
yeah, I mean, that's the driving force of our culture, really. And really, it's more of the team and the caring side of that team, and really leaning into each other trying to draw the best out of each other for the best result for the team. And that shows up in our turnover, which is very, very low. That shows up in the way our leaders interact with and mentor employees daily. And it's really, that is absolutely the core of our culture, and we take that very seriously.
All right, so listen, there were some, in the episode, there's some tough love, right? There's some instances, and when we release the episode, you'll see all of it. How do you lead people in a way when they're not fitting in with the culture or they're not aligned with the culture? What is your approach to kind of correcting that and bringing people back into the fold? I think it's pretty unique.
So we traditionally ask people to go and interview and see what's around and see what else is out there and what other opportunities
So you say go other places and interview.
Yeah, go. It's all good. We still love you. We're not going to be mad. We're not going to stump our feet. Go see what's out in the world. And a lot of times, as you have seen, people will come back and say, hey, I saw that world, didn't love it, so here I am.
Specifically when we came to you and said, hey, we think that Mohawk Chevy could be a great place for us to shoot More Than Cars, there was a little bit of hesitation, right? On like, I don't know if we want to really be on a pedestal, but we said, no, we need to share what's going on there. What really turned the tide and made you a believer in what this series and what this movement can do for this industry and not just Mohawk Chevy?
Yeah, it's really what turned it for me was when you guys were like, hey, we're going to show what this could become and what this industry could become and how we could interact with each other and really not this nasty competitive nature that we've traditionally had, but this caring, embracing, culture-building nature that we can have and do have, and that so many stores have now, and that really changes the way we do business, not just from a day-to-day basis, but from a financial statement basis.
Right, it makes good business sense.
It does, and it gets a lot easier when people care about each other, I can tell you that for sure.
You know, that's a common theme that we've seen as we've talked to people about doing the show at their stores. It seems like those who need to be highlighted, needed to be put in front of the industry so change can happen, are often like, I don't want to be in the spotlight. We're just doing our thing. And so thank you for being a part of that. We also want to thank our friends at UVI for helping make the episode possible. Yes.
Yeah, give them a hand. They're here. They're out here.
All right, so you have leaned a lot in. How much time do we have left, Nathan, before we got to go?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. I'm not going to ask that question. It'll take me 20 seconds to answer it. What is your hope for 2024? In customer experience and your team facing forward? Give us the 15-second hope that at the end of 2024, you'll be like, this is what we did.
That we can continue our mission to really fulfill the customer experience as we see it, which is a caring relationship building, a real relationship building experience. And that CRM, that relationship management is a real word, not just a buzzword. And we take that very seriously. And for us to continue to take that seriously and get better at it every day, that's my hope.
Awesome. Well, we have 2 episodes coming out. Andy's episode with Mohawk Chevy will be coming out in March. If you want to, pull out your phones right now. You can pull out your phones real quick just so you can get the updates on this when it's coming. You can go to morethancars.com. It's morethancars.com, and you can sign up, receive our daily updates on when this is coming, what's going on in the auto industry. You can watch all of these episodes that are currently out at morethancars.tv. So morethancars.com or morethancars.tv, you can go to both and find everything about what we're doing here at More Than Cars and Automotive State of the Union. But we have 2 more things that we want to do. The first one is show you a sneak peek into episode 3, which we'll be releasing in 2 weeks. And then don't leave, because we got to get, this is all about community. We got to get a selfie with y'all. So as soon as this is over, everybody's just going to cram the stage and we're going to get a massive selfie. Y'all good with that? Yeah? All right. Hit episode 3 trailer now.
We're here at the annual West Her Employee Appreciation event, and from what I can tell, they appreciate their employees a lot.
Yeah, I was born to be the greatest. I was born to be your favorite. Look, Ma, I'm on the billboard, I made it. That's what I dream every day, so I say it.
Over 70% of their 3,000 employees are here with families and guests, meaning there's a total of over 8,000 people that showed up today.
You try to knock me down, you try to take my crown, but look at me now. Yeah, look at me now.
That day
for me is like Christmas. It's the only time all year I get to see everybody together, and I realize how many lives are depending on this company being successful. Joyous day. It's a day that they can get in their cars and go home and say there's no reason Worcester did this other than for us.
It's like, you know, when they say a career choose you instead of you choose a career, that's exactly how it happened for me. Well, I come from a country where it was always war. That really kind of gave me the base of where the empathy comes from. I don't want to say I feel sorry for people, I just feel with people. Again, something you cannot teach, it just comes from the heart.
Anything is possible, if you don't know it, got to go. I'm about to blow, I'm about to start the show.
Why do you have this outlook on life?
I shouldn't look down on life, because if you look down on life, you settle. You can't settle for anything. You gotta look up. You gotta be positive about everything. This is a great place. They're like family to me. This is my other family.
I am excited to see where I'm going to be going in this business because there's just so many different opportunities.
This is a real-world example of a dealership who became a community that is about so much more than cars.
You cannot stop me, you cannot stop me. Go!
All right,
All right, get on your feet. Come close, come close, come close.
Also want to let you know, right after this session, we're doing a meetup right behind the stage in the open area over there. So if you want to be in the picture, you're about to be in the picture. All right, everybody? We're going to say more than cars on 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much for being here. Have a great show. We'll see you out on the floor.
I think that's absolutely true. Our industry is more than cars. So great presentation, great, very excited about that docuseries. And again, make sure if you took a picture or shared any of that, make sure you use the hashtags NADA Show and Driving the Future. So make sure you continue to stay connected on those socials. So we're going to continue to move forward. And next up, we're going to talk to Electrify Q. And so to join me in that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Jeff Asos, who is the chairman of Regulatory Affairs Committee with NADA, and Larry Goldenhirsch, who is the president and the Center for Sustainable Energy. So gentlemen, come on up. Feel free to grab a seat there wherever you're comfortable. You're welcome. You brought a Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi and didn't bring me one? They didn't. What happened?
I didn't bring you a hat either.
Oh, geez, tough. All right, gentlemen. So first, let's start off by introducing yourselves, telling everyone a little bit about your roles, and then we'll get into a little bit more specific questions. All right?
Okay, I'll start. So I'm the dealer, Mercedes-Benz in New London, Connecticut. I'm a first generation. I'm also the NADA director for the state of Connecticut. And I'm also on the executive board of the State Dealer Association and co-legislative chair. And as you mentioned, I'm the chairman of our Regulatory Affairs Department in NADA.
Nice.
Larry Goldenhirsch. I'm the president of the Center for Sustainable Energy. We manage $5 billion of large-scale market transformation incentive programs across 12 states, including over $1 billion of incentive programs across 10 states to incentivize people to purchase electric vehicles. So we're very involved with the dealers, Jeff and others, and with our clients who are regulators who are funding these programs to drive the adoption of electric vehicles.
So, Jeff, we'll start with you because from what I heard, your team had the opportunity to kind of have a sneak peek at the course and some of the information that's being shared. So tell us and give us an idea of what you thought, what are some things that you're excited about, and really how you feel about it so far.
Sure. So just to walk back in time, a couple of years ago, I was championing the need for this type of training. And I was very excited when NADA asked me to connect with Larry and offer the training to my staff. I initially rolled it out to the customer-facing staff and then to everybody. And the thing with this training is it's brand agnostic. So when we do training with our manufacturer, typically they come to our store, online training, and it's very brand specific. even to the extent that we send them to the factory where cars are assembled along with the batteries, and that's great. However, when clients come in with vehicles that are not our brand, it's very, very important for the staff to understand the technology that's in the competition. So, starting with basic fundamental things like when a customer comes in and says, hey, I've seen a lot of this in the news and in public. However, I don't really understand like the charging. How does this work, So just being able to talk about level 1 and level 2 and level 3 and dumb it down. Sometimes I say that if, and this is my analogy, if you have a swimming pool that you want to fill, you're not going to use your dispenser on your refrigerator, right? That you fill a glass up with to fill up your swimming pool. That's level 1. That's like an IV drip. That takes a long time, right?
Definitely.
Level 2, perhaps you'd consider using a garden hose to fill your swimming pool. It's still going to take a long time.
Right.
If you had a fire hydrant,
right,
DC fast charging, that's going to fill it up really fast. So that's just a visual that people are like, okay, I get it. I don't want to use level 1. I want to use level 2. Unfortunately, they can't have level 3. That's commercial, not yet anyway. So, that just kind of sets the stage for a relaxed conversation with a potential buyer to understand that fear that goes into how do I fuel this thing, right?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, and I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, because outside of the traditional range anxiety, just the overall mass confusion of electrification and how it works and how it applies. I can't tell you how many times I've had a conversation and people are like, well, the range isn't far enough. And then you drill down and say, well, how often do you drive? Oh, I drive about 40 miles a day. And you go, well, this would definitely fit into your lifestyle. So being able to explain it to them in a way they can digest really helps to make that happen. Now, I know, Jeff, that the course was designed with the NADA at the center of sustainable energy, right? And so, Larry, let me ask you this question. Why did you go about creating the course? What was the idea behind that?
So we've been involved in dealing with consumers and dealers for the better part of a decade and trying to drive the adoption of electric vehicles. We've issued as an organization over 600,000 rebates, so we've touched 600,000 buyers of electric vehicles. What we know is this: the dealers sit at the epicenter, the pivot between ICE vehicles and electric vehicles. Where the customer comes in, they need a trusted advisor, one of Jeff's colleagues, to explain to them exactly the types of things we've been talking about, to eliminate the ambiguity and get that consumer over the hurdle to move to electrification. So this course is really, and we're very thankful and appreciate NADA allowing us to collaborate with them.
Yes.
This course is designed to put in the sales professionals' hands exactly what they need to answer the precise questions that will take the consumer from an ICE vehicle to an equal or less expensive electric vehicle that is fun to drive. And that really is the reason. And the training program basically puts in the hands of these sales professionals in an easily consumable way the information they need to do exactly that. Who more important to be informed about electric vehicles and the benefits than the sales professionals at the dealerships across the country? They are at the point of sale, the point of decision,
Absolutely.
the point of pivot. So for us, this was a no-brainer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. I think when it comes to answering those questions that, the consumer might come in with, and sometimes, let's be honest, sometimes we have consumers that are, shy or bashful to ask those questions because sometimes they feel like, I'm supposed to know this information, or like we've talked about, I've heard certain things on the media, so they have a false impression of what it might be. So having a sales team that's properly equipped to be able to handle those questions or sometimes those anxieties is a pivotal point. So I definitely agree.
I use the words trusted advisor because I really believe that is the role of the dealers. And so when I socialize, we're a nonprofit. We have no members, no donors, no shareholders. We're a fee-for-service business. Nobody tells us what to think, and generally you speak truth to power.
Right.
And so when we were in Washington speaking to the people that designed these incentive programs, we were saying, you must attend to the needs of the dealers. They are the ones. They don't create demand, they service it. And so when a consumer comes in with questions, the dealer needs to have, the sales professional needs to have the information in their possession that allows them to be trusted by the buyer.
Absolutely.
The trusted advisor to take them across the threshold from ICE to EV. And that really explains the entire genesis of the program.
Yeah, I could definitely understand that. And I think you would probably agree that some of the biggest questions that consumers come in with is about cost, and you kind of already mentioned the other one, which is charging, right? So does the course give the sales team a clear, definitive way to be able to show someone, hey, here's your cost of ownership, here's the cost idea of what it costs to charge if you're looking to drive from here to there? Does the course kind of address some of those common things? And have you seen that from the preview that you had of the course so far?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's one of the things that I have to say was not addressed in our brand training and was addressed in this training. And that was really important because, look, we all know that there's some reticence relative to the lack of price parity, right? Prices are coming down, and we see that, and that's great. However, we're still above combustion on average. But when you look at the whole picture, you look at the cost of ownership, how much it costs for the customer's KW per hour.
Yeah.
And then that long-term value of ownership, that really changes things. And then, Larry was mentioning that, a little bit of the technology of the vehicle and how important it is the dealers play a role in doing this adoption or this conversion from combustion. And I've been driving electric vehicles for 7 years, and I sometimes, I mentioned this to Larry, I sometimes say, like, if someone said to me, hey Jeff, why don't you give me your Apple iPhone, right? We all have these things in our pocket, right? And I'll give you back your flip phone. Well, that's the analogy to someone saying, give me your BEV, your electric vehicle, and I'll give you a combustion back. Like, I'm good, right? I like my Apple phone, I like my electric car. So what does that mean? It means that we as dealers, 18,000, 17,000 of which are members of NADA, are really I think the catalyst to getting people to experience the wow of the technology, because that's not something that you could do road testing a website. You have to get into the dealership, you have to experience all the features and benefits and the value and the cost of ownership, and that's got to be brick, that's not click. So
yeah, I agree.
And I would say that, just to pick up on Jeff's point, the goal of the training is to convert the wow to now. Okay, is basically to give the consumer the confidence to know that thrill of driving an EV, which is very different, won't be degraded by some problems they have with an electric vehicle because they don't know about it. And let me just talk about cost for 1 second. When Jeff and I were talking before the show, we talked about it would be nice to have the incentives listed. Well, the federal incentive goes up to an MSRP of $55,000. It's $7,500. That's a 13% discount on the car. Just straight math, 13% for the federal incentive. Now, there are state incentives that go up to $5,000. So you could be talking about $20,000 of cash on the hood incentives for a $55,000 car, or $18,000. You're talking about 20% discount. So when people say the EVs are more expensive, they may be more expensive MSRP.
Right.
But when you add the incentives and when the sales professionals know how to do the math, they can rebut that thing. Oh, I can't afford this. Oh, really? Well, we can put $7,500 right on the hood. So part of our job is to put that important information, that decision-driving information in the hands of the sales professionals.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, to your point of incentives, not only do you have those incentives, but you're also seeing the delivering of those incentives changing, like the recent change that the IRS made, allowing the incentive to go back to the dealer as opposed to waiting later down the road. That's a big, big change.
It's called refundability.
It made a big change in the industry. But then to take it one step further, you're also seeing local electrical companies that are incentivizing. So as an example, I'm from Detroit, and in DTE, yes, you get a $1,500 incentive for purchasing the electric vehicle, but then an additional $500 for installation of a level 2 charger. So in addition to the governmental or state rebates, that's an additional $2,000. And then with the installation, they'll even go as far as to come out and install it, and you can actually incorporate that into your bill and spread it out over time. So there's really, to your point, there's incentives and opportunities where if you have a dealer that is educated, that has the know, that knows what's going on in their local community and with their local electrical resources, they can really make that incentive, tangible for those customers.
You just made a $9,500 incentive argument, plus the utility's going to finance the financing.
Right.
I mean, that's a model program.
Yeah.
But if the sales professional doesn't know any of that, they're looking at a $9,500 delta on a vehicle, even if it was the most fun thing they've ever driven in their entire life. So that really is the training program. This point of sale, and Jeff, you can speak to this, it is a delicate moment. A customer's ready to put out $55,000 or sign on the line for a lot of money. They have to have confidence in the people selling them the asset.
Yes.
We hope to, give confidence to those sales professionals so they can be the trusted advisor to close these deals.
I agree. And so, Jeff, let me ask you this question or pose this question, and I guess all of us can talk to it, but of course we hear it all the time, right? There's gas stations on every corner, but not the same amount of charging stations, right? How do we kind of speak to the idea behind there has to be a charging station on every corner before I make that leap into EV?
Yeah, great question. So we know statistically that 85% of all the charging is done level 2 at home.
Right.
Go home at night, plug it in, wake up in the morning, you're fully charged. You had mentioned earlier that people drive less than 40 miles a day. I think statistically it's 36 miles.
Right.
The average EV today is getting 250 miles plus, so effectively you can go all week without charging, right? So I think that as the IRA money starts kicking in, that's at $7.5 billion and over 500,000 charging stations nationally, and we're seeing that that penetration go higher. And the key is level 3, because people want the experience that's closer to gasoline, right?
Yeah.
To be able to go, plug it in, and have a quick cycle time and go. So we're getting there, and I think that when we remind people that there are other options other than public charging, right? Level 2 at home, and look, for some people, they do level 1.
Right.
They don't drive that much, and they sometimes, with remote work, they're not leaving the house for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Plug it in 110, level 1.
Trickle charge, there you go, yeah.
I would say, by the way, our surveys of our 400,000 California rebates confirm that 85% charge at home. I think that's right. I think we do have to ask the federal government to get the money onto the street in a faster way. Mm-hmm. I mean, this thing was passed 2 years ago. It's $7.5 billion. That's not walking around money. And so I think we should look to the federal government, insist that they teach the states how to get this money into the ground, because that is going to be critical for the pivot, no doubt. But the private sector, and this is another part of our work, so the convenience store industry of America, think of every gas station you mentioned,
Right.
28,000 of them on every corner in America. Well, they've engaged us to use technology which allows them to map their relevant area and deploy charging in the order of profitability.
Nice.
Because there are a lot of garage EVs, because of the vehicle miles traveled, because of the range of the people. So we are assisting the commercial sector in moving forward to deploy charging using incentives and some of their own money. Why is the convenience store industry doing that? 30% of their profit comes from fuel.
Exactly.
It's existential. This shift is existential for those folks. But they sit on every corner of every cloverleaf in the country. And so private industry is moving, and the government needs to move more quickly. I mean, because these folks are in a situation, honestly, where there's inventory on the ground, and unless some consumers see charging, they're going to feel like they got to do this at home or they're not going to get a charge.
Right.
Now, it's great to be able to think about your car like a cell phone. Just plug it in at night and you're done, which is exactly what home charging people do.
Yes.
That's what we do. It's
Yes.
a cell phone. Just plug it in. Not everybody has that luxury.
Yeah.
And so we need to get the steel in the ground, for sure.
I agree, and I think it is. It's that fine balance, because I've had this conversation quite often, and I think what's interesting when you think about the concept of a gas station versus the introduction of the automobile. I don't think, I'm looking around, everybody looks pretty young. No one was around when automobiles first hit the ground, right? And one thing we forget is there was a 17-year, approximately 17 or 20-year gap between the introduction of automobiles and the introduction of gas stations. And so,
they do.
You want to know what they did?
Yeah, I do.
You had to go to the pharmacy to get your gas. So if you look up the history of gas stations, and could you guys imagine that? Could you imagine going up to CVS or Walgreens going, yeah, let me get a toothpaste and 3 gallons of gas, right? No one ever has that conversation because we didn't have to deal with it in our lifetime. The same way when it came to paved roads or, automobile versus horse, things of those natures, there were certain things that we just didn't have to deal with. So for 100 plus years, we've just been doing it this way. And now when we talk to our consumers about, hey, this is a new way to do something, and when you start talking about the practicality of saying, well, if you are driving 36 or 40 miles a day, or you're only driving into work twice a week, you can do it on a 110 charge, and just getting people to understand that wherever there's lights, there's fuel. Because if you have electricity, you have fuel. And I think that's the shift that we need to kind of continue to have that conversation around. And it sounds like a course like this is definitely going to help push that conversation forward.
Dwell time, you mentioned, the amount of time it takes to do a charge. Now it's 20 to 40 minutes. And the technology curve is steep. So in 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, when the dwell time is, again, 6 minutes for a charge, those convenience stores, all those gas stations are going to be doing the gas station business with electrons, probably. But in the meantime, there are people building up these standalone stations to give you something to do for the 45 minutes that you're charging.
Right.
It's a separate business line. The dealers can get educated about this and work with the consumer to say, look, the first EV you buy, you're going to charge at home, or you're going to go do DC fast charge. But in 5 or 6 years, it's going to be just like a gas station.
Yeah.
And so enjoy the lower cost of maintenance and the fun, because he started with fun, the fun of these vehicles, because fun wins.
Absolutely.
You can afford it, fun wins.
Very, very true. So let's talk more specifically about the course, and let's talk about the investment required for the course, and then what you get with that investment to the course.
So the standard fee structure is $199 per sales professional. It's a 2-year program. You get for that a certification. When the dealership gets 2 salespeople certified, they go into the referral network. So this is a software engine that we're building collectively, NAD and CSE, that will collect all the interest and drive it to the dealers that have the certification. But it's a show, and at the show, you can get 2 salespeople for $199.
Say it again for the people in the back.
So for the show,
right,
you can get 2 for 1. And so the way you do this is you go into Electrify Q. Electrify, ELECTRIFQ. Just replace the Y with the IQ.org and sign up. Or come to the Innovation Center and sign up there. And we have all sorts of people eager to talk to you about the program and enlist you in the army of people driving the pivot to electric vehicles.
Yes, absolutely. That's great. And so have you seen, I know you have a preview of the course, but from you, because obviously being an early adopter of the course, have you seen the confidence increase in your sales force from just knowing and learning more about electrification as a whole?
Yeah, without question. I think we all would agree that the buyer of this technology sometimes, especially if they're a repeat buyer, is very well informed.
Yes.
And the fear by the staff is that the customer knows more than them. So this takes that away, and it puts them on a level playing field. And look, they can't know everything, but at least if they're comfortable engaging, and if there is a question that perhaps is not part of the training or it's brand specific they have the resources to go find the answer and get back to them. But I do think that it gives a level of assurance and confidence that wasn't there before.
Yes, absolutely.
And, you know, I think it's like the platform, getting to the platform. So if a customer comes in and the sales professional is embarrassed because they don't know which end of a charger to grab or how it works, it puts the transaction at risk because all of a sudden saying, I can't believe anything you say. You don't even know which end of a charger to grab. However, once that base level of knowledge is there, even if the sales professional doesn't know everything the customer knows, the customer spent 30 hours on the website looking at every single little component, there's a context for the sales professional to create a relationship with the customer. Learn from the customer, that's a pretty good thing.
Right.
Give back something they didn't know, that's a pretty good thing. That sounds like a sale. And so, you know, there's an opportunity. It gets you that first level of, I'm not embarrassed, I know the technology, I know the basics, I can explain charging, I can explain the benefits. You may teach me something, Mr. Customer, that'd be great. I'm going to use that for my next sale.
Right, exactly.
But it's a different transaction than, I don't know, I don't even see where the engine is. There's no engine. I lifted the hood and there's a trunk. What the heck do I do?
Right.
So
where's the oil dipstick go?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Spark plugs.
Yeah, absolutely. Understood.
It takes the fear away from an informed buyer, right? Because sometimes buyers will come in and they'll test them. They want to really know if they're, you know, an expert on the product.
Right.
So it levels the playing field.
Absolutely, and I think we can all attest to that. Like whenever we go to a professional, right? If we think about any personal experience, if I go to my barber, I don't have to know how to cut hair to know, like, okay, you have the proper equipment and tools to be able to give me a good haircut. If I go to my barber and he's got some lawn shears sitting on the table, I'm not going to him. I'm not like, it's okay, I don't need a cut today, right? So I think that's important, having the proper tools, and at least, like you said, to your point, if you don't know the answer right there, knowing where to get the answer from.
And you know, there's this tether is different. So Jeff and his colleagues could know everything about their customer if the customer gives consent. So this charging is you're not delivering fossil fuel into a separated instance. You know, you're connecting to a vehicle. The vehicle's talking to the car. The charger could be talking to the dealer. Jeff could know how many charges, what the style, what the condition of the battery is. Whether that customer needs special assistance, maybe they need something else. There's all sorts of information that is effectively customer relationship information flowing back and forth between the vehicle and the charger that could be leveraged completely by dealerships, assuming they were trusted.
Yes, absolutely. I think in that exchange of information also helps build the knowledge on both ends, because just like you mentioned, if you do and are able to have that insight of a dealer to say, hey, I noticed you've done an exceptional amount of fast chargers. Do you not have the ability to charge at home? And then now you have a more personal relationship with that particular customer, having that insight.
Save you $100 a month, right? Like maybe you need a home charger, DTE. Why didn't you call them? $500. You're in at level 2. You got time of use. You're paying 10 cents a kilowatt hour.
There you go.
Home run.
Yeah.
You know, back to the lack of public charging infrastructure today.
Yes.
On Saturdays, it's not uncommon for me to see, not my brand, off-brands come into my store and use my level 3 charger.
Right.
And we welcome them in and say, you know, here's the passcode for the Wi-Fi.
Right.
Here's the refreshments. There's the restroom. And what happens? They start engaging the staff and they start talking. Now they realize that the staff is certified. They've got the certificate. They're talking the walk, right?
Yeah.
Before you know it, you have a potential customer.
100%.
Nothing wrong with that, right?
Right. Because especially, too, depending on, like you said, how they acquired their current vehicle, the experience that they had and that acquisition could be a difference. It could be a game changer. And like we talked about, having someone that's captivated, whether it be for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, gives you the opportunity to build the relationship, but more importantly, let your dealership culture speak for itself. So I think that's a huge win. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
So, Larry, tell them again. We've got about a minute left. Tell them, A, where they can find out more information if they want to sign up, and then B, tell them about what they can only get here at the show.
2 for 1.
Go ahead, do it.
No.
Do it, man. Okay, so the show only. It's $199 to train 2 sales professionals. It's 2 years, and when each dealership gets 2 sales professionals, they get enrolled in the referral network, which will drive traffic to your store, okay? And you get it at Electrify Q. So if you just use that word and put .org in after it, and you can sign up. And we would love to, please come to the booth, because we'd love to show it to you and let you actually experience it. It won't be the wow of driving an EV, but if you need to actually sell EVs, I think it'll be a source of great comfort. Thank you very much.
Boom. That's it. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your time. It's been a pleasure. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you both for joining us. And don't forget the pop that you didn't bring me. I hope it's delicious while you drink it and enjoy it. All right, so live stage, we're going to continue to have fun. We're going to keep the show rolling and going. All right, so with that to help me, we're going to talk about a great addition, and that is NADA Driving Ahead podcast, the future of the auto industry. And to help me do that, Jonathan, are you ready? Your mic's not ready. You're ready. Your mic's not ready.
Do we have a mic? We do.
There it is. How have you been?
Good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
You're so great on stage. We love having you here.
Thank you. I love being here.
Awesome.
You know that.
Awesome.
That's great.
You're a key part of NADA Media. Our newest addition to the NADA Media family is Driving Ahead, the NADA podcast. We're super excited. This is a podcast where we're going after big, giant future issues, looking at trends across not only automotive, but technology, business, finance, energy, the economy, geopolitics, leadership, communications. We're basically looking at big, giant trends that we have all across the global industry and then bringing it back to automotive. So you can see, the episodes are about 20 to 30 minutes in length.
Nice.
All about how you can think big about your business for tomorrow. We have in-depth interviews with experts, and it's portable, on-the-go format. You can download them on the Apple Podcast app, or you can watch them on YouTube. Some of the guests that we have that are coming up in the queue, these are ones that we've already talked to. We have Daniel Yergin. He's one of the world's foremost energy experts, where we talk about the future of natural gas, petroleum, electricity, how all of that's going to affect the battery supply chain for electric vehicles. Paul and Andrew Walzer talk about the future of auto retail. They're a couple of the most cutting-edge auto dealers in the country. Jared Orton from the Savannah Bananas, we talk about customer centricity in marketing. Glenn Mercer, of course, one of the great auto industry analysts, we talked to him. Mike Allen and Roy Schwartz from Axios, which is a media company that is all about the future of communication and how you can communicate better with all of your audiences, from your employees to your customers and everyone else. Daniel Lieberman, this is a great topic here. This is a case where this guy is a brain scientist, and you might be thinking to yourself, Jonathan, why is NADA doing a podcast with a brain scientist?
Right, absolutely.
The answer to that is that brain science is behind human action. Human action is behind the way the consumer mind works. And when you delight a customer, you're actually driving a chemical reaction in their brain that leads to the firing off of dopamine. Now, we don't think about it that way. We just think about driving. But when we step back and see the science behind customer adoption and customer delight, I think it's going to give everyone a bigger view of their business and a bigger view of everything that we do in the dealership. So those are the ones that are coming up. We're going to be releasing these about once a week, once every 2 weeks. We also have episodes that are available right now. We'll take a look at some of these. John Murphy from Bank of America, Peter Boulware, a Pro Bowl dealer from Tallahassee, Florida. Michael Dunn gave us a great insight into what's happening in China and the automotive market there, and how they're basically prepping themselves to take over the world with EVs. Jeffrey Moore was a great conversation. Definitely listen to this one. He's a marketing expert, wrote a book called Crossing the Chasm, which is about how it's difficult for every technology to go from the early adopters, the folks that are interested in gadgets and kind of being on the front lines of technology,
right,
but then getting over to the mass market where people are more practical, right? If
yes.
you're an early adopter, you don't care that you might have to wait 3 hours to charge your EV.
Right, because you've already committed.
You've already committed. You want the latest thing. But if you are a mass market person, even if you're tech friendly, you start thinking about, well, gosh, I'd love to have an EV, but how is that going to fit into my life?
Right.
And that is something that happens with every single technology. He's documented it, and we bring that home to the EV transition. It's a great episode. Hope you guys would love to listen to it. Where can you get the podcast? You can get it on any of your podcast platforms. Please subscribe to it. We're looking for subscribers. We already have more than 3,000 downloads. We're super excited about it. But Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, Google Podcasts, and then you can also watch all of the episodes on YouTube. So
That's great.
Take a look at some of those?
Yes, absolutely. I think, yes, let's do that. Let's take a look.
Fed just announced earlier today that their
This
expectations
is John
for
Murphy.
cuts next year will start to ease as well. So it is all kind of winding up in a very beautiful way, at least for our forecast, that we expect a real recovery in new vehicle sales as we go through next year and into a peak of about 17 to 18 million new vehicles sold in 2028. There'll be lower prices, there'll be lower mix than what we saw, but I think we're looking at a really big recovery. And what we've seen this year, and I think we'll see next year, is fleet vehicles have been the key driver of the upside. Fleets have not been able to get vehicles for the last 3 years. They're a bit less interest rate sensitive to the individual consumer because they just need the vehicles to operate. So I think that that's been the real story this year, and the upside to the SAR, which is in the mid-15s, will be a driver of some small increases to 16.1 million units next year. And because we're looking at an industry that has such a huge impact on the economy, I think that will be somewhat of a flywheel that gets the economy moving in the right direction, gets retail sales moving, and the retail sales will really kick in as we get into 25 and 26 and take us to that peak of 17 to 18 million vehicles.
He made news.
So
there.
what is the cost advantage based on?
One of the big themes to come out of China today is BYD is a perfect example of it, is vertical integration. So in BYD's case, they own not only all of the vehicle manufacturing, but also all the batteries that feed into those vehicles, and the cell manufacturing, and the mineral processing, and even have interest in the mines themselves. So as with Tesla, BYD has gone seriously into vertical integration. That allows them to control costs and drive down costs because it's internally controlled. So that's one. Labor is much cheaper. It's probably less than half of what we have, especially with the recent agreements with the UAW, less than half of what an American worker would make. So they save on labor. But keep in mind, there's other creative ways for China to gain cost advantages. For example, their factories might be supplied with energy at deep discounts by the local government. Hey, we'll power your factory for free for a few months this year. Or they may get rebates, tax rebates on anything they ship overseas. There's subsidies at the local level for buyers and for manufacturers. The other thing to keep in mind is the Chinese love to compete on cost. They'll say, if we can compete on cost and drive people out, we'll have longer staying power and we'll be able to sustain it. Later on, when those guys leave, we can raise prices and get our margins back.
I was at Florida State, and people used to always think we had this magical playbook or we were doing special stuff. And the reality of it was we were doing the same thing that everybody was doing. The only difference was we were just consistent. We did the right things day in, day out, consistently, didn't miss. And when we got on the football field, it made it look like, wow, you guys just have this magical formula. There's no magical formula. The formula is work hard, do what's right all the time, every time, and don't miss. And I'm in this car business, it is the exact same thing. Everybody's looking for a new, sales process or a new tool, that whatever. And I'm sure there's a couple of them out there, but really ultimate success here is just the fundamentals, the basics. Just do those right every day. Don't miss them, and just be consistent with it. The team that can do that is the team that's going to be successful. And again, I learned that in football, and I'm like, man, that really holds true in everything that you do in life. Do the fundamentals the right way all the time. Don't miss, and you're going to be great.
Simple philosophy. That makes sense, right? Yeah. That's great. Yeah.
There's another interesting thing that we haven't talked about yet, but Jim Farley, he was talking about Ford's challenges with electric vehicles, and he said, the OEM model, I have like 150 chips in my car. They come from 150 different companies, and each of those companies owns the IP for that chip. And now I'm supposed to have an integrated electric experience across the entire vehicle. I just start from scratch. Oh, and by the way, I have no software engineers. So I mean, the intensity of the disruption, the depth of disruption, I think is, particularly for the OEM, has dramatically been underestimated. And they're all saying we're going to be all electric by 2030. And I say, well, you may be, but I don't think you're going to be very good at it. I mean, this is hard.
So yeah, those are 4 of our episodes. John Murphy made news. He predicted a 17 to 18 million SAR in 25, 26. We weren't even expecting that, but that was great. Jeffrey Moore, of course, gets really, really deep into consumer adoption in EVs. These are just great conversations that we're able to have with people that are kind of at the pinnacle of their fields.
Absolutely.
And again, we just try to bring it all the way back to automotive. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Google, Amazon, Spotify. It's all there.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I love based on the lineup and just some of the snippets that we were able to see is the diversity, right? I mean, you're talking about really valuable information that no matter where I'm at in the facet of whether I'm a dealer principal or whether, you know, I'm involved in the auto industry or looking to gain more insight into the auto industry or what's going on, or I'm looking to arm my sales force with knowledge and information, I think what you're delivering is awesome content and also great information and education for everybody.
Diverse fields. I'm glad that you brought that up. One of the things that we're looking at is talking about design thinking.
Yes.
There are so many different designs that can go on with an with an electric vehicle now, because the drivetrain is totally different. They don't have the axle in the middle of the car, and there's no motor that you have to give so much space to in the front, and the weight differentials and all of that. So we're going to talk about the future of design, and then we're going to bring it back to, well, gosh, does that even impact how you design your dealership, right? We're going to talk to folks who are into the future of resources in the world and how that's going to impact the building and manufacturing of vehicles decades from now.
Right.
So it's just really, really getting outside of the narrow automotive box, looking at all of the big picture trends out there that are driving the economy, technology, and business, and then trying to figure out how are each of those things going to come back and impact everyone who works at or owns a dealership. It's a really, really neat formula that we think we found.
That is, it sounds great. So let me ask you, with all of the different interviews and diversity, have you been caught off guard? Anything surprised you thus far with your early episodes?
You know, it's interesting. I asked Peter Boulware, the Pro Bowler, the Toyota dealer from Tallahassee. I wanted to see, he was under Bobby Bowden, Coach Bobby Bowden at Florida State, one of the best college football coaches of all time, one of the best teams of all time, and we were talking about leadership, and we were trying to bring it back home. What do you know, what did you learn from such a great coach that you bring back today at the dealership? He gave some great lessons, and I said, well, what was some advice that Bobby gave you that you didn't take?
Right.
He said, no, there was none.
He took all of it.
No, he took all of it. But you know what? He became the first-round draft pick of the Baltimore Ravens. Later won a Super Bowl, Pro Bowl. I mean, he was good, man. He took all of the good advice, put it into practice when he was a player, and then also, as he became a businessman later on. So really neat.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, because being able to take the right advice, knowing how it can apply it, but then also doing the work. I think he even mentioned that in the snippet that we've seen. It's nothing more than consistency of doing the work day in, day out. I'm really excited for the future episodes and definitely looking forward to seeing more and more coming out of it.
Excellent. No, it's great. We're super excited about it. Please subscribe. Love to see you guys there.
Right, absolutely. And it looks like, do we have some time? Do you want to take any questions from the audience?
Any questions from the audience? Kind of winding down.
Right. No. See, good. All right.
Find the podcast at Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Amazon Music, and you can watch the videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Now, are you going to be doing any podcasts while you're here? Any live interviews from NADA 24? I'm putting you on the spot here.
We had a couple of opportunities, but the live stage format is a little bit short. We'd like to let the interviews breathe a little bit longer. These last usually about 30 minutes. Doing that on the live stage is a little bit difficult. So
good. And you said that all of them can also be found on YouTube. So if I miss one, I can go back and watch the previously recorded?
That's exactly right. And we're also using those video clips to promote them, so you don't have to watch the whole thing. You can watch a couple of the most interesting questions that we ask, and those will be posted to our Facebook channel.
Fantastic. Well, listen, thank you, Jonathan. It's always a pleasure. And again, make sure everyone out there, you have your phone. I know you have it with you. I see some of you on it. Go ahead, just subscribe, save your time, self the time, do it now. No matter what platform, we won't even shame whether you're an Android or Apple user, just go ahead and subscribe, just do it. Now, we're going to see if the numbers went up after this. We'll talk later, okay? All right, thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Yep. My pleasure.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury?
Nope.
Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for two primary reasons. Number one, to educate, and number two, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
I'm going to help out. We're going to do it together. I like it. I like it. See, one of the things that you guys don't know here, thank you so much. One of the things that you don't see is all the work that goes on behind the scenes. And let me tell you, just like anything else, I have one of the best pit crews. I don't know if you guys seen the live battery change while on stage. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's it. It's a lot of work, and you would be surprised at all of the things that go into it. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, back of house, front of house, all around, taking care of all the logistics of the electronics. But let's go ahead and move forward. We want to finish up strong today, and we're going to talk about what is NADA Engage. And to help me do that, I'd like to welcome up 3 guests. I have Steve Park, Steve Kearney, and Logan Gassman. So let's give them a round of applause as they come on up. Gentlemen, come on up. They're debating on who wants to go first. Look at it. No pressure, no pressure. Come on up, come on. All right, so as they say, gentlemen, we are the anchor for the day. We get to finish up the show, and we'll finish up day 1 of the show. So welcome. Is everybody doing well today?
Doing great.
Doing great. Yeah, very good.
Fantastic. All right, so one of the things we want to get into is just giving each of you the opportunity, introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your role, and then we'll talk a little bit more about NADA Engage.
I'll start, and you go next. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Steve Park. I'm the Senior Vice President of Dealership Operations for NADA and ATD. My role is kind of all things education, consulting, 20 Group Academy. Our mission at Dealership Operations is to help dealers improve their processes and improve their profitability. I'll leave it at that, and I will turn it over to Steve Cerny.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Cerny, and I'm manager of 20 Group Operations and Solutions. And I also have a handful of 20 groups that I moderate. So I kind of have a dual role of helping manage our group as well as actually out there facilitating our 20 groups.
Fantastic. No pressure.
No, thanks.
My name is Logan Gassman. I'm in the car business in Central Illinois, manager of 3 rooftops, and more importantly for tonight, chairman of Engage EN05, which is one of Steve's Engage groups. That's what we're here to discuss tonight.
Fantastic. All right, so Steve, I remember last year we were here in Dallas, but we were on the stage, right? And we were discussing and introducing Engage. So here we are, just about a year later, and we're up and running. And how have things been going in that year since we first talked about it last?
Yeah, so for those in the audience, just to give you a brief update, Engage, if you're familiar with the NADA Academy, after graduation, really the next step up as far as product offerings is a 20 group meeting with your peers. And Engage is kind of a bridge. It allows the graduates of the Academy to still meet one time in person or however often they choose, and live online, and to continue that best practice sharing that they started while they were attending the Academy over the past 11 months. Really, what it requires is structure, and structure comes with having a 20 group facilitator, moderator, provide that leadership in the meeting. It provides a chairman of the group, and this is why we have Logan. It also requires tools, and so we have what's called a financial composite, and it's the financial information of each of the dealers represented in the group compared to one another, compared to a group average, and compared to benchmarks or best of class data. It really is an opportunity to support the next generation of future dealers, to prepare them for either succession planning or general management or beyond roles prior to joining a 20 group. So that was our vision last year, and I'm pleased to say that we have, since that launch, Errol, we have 9 groups that have launched, 8 which are NADA car groups, 1 which is an ATD truck group, and what's interesting about the truck group is they use this event where we're having the ATD show as an excuse to have a reunion. So earlier today, I actually sat in their Engage group meeting.
Yes.
And it was a reunion since graduating about a year and 2 months ago.
Okay.
So here they are. They're really engaging with, no pun intended, the show offerings, the graduating classmates that they had. They have a separate moderator. Steve doesn't moderate that group. And so here we are now, we have approximately 160 individuals that have graduated from the academy and still want to continue growing and learning from their peers.
Yeah.
And that's what Engage has been doing.
Yeah, and I think that is so great. I think that's one of the things that we kind of talked about last year is kind of envisioning like what it would do and how it would impact and how it would keep people together, because there was that gap of, okay, now I've completed the program and then what? And so this is a great, and then now this is what you do, you engage, right? And so I think that's seeing that 160 people later, and it's going to continue to grow, and I'm excited to see that. So let me ask you, Steve, because I have to be intentional of Steve and Steve here, so I'm going to be intentional because you're right here close.
There you go.
So you mentioned you have a handful of 20 groups that you moderate. What's been your unique experience in moderating when it comes to Engage? Have you seen a difference in what you moderate or how your moderation style is?
That is a great question. And the way I'm going to answer it is I graduated from the academy last March. So I was in Logan's course, or his class. And the last 3 sessions I was with their group. So when you're in the academy, you know, it's hard work. There's a lot of homework involved, right? And so you kind of saw them at the academy level. Fast forward to October, we had our first meeting, and we had 11 or 12 of the 18 participants, students that were there, and to see this level of engagement where, you know, they weren't doing homework per se.
Right.
They were really talking through, they're looking at each other's composite, they're looking at their financial statement.
Yeah.
Right? And there's an accountability that took place, and I saw this light go on where all of a sudden they were a student here, and here they are an executive level there. So seeing the transition from student to actually applying everything back in their stores, that was pretty cool.
It is, and I think we've gotten an insight of that, a lot of it today already. Like if we think back earlier today, we had the pitch competition, and we've seen those that were in, 1 through 4 year of college, and just kind of envisioning how the progression is going to happen over the next, year, 2 years, 3 years down the road. I think that's huge. So that's very exciting. And Logan, you're not off the hook. So I know you put your microphone down as if I wasn't going to come to you with a question, but you're not off the hook. So I understand that you're not only in Steve's Engage group, but you're also the chairman of the group. Is that correct? Is that accurate information?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, fantastic. So with that, tell me about your experience as chairman. What has been your highlight of being chairman so far, and have you found any challenges that you didn't expect in your chairman role?
Yeah, it's been a great experience so far. I think the biggest challenge so far has been trying to get a group of individuals who are extremely busy in their schedules at work and at home with their families and their businesses to come together and meet. So the number one challenge I would say would be getting everybody in one place at one time, which we had that was our biggest challenge. But once we did that, it was super powerful to see what was discussed in the room and how we helped each other out and how we helped each other succeed in our businesses. It's also helped me back in the dealership, back home, to create presentations that are engaging. Because if you can keep a bunch of general managers and service managers and office managers and controllers and sales managers entertained for 2 days straight, sales meetings back at the dealership, piece of cake. So it's definitely been helpful, my leadership skills as well, back in the dealership.
That's great. That's amazing. And so it sounds like what you're learning in these environments, you're able to, like you said, apply back into the real world. So in your opinion, if you weren't in Engage, do you think you would have the same ability to apply, or what do you think might be the difference had you not joined or been in part of the Engage group?
Yeah, I definitely think I would not be as strong of a leader in my business as I am now with my experience in Engage and leading a group of individuals. It's definitely taught me a lot on how to lead and how to stay relevant in the changing market conditions of our business. So that not only helps me in my Engage group, but back in my dealership back home, I think it's been super beneficial that I took this leadership role.
That's great. That's great. All right, Steve, I'm going to ask this next question to you. So here we are a year later, and it sounds like so far everything is going extremely well. When we come back and we talk about this next year, what are some things you project or some things that maybe you're working on to kind of keep the needle moving forward?
That's a great question. And I mentioned that I was at an Engage meeting earlier today. Well, actually, just before coming here, I actually recognized 4 different class graduates of the Academy in a graduation ceremony at the Wynn, or excuse me, it was at the Encore. And these were 4 classes that attended the Academy live online.
Okay.
That had not seen each other physically ever before.
Wow.
It was like Hollywood Squares on Zoom. For 11 months, they took their classes online only.
Yes.
And talk about engagement. They wanted to have a formal graduation and meet their classmates in person. And that was the first time that they did just a couple of hours ago before I got here.
Right.
For them, they're asking the same question. What's next? What do we do? Right? And so for us, it's just like proof pudding, right? It's not like we're just playing in a laboratory. We have a pipeline of students that have invested their journey, their career development through the Academy, and they're finished and saying, how do I keep learning?
Yeah.
How do I keep growing from my peers? And as the association, we're member serving, regardless of what generation that they are in or what role that they're in at the store. So we have to keep providing those tools to keep them kind of glued together. Right. So I think a year from now, what we're going to see is we're going to see a group like EN05, which is the group that these 2 gentlemen are in. Even though they're meeting once a year, what we might find is they might be up here again saying, you know what, we really ended up meeting twice a year in person. In addition to the quarterly Zoom calls, because we want there to be like a connective tissue every month. And who knows, maybe it becomes 3 times a year that they meet in person. Guess what? Once they've graduated to that level, for those of you in the audience that are familiar with 20 groups, the light will just click on. You'll say, well, wait a minute. That group just evolved into a 20 group.
Yes.
So remember what I said earlier about the Engage being a bridge between Academy and 20 group. A year from now, the value that, that Logan and the rest of the members are going to get from being in Steve's group, it might reach a critical point where they say, we need more.
Yeah.
Right? And we need to be together more often in a year. And be mindful of expense, too, at the same time.
Right. And
that's success.
Yeah, and I think that's, you hit it on the head, because I think one of the things that you mentioned is commitment. Not only are they committed to their own personal education, but they have conviction and commitment to one another. Because to be able to stand up and say, hey, no, we want a formal graduate, like we want to acknowledge and meet and be face-to-face and not just in the Hollywood Squares, as you mentioned, I think that's a big, big deal, because having someone that has gone through it with you and is still with you is a big, big thing, right? And having that connection and, like you said, the evolution. We started here, and it's almost like creating milestones along the way that everyone can share in together and kind of continue to evolve. So, all right, Steve, I've got a question for you now, and you can. We are recorded, so don't feel any pressure. Do you have a favorite group that you moderate?
Wow, they're all unique, so they're all equal in my book. But what I want to talk about with the Engage is, we have some challenging times now and going forward. And, people often ask what I do, and I said, I kind of manage accountability groups. Oftentimes these managers don't have anybody that they can kind of call on or look at their business differently. And with our Engage group, we have, 15 different brands, involved. Doesn't matter what the sign is out front. Right. It comes down to, your people, your process, the technology. So, the blocking and tackling is kind of the same. And it's good for these men and women to hear how other dealers may be struggling, or, Logan may have had an issue 6 months ago that, Steve could maybe benefit from now. So that's what's the cool thing, because now they have this accountability group that, they can reach out to. So I can't say that I have a favorite, because they're all very unique, and I enjoy being around them. And you know what? Our first meeting was pretty cool. And this group has actually decided already to meet twice a year, and then we do 2 virtual sessions. So we're going to be doing a dealer visit sometime this summer to one of the members' dealership, and we're going to go in, we're going to critique, look at the business differently, and it's going to be great for these managers to see how other operations are run. So
That's great. You did a great job answering that question, by the way. I threw you a
I
curveball.
danced well.
And you did, yes, you did a great job. So, Logan, let me ask you, Steve kind of mentioned that you guys made a decision to meet twice a year. Why do you feel that decision was important, and can you speak to kind of what led to that decision to do the twice a year versus the once a year?
Yeah, so we started off, our first session was a virtual session, and it's great. We can get a lot of content out in a short amount of time with a very low expense. Obviously, the only expense being your time.
Right.
So we wanted to get a commitment to move forward to an in-person meeting, which we did, and we went back to Tyson's, to NADA Academy, to do that, to keep costs low. We wanted to respect the fact that this is a new program and that many people needed to get sponsorship buy-in in order to do it. So we wanted to keep the costs low. So we went back to Tyson's to do that, had a great first meeting. A lot of people saw how valuable it was to meet in person. So we decided we want to do this more. So we decided to add that second visit, but we're also still respecting the cost of the program, as we understand 20 groups can be expensive, so we want to keep our engaged group open to everybody.
That's great. I think having that mindfulness is awesome, because you're right. You do want to, it's an investment of time, but of resources, and you want to be mindful of both. So let me ask you, because you mentioned it, what was something, and this could be a personal or just in general, that you've seen as far as the difference between the virtual and in person, that you were like, this is the difference. This is what was missing?
Well, one problem we have with the virtual sessions is it's hard to have everyone get an opportunity to talk amongst themselves. Excuse me. You can do breakout sessions, but then the whole group isn't involved, right?
Okay.
It's hard to have one Zoom call with one audio feed coming through and everyone's trying to engage in a conversation. That's difficult to do through a Zoom call, but when you're in person, everyone can communicate as one conversation, and that's super valuable, because no matter where they're at in the room, they can hear what other person's saying, and they can jump in at any time if they have something that they think is beneficial to the conversation.
Absolutely. It's a lot easier than having to fumble with the mute button and then talking. And then like everybody, you're on mute. So I agree with that. That makes sense. And then Steve, let me ask you, because Logan talked about, okay, we made this decision. We've seen the importance. How is NADA and Engage going to continue to make that space for those type of decisions? As far as, I know the fundamentals say, hey, we're going to do one and then the quarterly meeting. But what happens when the groups decide, hey, we want to do more? How is NADA going to continue to kind of help create that space so that they can keep that cost low? Have you thought about that, or has that kind of been a discussion?
Yeah, so last year when we were together, I think I mentioned to you that we were launching this as a pilot program. Yeah. And one of the questions you asked me was, what's the cadence of meetings? How are you going to decide if it's in person or live online? And my answer to you, if we were to replay that tape, I said it's up to the group.
Right.
Because every group has a different personality. Again, for those of you that are in 20 groups, you know that the personality or the DNA of the group is made up of the personalities of each member, right? And so we didn't want to put, fence posts up to say, you shouldn't do that or you can't do that, right? As a member-serving organization for the next gen, we're just listening. What are you guys getting out of this? What are you ladies getting out of this? What should we be tweaking? What shouldn't we, right? What do you like? What don't you like? And so because of that feedback, and it's real-time feedback, we've been kind of modifying the program as we've gone, right? And giving a little bit more, I guess, give more control to the groups to decide what they want. We provide the financial composite. It's available every month, right? We provide the services of a consultant like Steve, right? We have a travel services company that if they do want to meet in person, they make all the arrangements for the meeting space, the hotel, the restaurants. And so, we need to communicate to them what the budget is, right? And so setting expectations. All different types of groups. There are some groups that like to go to extravagant places, which, quite frankly, engaged groups are not like that.
Right.
As a matter of fact, most of our engaged groups that we launched, they've all asked to have their first meeting at our NADA headquarters.
Right.
My immediate question was, well, why?
Yeah.
And they said, well, wouldn't it be great for us to see our instructors again that taught us in the academy, because that's where they are. And I said, absolutely. And they said, wouldn't it be great to have access to Mike Stanton, our president and CEO? Absolutely. How about our legislative and regulatory? All these things that are going on, these challenges and headwinds that we're facing as dealers, we'd really like to tap into the resources at NADA's headquarters, right? So most of our engaged groups that have launched, again, has been in our headquarters, and our headquarters, quite frankly, is the home for our members. So if they're having a meeting in our headquarters, there isn't a meeting expense there at all, right?
Right.
So they're having the meeting in their own home.
Yeah, and that's that's what I was trying to get you to, is that it's creating that not only safe space, but it's like a homecoming, right? Like, I know that I have not only these resources and tools and great moderators like Steve, but I also know that I have a place that I can say, I can go here and get the support, get the information, get the knowledge, but then more so connect with my peer group and continue to move forward and do that. So that's awesome. That's good to hear. So, Logan, I'm coming back to you. All right. So for anybody that's out there or watching and listening, what advice would you give to kind of making that transition from graduating to then getting involved in an engaged group? What's some advice or things that you can share that have been insightful for you?
Yeah, the first thing I would say is that if you make the decision that you're going to...
Sorry, the mic doesn't want you to be great.
Yeah, doesn't want me to talk no more. If you're going to make the decision to be engaged, make sure you're respectful of all the other group members, whether that be from a cost standpoint or how many virtual meetings or in-person meetings you have, because the more participation you have, the more valuable it's going to be to the whole group. So, and like Steve was talking about, when we didn't have the set structure, we let it decide to the class and the group of students. If there was a set structure, I don't think that Engage would have had the success it's had. Because if we said, hey, there's going to be 4 in-person meetings, most of the people in the room, whether they're a sales manager or if they're not a GM or a dealer in the room, they're probably going to take that home to their sponsor, and that's going to get thrown out right away. It's too expensive. I'm not sending you to go to vacation for 2 days, right? Because that's sometimes the idea of what a 20 group is, even though it's obviously not the case. But it's expensive, and you're going somewhere nice. So we wanted to take that out of it completely and make sure it was open to everyone. So make sure we respect the opinions of everybody in the group. That way we get the most participation possible.
Yeah, that's great. That's great advice. I think you nailed it, right? It is about being respectful, but also understanding the climate of, hey, this is something that, I know is beneficial and impactful, and I'm going to be able to, like you even talked about yourself, bring it back to my dealership and have better leadership when it comes to that. But I also can do it in a way that is not going to be too taxing or, not make sense financially. So, and then what about you, Steve? What is some advice that you would say? Because, when it comes to engage and moderating and leading kind of those discussions, what are some advice that you would say that makes this different from a traditional 20 group when it comes to engage? Is there anything that you notice in your approach has to be different?
I'm excited at the future, and and we look at the next generation that's coming in to lead.
Yes.
And they're smart, they get it. They're managing by data, right? And nothing's being handed to them. They have to work hard, but they're engaged with the business, and it's a great stepping stone as they continue to evolve. But again, I said earlier, the business is going to change,
right?
And the leaders are going to change, and I'm just excited to see who's coming through the academy, who's getting involved with Engage, and they're taking it seriously. And again, it's a peer group where they can continue to learn and to develop. They get a lot of knowledge here, a lot of education here, for the next couple of days, but we're able to maintain it, through the year.
Yeah.
And so I am excited at who's involved. And when I sit there and look at them, when we're even doing the Zoom meetings, they're active, but there's something to be said about eyeball to eyeball.
Right. Yes.
And it's a great group, and I'm pretty excited.
So it sounds like adaptability and flexibility are some of the key things that is going to be needed, because like you said, it's changing. Technology is changing. The way of meeting is changing. The decisions are changing, whether we do it in person once, twice, or however many is necessary and affordable. All of those things have to be thought about and considered. But go ahead, Logan.
Yeah, if I can add something to that real quick on the importance, in my opinion, of the Engage group is the diversity in the room. Yeah. So at NADA, we talk about the power of the room. And in an Engage group, that power is strong because you have so many different outlooks, whether it be a large Toyota store or a small Ford store, or you can mix that around any size or any brand that you want. And the diversity we have in that room, we can attack any problem. We've been able to solve it. And the fact that we can respect each other no matter what our position is, the size of our store, the franchise of our store, you don't get that in a 20 group. You don't get that kind of knowledge from every different perspective. And I think that's what makes Engage so strong, is that diversity that you can pull from. And everyone has a different experience in every problem that can be looked at from a different angle.
Well spoken, Chairman. Well spoken.
If I may.
Yes.
The coolest thing was we had one of the members. He was sitting there. He was asking some questions. So straight across for him was an office manager controller, and he asked a question, and she responded. And then he asked a secondary question. She responded. Then he asked a third question, and she responded. And then he turned to me. He says, "Is this what this is all about?" And I was like, "Ding, ding, ding, ding."
Right.
Ding. And that's exactly what it was. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, we're having real-time feedback and insight that you don't get because, sometimes like you mentioned, whether it be Zoom or just even if we're disconnected, if I send you a text or shoot you an email, how many times have you sent somebody a message or a question that you really needed the answer to, and maybe they're doing something else and it takes a moment, but you need the answer in that moment. So having that opportunity to create that atmosphere where you can get some of those questions or bring some of those questions that you've been holding on to be able to share and engage with. So, Steve, before we get out of here, do you want to tell everybody out there if they want to find out more information or be able to sign up or look for more information of getting involved with Engage, how they can do that and where you'll be located?
Yeah, so we're going to be in the pavilion. You can speak with any of our 20 group consultants. Of course, you can go to our website at nada.org and click on education, and there's a link for Engage as well. But I'd encourage you all just for the audience that are out there that are actually the sponsors who are authorizing the member to attend and engage, I just ask you just to remember that ultimately success is when the member is able to implement something that they learned or took away from a group, and it's measurable financially, and you see the value proposition in your monthly financial statement, right, and multiply that by 12, right? It's not hard to uncover really the kind of the golden nuggets, if you will, but they have to have something to go back and apply it to.
Right.
And in addition to that, they have access to our instructors as well. So think of it like an ongoing crutch or counselors that they have or professional coaches at a gym. That's who our instructors and our consultants are for the next generation.
Yeah, that's a big advantage when you think about, like you said, multiplying the benefits, because sometimes you won't see that tangible right away, right? But the intangible part of that is kind of how Logan talked to it earlier, the confidence that he comes back with, the knowledge and the ability to lead in a better way because he has insight or has gained that insight from coaches who are able to help guide and instruct them. So I think that's a huge point. So again, for anybody out there, if you want to get more information, visit the pavilion. It will be open tomorrow. And so we're excited. Steve, Logan, Steve, thank you all for being here. Thanks for closing out the day with me. Super excited. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
My pleasure. You can leave it there. Pleasure as always. Well, that's it. We did it. Day one complete, right? It's great. Now, for everybody out there, get ready for the welcome event. Go, go, go. Get ready. Get spruced up. I'll see you later. I already have my menu selection. So if you see me eating, just wave, and I'll talk to you after I get done. But other than that, be right back here tomorrow. We're super excited. We are going to do, of course, the opening of the show floor tomorrow and have some other engaging events all day throughout the day. If you download the app, you won't miss anything because it'll be on your schedule. All right, thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We just want to say hi.
Yeah, Heather just came through. You're famous, Heather. It looks like the volume just disappeared. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I get this on a held like that. So that's so this could come through without feedback. Is it then Bill or Andy, if you're still on, can you hear me talking to you now? So a couple friends that have joined for kicks, they've heard me through the mic. So Bill, you can still hear me? Andy, can you hear me? Andy, do you hear me? Or how about Bill? Do you get me on this next check? So no feedback coming through. And then, so I'm gonna actually keep my phone. Okay.